All right, is this the Machabeng delegation? I'm not talking to you, sir. Oi, I'm talking to you. Is this the Machabeng delegation?
Yeah, thank you very much. Good morning,
Morning.
Chairperson. Good morning, everyone. My name is Themba Mnisi from Machabeng Local Municipality.
And you are the only one representing Machabeng this morning?
No. We are here. One colleague of mine just went out, but the
Okay,
CFO is
because we
already-
were supposed to start at 9 o'clock.
Yeah.
If you can just
Just
ask
if
your
I may
colleague to
request-
join you as soon as possible, please.
Okay.
All right, good morning. This is a continuation of the Human Rights Commission inquiry into local government service delivery in the Free State Province. I see Machabeng is appearing before us today. Can I just get an indication who the representatives from Machabeng are? Use the mic there in front of you.
Morning, Commissioners. My name is Nzabo Jonathan. I'm the Director Infrastructure for Machabeng. Thank you.
Morning, Commissioner, once again. My name is Themba Mnisi. I'm the Acting Executive Director for Community Services and Law Enforcement.
All right. May I just inquire where your municipal manager is?
All right, Commissioner, the municipal manager is currently on sick leave, so he won't be joining us in this session. And the CFO is currently running late. He should be joining us now.
Okay, I have not received any apology from the municipal manager. Not at all. It's the first word I hear about the MM being on sick leave. And our rules are very, very clear that if you're not in the position to attend a statutory inquiry of the Human Rights Commission, you need to lodge a formal apology with the chairperson of the inquiry. And that has not happened. And I see it in a very, very serious light. I see it also in a very serious light that the CFO is late for this inquiry. Very serious light. And that is perhaps one of the reasons why Machabeng is in the position that it is at the moment. Because nobody is taken seriously. Not this commission, not the community. I will have no other option but to subpoena the MM. No other option. And I will go to the media and inform them. These proceedings are live streamed. So the public out there, take note of what is going on at this inquiry. A constitutional body is not taken seriously. Not taken seriously. The community is not taken seriously in your municipality. Surely things must change, man. And I don't think I'm going to allow the CFO to participate in this inquiry. If the CFO treats a commission the way he or she does, then honestly, I cannot allow the CFO to participate. All right. As indicated earlier, this is a statutory inquiry of the South African Human Rights Commission. Before I proceed, allow me just to introduce the panel members. My name is Henk Boshoff. I'm a commissioner with the South African Human Rights Commission. I will also be the chairperson of today's inquiry. With me on my right-hand side is Mr. Tunoko Modise. He is the acting provincial manager in the Free State office. On my left-hand side is Ms. Naledi Morojele. She's a senior monitoring officer in the Free State office. And on her left-hand side is our practicing attorney, also a senior legal officer, Mr. Tabu Mpore. All right, because this is a formal inquiry, it will be, and because you will be providing oral evidence, you will be requested to either present your oral evidence under oath or affirmation. Can I check with, which do you prefer? Who will we be starting with? Oath or affirmation?
Oath, it's fine.
Will you take the oath?
Yeah.
Okay, for the record, please state your full names.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Temba Berimnisi.
All right, please raise your right hand and repeat after me.
Okay.
I swear that the evidence I shall give
I swear that the evidence I shall give
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you. Please, for the record, please state your full names.
My name is Ntsabo, Jonathan Zenzile Ntsabo.
All right, raise your right. Will you be taking the oath or affirmation?
I'm taking the oath.
The oath, all right. Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I swear that the evidence I shall give
I swear that the evidence that I shall give
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
All right, gentlemen. As indicated, this is an inquiry into local government service delivery, or in the case of Machabeng, the lack of local government service delivery. We have requested you to provide us with a submission addressing the areas that we've identified in the notice. We will only be allowing you 20 minutes to take us through your presentation. So please just focus on the areas, the service delivery areas that we've identified, specifically focusing on water, sanitation, refuse removal, electricity, and you can touch on human settlements as well. Perhaps identify the challenges in your municipality, and then also how you intend correcting it. I don't want wish lists. I want to see actual approved projects, projects that are currently running, or that have already been approved either by yourselves or DWS, or COCTA or Department of Human Settlements, so that we understand the actions that have been taken and that are currently taking place at Machabeng. So only 20 minutes. Thereafter, the panel will put some questions to you, and we'll take it from there. Who's going to make the presentation? Mr. Ntsabo.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Ntsabo, over to you.
All right, Commissioner, thanks very much. Commissioner, this is our submission that we'd like to put forward. Next slide, please. I don't know who's controlling the. All right. We've tried to answer the questions as per the invite. Commissioner.
Let's skip all the population issues because we have limited time.
Okay.
Just go to service delivery issues. Yes, that we have your presentation in front of us.
All right. Maybe let's start there. So these are all the towns that we have within the municipality, from Velkom until Annenrich, including the townships, Tabong up to Nyakalong. Next slide. Currently, the municipality, the services that we are giving to the community, it's the water supply, the sewage, collection, disposal, refuse removal, electricity. We're also doing municipal health services, roads and stormwater, street lighting, and also municipal parks and recreation. The next slide. It's currently it's a continuation of the services that we giving to the community. Just on the last point, the chair, just to note that Machabeng has about 11 wastewater treatment works and then about 56 pump stations that are currently under refurbishment. Next slide. And then in terms of the roads and stormwater, Commissioner, in the central area of the municipality, we have about 684 kilometers of tarred roads. The brick paved roads is about 19. Then the gravel roads, it's about 144. And then on the dirt roads, the number, it's not exact, but currently we're about 210 kilometers on the eastern side, which is Virginia Henneman. The tarred roads are about 333 kilometers. And then on the gravel roads, it's about 73. And then the dirt roads, it's about 83. Next slide. And then on the western side, it includes the Odendal, Allenridge area. The tarred roads, 201 kilometers.
Please go to the areas that I've identified. We are discussing roads now and we have limited time, please. Go to water, sanitation, refuse, as requested.
I'm not sure, Chair. I think that we have passed. Can I just check on my slide? I think let's go to slide number 8. All right, Chair. Commissioner, so these are the services that we are currently rendering in all the towns. The next slide. All right, in terms of the projects for 2023-2024, Chair, these are the projects that we have currently for Odendal, Kutwanong, and then from the Fentersburg side, those are the projects. Allenrich in Nyakalong, those are the projects. Henneman, Velkom, and also Virginia. Chair, so those are the projects. I don't know, just to try and summarize them quickly. In Kutwanong, we have done the road there, and then currently there's an upgrade of the wastewater treatment works at phase 2. We're also doing the replacement of the pipes and also installing 400 meters. And then in Fenter, we have done a road there. There's a road project, and currently we're installing a solar-powered borehole in Ward 1. And then in Allenrich, Nyakalong, there's a road there that is currently under construction. And then in Henneman, there's going to be a project there for a 3-kilometer gravel road that we will be upgrading to a paved road, and also installation of solar-powered bowl system. And then in Velcom Tabo, we doing the refurbishment of the wastewater treatment works. We also doing a project where we are installing a waterborne system for 617 stands, and also installation of solar-powered boreholes. In Virginia, we're doing a refurbishment of the upgrading of the pump stations, and also there's a new indoor sports center facility phase 2 that was also completed. On this slide, Chair, this is an overview of reliability and frequency of quality of services rendered in all the towns, Chair. Next slide. This slide, Chair, is an extended overview in terms of the question that was asked for 10.4. These are the measures taken in the last 3 financial years in respect to water and sanitation. On this slide, Chair, we've requested support from national and the provincial departments in terms of assisting us to get funding for projects that we can fund. That slide basically, in summary, we've got an assistant from DWS, where there's a couple of projects that have been currently running through Val Central. Next slide. Then in terms of the human resource within the municipality, I think this slide, Chair, is just to summarize. I don't know, maybe say for you take over from here, from human resource, okay. On this slide, Chair, is an overview of human resource within the municipality. The recruitment of specialized skills towards improvement of quality service delivery. The new administration saw a need to reinforce in workforce by recruiting individuals with specialized skills to add into the current workforce in order to improve its functions and to deliver quality services within the community, Chair. Just a last point, we have vacancies which were filled between 2022, 2023, and also this current financial year. On the next slide. Next slide. So these are the appointments that were done from the financial year that I've just mentioned now, from the executive directors, that's myself, and then we have the senior managers. Those are all the positions that are currently being filled, Chairperson. I'm not gonna go through all of them. From infrastructure, there's also a couple under community services that are also been filled. Next slide. Then on the slide, Chair, we try to respond to the question 10.7, the response on challenges in the workforce. We're saying that the necessity to capacitate and train the current workforce become apparent with the new administration of Machabeng, which took office in 2021, and they realized they need to improve the municipality by bringing people in specialized and rare talent. To rank among the top performing municipalities in the nation, steps like creating draft training skills development policies that complies with the staff regulation of the Municipality System Act should be taken. In addition to the municipality status skills audit for every worker, with the aim of determining skill set, appropriately assigning them to various departments of the municipality. This audit offered insightful information of the workforce capabilities and areas in need of additional development, Chair. Next slide. I think 10.8, it's the financial overview, Chair. Through you, Commissioner, if I may be given an opportunity to give the CFO. Thank you.
Are you the CFO? Please take your seat there. Thank you.
All right.
You have been disrespecting the commission. You were supposed to be here at 9 o'clock. I'm not going to allow you to participate. All right? Thank you.
Okay, can I continue, Chair? Thank you. The next slide is 10.8.
It's not funny,
financial
CFO. I don't like
overview.
the grin on your face. It's not funny. This is a very serious matter. Very serious matter. It is fine. It is fine. But then you can apologize to the commission. You can phone us. Please go and take.
All right, Commissioner. So what we have done on this slide, Commissioner, we've also attached an attachment of our audited annual financial accounts for the month of June 2022 and June and 2023. The municipal revenue expenses are detailed in the financial statement on page 5, and disclosure notes 18 through 37, Commissioner. The municipality recorded a deficit of 1.115,679,647, that is in 2023. And then for the year of 2022, there's 166,788,274. And then for the year of 2021, Commissioner, it's 561,096,877. And then in terms of the question of 10.9, the municipality developed and implemented and monitored the following, Chair. The revenue management strategy, the review of our bylaws, received intervention
Okay,
from
pass the
sector
slide,
departments.
please. We are on things that we're not going to put questions to you on. Financial overview, skip. We know
Right.
what the position is there. You can skip that as well. Are we done?
Okay, the next slide, Chair, it's on still under service delivery, but it's on waste management, Chair. All right, this one, Chair, it's the status quo of our Welcome disposal sites, which are currently being outsourced. So what we try to do, we try to give you the area and the activities that we currently doing in that disposal site. Next slide. And then this one is on the Odendal area disposal site or site. Next one. And then this one is the Allen Ridge disposal site. And then the Henneman one, also, there's the information there. This slide, Chair, these are our zones where we currently doing the waste collection or the refuse collection from different zones. You will see there on the slide. Those are the zones where we currently servicing. Okay, next slide. This slide, Chair, it's on the illegal dumping management. The key focus is to improve and sustain rendering basic service delivery in the municipality. The approved routine program focus on hotspots areas in the township and the CBDs of the municipality. So the department is finalizing the review of the IWMP bylaw to ensure harsher punishment of polluters and litters across the municipality. This will be supported by aggressive media campaign of popularization of the bylaw and I think we can go to the next slide. I can't see what's written there. And then on the public open space management chair, so those are the numbers for the recreational facilities and the sports facilities, Chairperson. Next slide. Okay, the next slide is a continuation. And then on the cemeteries, cemetery management, the public, okay. Next one also, we can skip. All right, on this one, Chair, this is the security enhancement plan on key infrastructure, Chair. Maybe we'll get more questions on this. I think we can skip. Then in terms of the fleet management, these are the current fleet that the municipality has. Chairperson. Next slide. And then the fleet management still continues. What we have done here, Chairperson, we've tried to quantify the fleet that we've managed to procure from your waste collection trucks, the TLB stepper trucks, front end loaders, bakkies, the trailers, the ones that we're using to pump the sewer, the tractors, fire trucks, graders, water tankers, the cherry pickers, up to the minibuses. They totaling to 174 million, Commissioner. That's that. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Mr. Nsabo. Thank you very much. All right, we're going to put questions to you, and I'm going to request the panel members to indicate who would like to start first. Mr. Modise.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Ntsako, we have limited time, and I just want to be direct to you so that you'll be able to speak to service delivery issues that we pick up when we do our investigations. Firstly, we had a witness here that did Mugeki. He stays in Henneman, and in Pumbulon Township, there's a dysfunctional pump station that has been built just in front of residential area. That place has been spilling sewages. People are just walking into sewage. Sewage spills into houses, and that complaint had been sitting with the commission for years, and it seems there is no improvement in that area. There's also, I think the second question would be, there's also sewage that has been diverted into a river there. I'm not sure if it is Sand River. And this is clearly polluting, the scarce water resources. And this has been going on for years as well. You can see that there is no plan from municipality side to fix the situation. And the only option that they had is to divert this into this river. And that is really, a very unbearable situation. And there was a stage where, a child, we heard from Mr. Mukeki, drowned in an excavation that was caused by municipality. And it was in this sewerage that has been diverted by municipality. That is also not acceptable, and we want to hear what is municipality doing about that. There's also Honey Park. Learners who stay in that area who go to Tabong, for schooling, they pass through a terrible, sewerage. It's like a river of sewerage. And we went and did inspections in there. Sewerage is also pumped into that area, which is clear that municipality is diverting sewerage to wetlands and all that. And that has been going on for years as well. So it is clear that, when you look at Machaben, sewerage is all over. You go to Ventersburg, we have seen N1 being blocked by committee members complaining about water cuts. For days, people will be sitting without water. And we want to know what is municipality doing about those challenges in those municipalities. I think I'll just leave for my colleagues just now. Thank you.
Mr. Mpore, Ms. Morojele? Mr. Mpore, all right.
Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you, gentlemen, for joining us. The situation in Naladrich, people are staying in water there. We have been there a couple of occasions to consult the people, to inspect the area. And we have written to the municipality on a number of occasions. The last communication we received is that municipality is going to relocate people. But that was last year. And people are still staying in those conditions. An old lady of 67 years has lost her life because of cold. The husband is staying somewhere else because he can't use the house. There's water all over the house. How does the municipality allow something like that? And this is not a complaint of last year. It's a complaint from many, many years ago. You know, we have had meetings with the mayor himself. Promises were made, nothing is happening. Even as we talk now, people are staying in water. It's a really terrible situation that is happening there. What the municipality is doing with that. So in your presentation, you stated that you have requested finance from MISA in order to produce a stormwater master plan. How far is that project? We have heard from the AG that we have six material irregularities against your municipality. We have heard that the contractor was appointed and was paid an amount of 7.2 million for attenuation dam in Alandridge. During the AG visit, it was found that the dam was not constructed. At the time, the contractor had abandoned site. What is the situation with those material irregularities, and what have you done concerning that project? You owe ESCOM about 5.2 billion. How are you going to clear that debt? Thank you. That's for now.
Thank you, gentlemen. In your presentation, you indicated a number of projects that you are undertaking or plan to undertake. That information is not helpful to us unless you are able to give us expected completion dates so that we may be in a position to inspect those projects, whether they were done adequately and on time. So that is something that we will be requesting from you, is completion dates, but also inception dates of those projects. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Nsabu, Mr. Nisi, you know, firstly, thank you for at least the two of you being on time and also providing us with a submission. But the problem I have with your submission is you have only presented the nice things to us, and we also cannot verify the correctness of the information in your submission. You have not acknowledged the challenges in your municipality. You come to the Human Rights Commission and you tell us all these nice stories, and you know, you present all these projects that you intend implementing or have already started implementing. But the fact that people are living in conditions in your municipality where they are just left to rot, you have not addressed. You have not addressed. There are many, many cases in your municipality, many complaints that we receive where people, you know, live in water, live in sewer, you know, and the only aspect that you mentioned, may I just inquire, when did the two of you start at Machabeng? I was trying to interpret your submission. I get the impression you started recently, Mr. Sabo.
Yes, Commissioner. I've started the 1st of December last year.
Okay. And you, Mr. Nisi?
Commissioner, I started December of 2023.
2023, yes.
Okay.
So, you know, I'm perhaps too harsh with the two of you, but in your presentation, when you dealt with the skills, you said we require much needed skills. Yeah, I'm quoting it here. It's in inverted commas here. And then, after the municipality, and I quote, realized they needed skilled employees. That was in 2020, November 21, I think you said. Why only realizing in 2021, November 21, that they needed skills in the municipality? And you are saying, Mr. Nsabo, there's much needed skills in the municipality required. What happened to the skilled employees? Why are there no skilled employees, with the exception, of course, of yourselves? Why are there no skilled employees in the municipality? What happened there? And why are you only realizing now that you need skilled employees? I mean, if I look at the number of staff members, there are quite a substantial amount of staff members, but you don't have, in your own words, skilled employees. Then, you know, it's not the Human Rights Commission who's the, you know, that is the only institution who has this opinion. And we base our opinion on information we receive from other departments and institutions. The Auditor General has classified your municipality as dysfunctional. The Free State Department of COCTA has classified your municipality as dysfunctional. And you come to the Human Rights Commission, you present this very nice looking presentation, and you don't acknowledge the service delivery challenges in Machabeng. I go there on a regular basis. We send our staff to Machabeng on a regular basis. The reports we get is not positive. Now, the Auditor General made a presentation to this commission. They were on time, by the way, and they did not, like your municipal manager, just ignore this inquiry. Now, the nature of material irregularities is defined, or he defined it, Mr. Dudai defined it to us. But one of the aspects defining the nature of material irregularities is harm to the general public. And that includes landfill mismanagement and pollution of water resources. And obviously, that is through sewage, etc. Now, the Auditor General went further. And this is the Auditor General's words in his presentations with regards to Machabeng. Findings were identified on dysfunctional wastewater treatment plants and waste landfill sites. This was due to a combination of poor management in terms of minimum requirements, theft, and vandalism. I requested you to present that slide on law enforcement and security because we are concerned about vandalism and sabotage, but you decided to skip that slide. The collapse of the wastewater treatment works resulted in raw sewage being discharged into the environment. Material irregularities were issued due to likely substantial harm to the public as a result of the pollution to the environment. If you can respond to all those questions put to you, thank you.
All right, thanks, Commissioner. going to respond to uh, uh, s- some questions, then I'll hand over to Mr. Minister to come in and also to help me there. I think, Chair, we have noted, maybe let me start with the issue of Pumulong, the sewage there, that is. Yes, we do have a challenge there in Pumulong, but as I said when I started the presentation, that there's a couple of projects within the municipality through under DWS that are done by Val Central. Pumulong and Henneman, those are the two areas that are also in the pipeline. Currently, there is a project in Henneman that is dealing with sewer, and then the one in Pumulong that is in the township. The project will be starting soon, Commissioner. I don't have the exact date, but what Val Central has done, they've appointed a consultant to do the assessment there of the sewer problem. I don't have the exact date when will the construction be starting, but I can give more information, Chair, Commissioner, if you need that information in writing. Still under Pumulong, what we have done, the Commissioner, the municipality has purchased the mobile pumps to try and unblock the houses that are currently being affected in Tatemudis, just to try and help them. But the main plan or the actual project that will be giving us a solution there, it's the one that I'm talking about from Val Central. Then the issue in Honey Park, Chair, even that one, we also have a project. Where I will also give you more information on that one in terms of the starting date and also the completion date of that project. That project is also a sewer project. It will also be catering to the current challenges that we are currently having in Honey Park. Commissioner, the issue in Allen Ridge on the sewage pond, yes, we do have a challenge there also, Commissioner. We had a couple of meetings with Harmony, the mine. When I started with the municipality, I arranged a meeting with them to come and discuss the challenge there. So in the last meeting, we've agreed that we are going to do an assessment through a consultant. There's a consultant who's been appointed to do an assessment there. And he will be giving us a report in terms of the solution there, Commissioner. Even that report, if you want that report, Chair, I can also give you as soon as I received it from the consultant. And then on the long-term solution, Commissioner, even Allen Ridge or Nyakolong is also been identified. It's under Val Central. There is a consultant who will be doing the pump station. I'm not sure if Commissioner has been there. That pump station that's been submerged, it's actually the one that's causing the sewer problem there because it's currently not working. So even that one, we'll be able to give you the more details in terms of how far they are. But as far as I know, they've done the assessment, the consultant has been appointed, but the contractor hasn't yet started with the actual construction of that. So there's two solutions on that, Chair, Commissioner. I can give you more information on that if you need that, Chair. Still under in Nyakalong, Chair, can I not give, I don't have much information on the issue of the 7 million in that Empore, on that project that was constructed, the 7 million project. I don't have more information on it, but as far as I know, that project is still under investigation by the Hawks Commissioner. The next one is on the issue of ESCOM. how to clear the debt, Chair, can I answer after Ndada Minister has given us his response? I'll answer that one. And then the expected completion dates and start dates on all the projects, Chair. We can give you a full list of all the projects that we have under MIG, full list of projects that we have under TWS with the actual start dates and those ones that are currently being planned under Val Central. I'll give you that. I think you've also said, the Chair, we don't acknowledge the challenges. We do, Chair. We have a lot of challenges, Commissioner. We trying our best with all of these interventions that we are currently having. Not to say we are ignoring our community, Commissioner. I think through you, Commissioner, can I just hand over to my colleague to come in there? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nzabo. Thank you very much, Commissioner, and we welcome the questions. Commissioner, I will respond to some of the questions that relate to waste management in general, including the landfill management, some of which you clearly made reference to the findings from Auditor General South Africa in terms of what they found. Chair, maybe to start by indicating to say we acknowledge we do have some challenges in the municipality, but what I also want to indicate is that some of us, the reason we are appointed is try really to, turn the situation around. Hence you see us here, and I can clearly indicate we are doing our best, Chair, to try and improve service delivery and development in general. Chair, I will maybe if you allow me just to touch a little bit on the security part. I know that part was supposed to be presented by myself and Mr. Nzabo as my colleague was assisting in that regard. It's a known fact, Chair. I think as Machabin, we one of them affected when it comes to theft and vandalism, mainly on the key electrical infrastructure. And that affects us on a number of occasions. What we have decided to do, Commissioner, is that we are now trying to move into a technology-based solution when it comes to safeguarding of these critical assets through the use of your surveillance system, your monitoring system, your alarm system. So we have just recently advertised for a tender. I know it's closed now, to try and get some private expertise to assist us in that regard. Currently, as things stand, we are having just around, I think, 207 security officers that are employed by the municipality. But then if you weigh that against the number of assets that needs to be safeguarded, we are talking about over 1,000 just on critical infrastructure. These are your substations, your treatment plants, and all of those ones. We have not included other assets such as your office building and so forth and so forth. So you can see the proportional representation of the workforce that we have vis-a-vis what we need to safeguard. It does not necessarily balance. So we've got to be smart enough to come up with a solution that would work for us in terms of what we need to do. So that particular slide nearly was summarizing some of the solution that we intend to do. And safe to indicate that we have developed what we term public safety and security plan that clearly outline the procedures and what needs to be done in terms of safeguarding some of these infrastructure assets, Chair. That was on the part of the theft and vandalism, Chair, just so that at least I'm able to provide clarity in that regard. On the issue of waste management, Chair, if you allow me just quickly, share some more information that has not formed part of the presentation. We have over 36 wards in Machabin. And when it comes to the zones, or rather what we term as your collection zones, where we need to collect refuse, it's above 90 zones that we need to collect. In our presentation, we've shared the slides that speaks to the fleet that we have. We recently procured 23 new compactor trucks that we use to collect the refuse collection. But however, we're unable to do that timelessly in a manner that would meet the minimum standard. For an example, let's say it's once a week, given the number of sites that we need to cover in general for the overall municipality. So hence that poses a little bit of a challenge. Then you see some backlog there and there. But we are doing our best to make sure that we're able to mitigate that particular challenge. But I can assure you, Chair, that we are trying to do our best in that regard. When it comes to the landfill site management, we've presented, I think, the slides there. We're currently having 4 licensed landfill sites, I think, in various towns. One in Allen Ridge, second in Odendalsras town. We also have one in Velcom located in Brownville. Then we also have another one in Hanneman. And then we also have a licensed transfer station in Virginia town. But however, if you try and measure that against the population size and the spread, we're unable to do the tithe. So what we have decided to do moving forward is that we need to establish what we call your transfer station across different areas and across different townships. So in that regard, hopefully that we'll be able to mitigate the challenges. You have seen them. We have also touched on the issue that deals with the illegal dump management. So we are running a routine program that runs on a daily basis to try and clear the backlogs, so that we make sure that at least the population is not exposed to health and safety hazards and risk. Chair, the landfill site management issues, we have put out a project, I think in the draft current IDP now, moving into the coming financial year, where we would request a budget provision so that at least we are able to deal with some of the compliance issues. They relate to, the signage, the access control, the way bridge, and all of those issues that relates to the minimum requirements when it comes to the management of your landfill sites. So all of those projects are currently there. Not all of them are meeting requirements, but many of them do, such as, for example, the fencing of those landfill sites. Not all of them are fenced, but some of them are fully fenced. So we're aware of the findings. To that effect, we've put up an action plan that is part of, clearing some of the findings from Auditor General. And in that regard, we're hopeful that perhaps maybe before the end of the financial year, we would have cleared quite a lot of them, Chairperson. Chair, I'm not quite sure. I think I've managed to respond to some of them. If I've missed some, I think I'll be guided.
Skilled employees, why is it now a problem?
Oh, okay. No, thank you very, very much, Chair, to remind us of that. Chair, I think with the new administration, I wouldn't really respond because I was not there. I think myself and Mr. Ntawa, but like I indicated to say, the new administration understands that for us to build the necessary capacity to render services as per our expectation, or rather our obligation in terms of the Constitution and other legislation, we really need to build the necessary capacity. So we may not be in a position to respond to the challenges maybe before we join the municipality, but our understanding is that we have joined the municipality as part of the experienced and knowledgeable colleagues to assist the process moving forward. Thank you, Chairperson.
You want to respond to some questions, Mr. Nsabo?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Yes, Chairperson, Commissioner. I just wanted to come in on the issue of the projects and the pollution. I'm not sure, Chair, just to give you also an idea on the DWS projects for the next 5 years. There's an estimated budget of roughly about 2.8 billion that's been that will be allocated to Machabeng to deal with the issue of spillage and sewer. Just to also come in.
Who allocated the funds?
Come again, Commissioner.
Who allocated the funds?
Okay, the projects they will be under DWS. They will be done by Val Central. Still on that, Chair, the long-term procurement of all the services or the contractors for the sewer network pipelines, where we have the collapse lines. Currently, there's about 24 pipelines that were identified and assessed by Val Central. 7 projects or contractors have been appointed to deal with that. On the pump stations, Chair, there is about 26 contractors actually that needs to start with the pump station and refurbish them. On the wastewater treatment works, Commissioner, there is currently 2 contractors that have been appointed to deal with that. Chair. But the entire program for the next 5 years will be handling or will be dealing straight with all the pump station and the waterworks and the collapsed pipelines that needs to be attended to. I think that's that, Chair. But the presentation on the details of the start dates and the completion dates, I can give you that. I do have that with me here, but I can give the Commissioner that information if you want it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Follow-up questions, panel? Mr. Modise?
Thank you, Commissioner. I think, Mr. Ntsako, something very important there. This money is billions of rands, that has been identified for the specific projects. For people who live around Machabe municipality, perhaps you would rather give us, they would want to know exactly how many wastewater treatment works are functional and how many wastewater treatment works, are not functional. In other words, how many do you have, and which ones are functional and how many are dysfunctional? And rather, also share the impact on the health of people who live in these areas, in these communities, and the impact on environment as you acknowledge that, there are spillages. Can you tell us, how many do you have, which are functional, how many are not functional? Rather give us total, and how many are functional, how many are dysfunctional? The impact from your side, on the health, because we've heard some people contracted TB, as a result of these storage spillages. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Modise. Ms. Morojele, followed by Mr. Mpure.
Thank you, Chair. Gentlemen, I think you know and you've acknowledged that the situation in your municipality is dire. There's a number of other issues. For example, the fire trucks do not have water. They arrive at fires without any water. Also, in the past month, the drinking water from the taps has been unsafe to drink. Also, schools are closing because of the sewage in the school properties and the collapsing plumbing system as a result of the sewage challenges. So not only is the municipality failing in its basic responsibilities, but it is also violating other rights, such as the right to life, right to education, right to dignity. And so perhaps this is not a question, but rather a comment, and I would like to hear your response, because these are now urgent things that need to be resolved, and they are long-standing problems. And I think what we want is a sense of urgency to resolve them. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Okay. No, gentlemen, it's a concern when you hear that 2 billion, these amounts have been allocated to a municipality that is really struggling financially to control its finances. On page 7, under 10.8, you state that you have recorded consecutive deficit. This also ties with the Auditor General report, which doubt that you can continue as a going concern. What are the root causes of this deficit? Why so many deficits? Why should the people of Machabeng have any hope that the money that is being allocated now will be used, properly? Thank you.
All right. Firstly, I appreciate the professional approach implemented by the municipality, with regards to infrastructure development. You've indicated that you've appointed consultants and you're waiting for contractors to start and you're waiting for reports. So with regards to your approach, I can acknowledge the professional approach, but you are lacking when it comes to your humanitarian approach. Because you are saying, we are waiting for this report, we are planning for this, Once we get the report, we will provide it to you. We're waiting for the professional report from the consulting engineers. In the meantime, people suffer. People suffer. Now, the Human Rights Commission is in the process. No, we've already considered litigation against Machabeng. We've already considered it. Now, because I'm surrounded by practicing attorneys, I will just consult on whether I should indicate which area. Mr. Modise, can I indicate? Or should I keep quiet for now? Can I? All right. But with regards to the Allen Ridge mess, we are in the process of appointing counsel. You know, you are talking, Mr. Nsabo indicated that he's awaiting a report. I don't know when the report will surface. But we cannot allow people to literally live in sewer and to experience that stench on a daily basis. It is just degrading. Just imagine that. Does the municipality consider what those people must experience every second of the day? So the Human Rights Commission has made substantial progress in its litigation process against the municipality. And, you know, in terms of our mandate, once we receive a complaint, we must secure, and once we've investigated, made some findings, we must secure redress for the complainants. And we can do that only by assisting them with their litigation process or litigating ourselves. And unfortunately, it has come to that period where we now have to litigate against Machabeng as a Chapter 9 institution. So, you know, I know that you are new, both of you, and I must appreciate what I've seen this morning, as I do acknowledge professionalism from the two of you. I do acknowledge the fact that you will be trying, to use your words, Mr. Mnisi. We are trying to do our best. But we will monitor your municipality strictly. We will monitor what is going on there. You have been classified as dysfunctional, not only by the Human Rights Commission, but by the Provincial Department of Kokta, by the Auditor General. And I really hope it bothers you. It really bothers you when you sit in your executive management meetings and you say to yourselves, guys, we cannot continue as a dysfunctional municipality. Cannot. People are literally living in sewer. And that must be addressed.
All right, currently what we have, on the total wastewater treatment works, 11 of them, 9 of them, they need to be refurbished. So that is also under Val Central. On the pump stations that we're currently having, we have 57 pump stations, and 52 of them needs to be refurbished. So, in short, it simply means that they are not working in this. I think the fire truck, I think Mr. Mnisi will come into that. The next one is on the drinking water quality, Commissioner. Yes, I think in last month and a couple of weeks back, we have managed to see that, Commissioner. But I just need to state that, Commissioner, remember the Val Central, they are the ones who are currently supplying the municipality with water. In terms of water quality, they are also doing their testing on their site. But us as a municipality, what we also doing on our side, just to make sure that whatever the water that we are giving to the community, it's also safe for consumption. So we are also taking our sample test on all the points where the water will be distributed to the community. So we do that on a regular basis, just to make sure that the water is safe for consumption, Chair. We have noted that, but it's something that we've decided to monitor time and again, just to make sure that we don't have any challenges on that. The next one is on the sewage. I think you said it's a comment, Mayor, on this one, on the closing of the schools. Yes, there is some schools where that were closed, Commissioner. But what we have done as a municipality, I'll just give you one example. There's a school, I think it's Dr. Mgoma, in Velcom or in Tabong. There was an issue there with the water problem. So what we've decided as a municipality, just to make sure that they have water, we are giving them water with the water tankers. They do have their own Jojo tanks or tanks outside. So we're trying at least 3 times a week to supply the school with water. And then in terms of the blockages, we send our unblocking trucks or pumps to assist the situation there. Chair, but I do acknowledge, Commissioner, we do have a challenge there, but we are trying by all means not to disturb the schools there. I think on the Allen Ridge, Chair, I'm not sure if I need to respond, but on that one, Chair, actually, I do have the report that outlines the actual start date in all the other projects that are not yet started. Chair, I don't know if you want me to go through that, or because it's quite a long report, but I can give you that report, Chair, if you need that. This report, it's a report that we normally get from Val Central that shows the progress in all the different projects that they are currently doing. So what I can do, I can get you because this one is for January, I can get you the updated one for March, so that we can see how far is which projects, the wastewater and the pump stations and the sewer line. I think the other questions, my colleague will assist me on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. I think I'm going to touch on the issue of the fire trucks, I think in relation to water. Chair, what I want to indicate is that, remember with some of the slides that we presented to say we are building the internal capacity. And this goes to also the procurement of the necessary fleet, just to build the necessary capacity. One of which is the procurement of the fire trucks. So what I want to indicate is that we are in that process. I know we've procured, I think, one in the previous financial year worth around 7 million. We also do have the old fire trucks, but they're not sufficient enough to cover the entire municipality. So the instances that I think you reported in relation to a fire truck went to a specific area relates to the access to fill in the fire truck or through the hydrants. I'm sure we are aware. So due to the fact that some of our areas, the pressure the water supply, it's not that much high, so we're unable to fill them as quick as possible. So at some point, we'd need to take the truck to an area where there's high pressure, we can quickly feed and be able to respond to some of those incidents. But I think my colleague has touched on the supply issues relating to Val Central Water, part of which I think they are currently addressing them. So it's a situation between the access to water and the pressure that is needed to respond in time to some of those challenges. Chair, I think we have also noted your comments and some of the issues that you said maybe the Commission is already undertaking in relation to the litigation and also the monitoring in terms of the work that we'll be doing. And we also want to indicate, Chair, that we are committed to make sure that we improve the situation. There's a question, Chair, which I would request, I'm not in a position to respond. I think it came from the tempora relating to the deficit. I think that's a financial question. I think, the CFO would be best qualified to respond to that. Thank you very much.
All right. All right, thank you so much, Mr. Nsabo, Mr. Mnisi. We require from you the following plans and reports, and we need this within 7 days. It's your water development plan, your integrated waste development plan, a list of completed projects, list of planned and approved projects. But I don't want a wish list of planned. I want you must have made some progress with regards to your planning. Many municipalities come here and they have a wish list. I don't want that. I want to see action. And that must include the Val Central report that you've referred to, Mr. Nsabo. And then with regards to the deficit question that Mr. Mpure put to you, if I can get a written report from the municipality on that as well. All right, gentlemen, thank you so much again for honoring the notice to attend this inquiry. Again, I want to acknowledge the professional way you dealt with the questions, responding to it, but also finally also acknowledging that there's a serious crisis in Machabeng. And you know Mr. Nsabo is head of infrastructure or technical, I'm not sure what you call your department. People out there, the people watching this on live stream at the moment, they rely on you. They rely on you to fix this mess. People are living in terrible conditions. And we cannot allow municipalities to deteriorate. 11 municipalities in the Free State are dysfunctional, including yours. A city, a dysfunctional city. We cannot continue like this. So then I'm not the only decision maker in this panel, but I will, after this meeting, liaise with the panel and discuss the possible summons or subpoena of the municipal manager for not appearing before this commission, not apologizing, not contacting the Human Rights Commission at all, just staying away. So there will be a follow-up meeting with your municipality, but this time under strict subpoena to appear before us. And if anybody ignores a subpoena, please go and read our act, what the consequences are. All right, gentlemen, thank you very much. Hope to see you soon, and I hope next time you will have better news for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, everyone.
Tokologo, you are next. Hi, Tokologo, good morning.
Good morning.
Chair. All right. May I inquire who's representing Tokologo today?
Good morning, Chair. My name is Thabo Matile. I'm the acting municipal manager.
Cool.
I'm with Mposlo, the technical director.
Perfect.
Yes, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Matile. All right, gentlemen, thank you. Thank you for attending this inquiry. This is a statutory inquiry of the South African Human Rights Commission into local government service delivery. Because you will be providing oral evidence to the Commission, we will be expecting of you to do it under oath or affirmation. Will both of you be providing oral evidence? Both of you. All right. MM, we will be starting with you. Which do you prefer, the oath or affirmation?
The oath.
The oath, all right. For the record, please state your full names.
My name is Thabo Dolph Matile.
All right. Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I swear that the evidence I shall give
I swear that the evidence that I shall give
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
All right. Technical Director, which do you prefer, oath or affirmation?
Oath, please.
The oath, okay. For the record, please state your full names.
My name is Aaron.
Use the
Mposehlu.
mic. Use the mic.
My name is Aaron Mposehlu.
All right, raise your right hand and repeat after me. I swear that the evidence I shall give
I swear that the evidence I shall give
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
All right. Acting MM, Mr. Matile, we requested you to provide us with a submission which we have received. I'm going to request you just to present the submission to the inquiry. You only have 20 minutes, so please don't bore us with background information, population, you know, how many roads you have, because we know you don't have any maintained roads. Just tell us, focus on water, sanitation, refuse removal, human settlements, electricity. Please identify the challenges that you are currently experiencing and also address us on how you're going to implement corrective measures with regards to the challenges, I assume. Okay, Mr. Matile, please proceed.
Thank you very much, Commissioner, and thank you, everyone.
Apologies, I forgot to introduce the panel. Let me just do that quickly. My name is Henk Boshoff. I'm a commissioner with the Human Rights Commission. I'm also the chairperson of this inquiry. Next to me is Mr. Tonoko Modise. He's the acting provincial manager. The lady sitting next to me is Ms. Naledi Morojele. She is a senior monitoring officer. And next to her is our senior legal officer, Mr. Thabo Mpore. All right, you may proceed, MM.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. I think the main focus, as the Commissioner has alluded, is basically on the service delivery, the challenges, and giving the background in terms of the challenges that the municipality has. Because we had prepared the information, I had brought the technical director just on the service delivery, just to touch on that before we take questions on that. I think let me give to him to do that, and then I'll just do the other part of the presentation. Thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you very much, Commissioner. What we intend to present may look somehow as if everything is all right. I just want to put it out there before we start presenting that we have challenges. We are a small municipality without a revenue base, and some of the challenges are emanating from that. But I will start without wasting any time with water, like the acting MM has directed. The first issue that I want to address is the issue of Dealsville. Dealsville is one of the towns that is struggling very much with water. And I would outline the challenges that we have in Dealsville so that it is not perceived as the municipality is doing nothing. There was a study in Dealsville that we did for water resource. And this study showed that most of the water in and around Dealsville is affected by salt. We had to continue the study into farms. So in Dealsville currently, we are sourcing water through boreholes. We don't have a supply like a river or a dam that is nearby. And these boreholes are unreliable. And the reason they are unreliable is because of vandalism and some challenges of load shedding. Like I indicated, these boreholes in Dealsville, some of them are in farmers' properties, where we are paying servitudes to farmers to get water for Dealsville. Currently, we have a challenge. The water demand for the community of Dealsville is sitting at 1,700 kiloliters per day. And we're only able to get 622 kiloliters per day. And this 622 is affected by load shedding. We rely on those boreholes to pump 24 hours. But because they are not able to pump 24 hours, sometimes when the electricity leaves at night, they trip. And we lose those hours because we don't work 24-hour shifts because of challenges that we have in terms of labor rights and labor unions establishments. For an example, the boreholes are kilometers away from town in dark areas where ordinarily a worker would not be able to access them without encountering any danger. So, based on the challenge that I've outlined, we would have times where we have to pump in terms of hours, have water only available certain hours in Dealsville. However, we've been engaging more farmers. We have drilled about 3 boreholes. ESCOM has just given us a point to augment on the water challenge in Dealsville. But we are maintaining the Dealsville boreholes that we have. We have 12 boreholes, but out of the 12, we have challenges of cable theft. We have challenges of boreholes being stolen themselves. So as a result, the water challenge is exacerbated by these 2 factors, which is vandalism and load shedding. So we have a long-term plan, which is in our regional infrastructure grant plan to bring water to Dealsville. We are currently busy building a pipeline from Riverton to Boshoff. We intend to transport clean water from Boshoff to Dealsville in the near future. But in the current future, we're looking for ways to augment through drilling of boreholes. Like I indicated, that we are challenged that in the land of the municipality, there is a salt pan in Dealsville that is affecting the water quality. In terms of water directives, we don't have any directives in Dealsville. So I think I've summarized those solutions in terms of the challenges in Dealsville. Can we go to perhaps the sanitation in Dealsville? Let me deal with them per town. The sanitation in Dealsville, we have a directive from the Department of Water and Sanitation, and it was relating to an oxidation pond in Dealsville. In Tukuluhu, we don't have sewer wastewater facilities. We have ponds. These ponds are old, and the idea and technology behind the ponds was to ensure that the ponds evaporates water instead of treating it. So this directive came at a point where the fence was stolen in the ponds, in the sewer ponds in Dealsville, and a kid fell into that pond. That was a tragic incident because those facilities were not guarded at the time, and we had to break the pond to take out the body of the child. And unfortunately, the municipality has suffered some losses through the case itself with the family. And now that there was a spillage in breaking that pond, that's where the directive emanates. but we managed to apply through the bucket eradication program. That pond has been restored and the fence has been erected. The project is ongoing. It should end by end of June. So in terms of sewer, we are still using buckets and ventilated pit latrines in Dealsville. This is because of the challenge of water, and secondly, because of the challenge of the system not being complete. So this project that I'm referring to of bucket eradication is also addressing the flushing of the Dealsville town itself. So they are building 2 pump stations currently, which will now pump water from these 2 settlements to the oxidation ponds. The other issue that we have in terms of sewer is the issue of drains, the servicing of drains. We currently have dilapidated fleet, and it's costing the municipality more to outsource. And the reason why the municipality chooses to outsource is that due to debts that were incurred by the municipality through courts, service providers tend to target the fleets of the municipalities. The first thing they go to is this fleet that is servicing the essential services. We have had a situation where somebody started fire in a municipal land, and this fire ravaged farmers' land, and the farmers claimed from the municipality. And because the municipality couldn't pay, the municipality had to lose a lot of fleet that was directed to service delivery. These are some of the issues that are bringing more challenges in terms of finances and operating the municipal fiscus. Next. I would like to touch on Boshoff. Boshoff, we are using boreholes, but the supply of boreholes in Boshoff is stable. It is able to give that community water for 24 hours. However, it is also challenged by vandalism in places where we are not able to reach, that are further away from town. They are prone to people stealing cables, stealing pumps, but all in all, the supply of drinking water is stable. In Boshoff, in terms of sewer, we have a challenge. Boshoff is the only town in Tukuluho which has 95% of households flushing, no drains, but there's about 300 buckets. You should have seen that these buckets have actually been shown on SAPC, where the community was up in arms to say they've had buckets for a long time. It is true. However, the municipality has made plans to address the issue of buckets. We will be starting a project in the next financial year that would be funded by WSIG grant, Water Services Infrastructure Grant, by the Department of Water and Sanitation. This project will not immediately address the 300 buckets. In the project is 49 million. In that project, the first focus is to extend the existing oxidation ponds, because the capacity will not be able to also include more households flushing. We have signs of some of the ponds already full. So if we are to just add, we will create a problem. But it is part of the project. I'm just saying it will go into phases. The department is not fully funding the whole 49 million at a go. So it is a multi-year project. The first phase would be oxidation ponds. In terms of Herzogoville, I've been addressing water and sewage. I will come to other services. In terms of Herzogoville has had an opportunity to put about 1,020 toilets into flushing. However, the rest is still pit latrines. The reason is funding. We have knocked on doors to get funding, and the department, instead of funding us, they advised us to look at our wastewater facilities as to whether they will have the capacity to take the sewer that will come from the services that we want to install. And indeed, when we did that study, we have seen that the challenge is that we don't have capacity in our wastewater facility, and we have started a project which is currently under construction to capacitate that waste facility. The biggest challenge in Herzog is in terms of the drinking water. We've got two systems in Herzog. The first system is borehole system, which operated since time immemorial. The second system in Herzog is a Val River scheme, where we take water from Christiana to Herzogville. Now, in that scheme, because we are transporting raw water for 42 kilometers from the border of Northwest to Herzogville, that system constantly gives us challenges, because if it's pumping and it's load shedding has a tendency of burning the pumps. And if the pumps are burned, to get the parts for the pumps that can pump that distance, we normally wait for quite some time. In a small town like Herzog, if we can't get a part from Bloem or Joburg, suppliers will tell us that they have ordered the part, and we would be relying only on the second option, which is boreholes. When we rely on those boreholes, that's when we are not able to give water 24 hours. We would be giving water on 2-hour basis, maybe in the morning and in the afternoon. Currently, a panel band, we do not have water in Herzogville, and we are providing water in the morning and in the afternoon. However, there are areas that are high-lying where this water is not able to reach. That's where we use our tractors and tankers to tanker water for those specific areas. And it is difficult sometimes to give proper answers to the community for material or equipment that the supplier is not able to guarantee a date on. So these are some of the challenges.
You have 5 minutes to conclude your presentation.
All right, thank you very much. And then in terms of human settlements, we have made plans. We don't have money to develop sites, but we are on the project list for HDA. We are on the project list for human settlements to properly settle our people. In terms of electricity, we attend to challenges as they arise. Mostly we are faced with challenges of having enough stock. But I want to emphasize the issue of revenue base. The municipality has a challenge of non-payers, and it is affecting the fiscus of the municipality completely in terms of operation and maintenance. Thank you very much. I would like to give over to Acting MM.
2 minutes, MM. Are you done?
Yeah, I think we are done. He has covered most of the issues that on service delivery. Thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you so much. MM and Director Technical, when were the two of you appointed as senior managers at Tukulogo?
I believe currently we are left with just a year in our positions.
Both of you?
The CFO, we were appointed in 2001, if I'm not mistaken. The contracts are ending next year in June.
So early 2023 you started?
Yes.
All right. Panel members, time to put questions. Ms. Morojele, followed by PM, followed by Mr. Mpure.
Thank you, gentlemen. Firstly, I would like to appreciate the honesty and transparency that you've displayed today, because what you've shared with us will really enable us to be in a position to assist where we can, but also to really understand what is happening in your municipality. The first question I'd like to know is, in terms of the boreholes, are there any plans to secure generators for pumping the boreholes during load shedding? Also, I'd like to know the non-payers for services. Is it as a result of a high number of indigent people, or who are perhaps not registered as indigents? What is the reason behind non-payment? And perhaps if you can indicate what you are doing to address that. And then also the issue of boreholes being on private properties and the municipality having to pay. I wonder, can you indicate what actually are the costs to the private owners that determines what fees the municipalities have to pay to them? Or I think also Boshoff also has a solar power station. I wonder if you have access to the power generated there. Okay, I think that's it for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Boshoff. A few things that I would like you to really assist us with. Number one, you mentioned that you acknowledge challenges of water in Dealsville. And what I want to establish from you is, during load shedding periods, is there, water, provided to community members, and whether, how frequent is this water, provided to community around that area, and whether this water, if it is done through water tankers, have you outsourced this service, and what are the costs of this service that you have outsourced, if you have outsourced it, and whether there is a predetermined schedule that committee members have, that they know at this time, will go to this place, even if it's load shedding and water will be available. Secondly, you spoke about gets system. Do you have in Dealsville? I've heard you spoke about the number of 300 households in Boshoff. Is that number really, the correct number of residents that are, using buckets in Boshoff? And how do you also collect, and remove these buckets from these families? And how often is that done? And also these services, are they done, by municipal employees, or is it also outsourced? And how much are the costs of this? In Herzogsville, you say you're getting water, and there are issues of the quality of water there. A colleague of ours once went to inspect Herzogsville clinic, and sisters, they complained that, water in the clinic smells sewer. And that is a very, very serious, challenge on the quality of water. Even when people who are in need of health services get to the clinic, they, are exposed to, this type of water. So these are a few questions that I have for you for now. Thank you, Commissioner.
Mr. Mpore?
Thank you, Commissioner. So you've also spoken about the shading of water due to electricity. We have also been receiving a lot of complaints from your municipality about water cuts. Communities are complaining that they are not being informed well in advance when water is going to go. So my question is that, do you have a water shading schedule in your municipality? What types of communication channels are you using to inform the public about the water problems in your municipality? I also want to talk about bucket system. Perhaps you can, integrate your answer with the question that MDC asked about bucket system. When do you anticipate that your municipality will eradicate bucket system completely? And what will it take for your municipality to eradicate bucket system completely? What is also your vacancy rate within the municipality? Yeah, for now, I'll just limit my questions to that. Thank you.
Yeah, all right. I know that the two of you were recently appointed and, cannot really respond to a question, what transpired before your appointment. But why is Tukologo in this mess? What happened in your municipality? You are being classified by the department, COCTA, as a dysfunctional municipality, and I'm sure, I've not gone through the AG's report now, but I'm sure they have also classified you as a dysfunctional municipality. And at the end of the day, people expect services to be provided, and I have 100% with regards to the bucket system, but also, you are telling us that Hertzogville is only provided with water twice a day. Is the community not entitled to better service that the municipality must provide? Is the community not through Boshoff to Kimberley on a number of occasions? I've decided not to do that anymore. I'd rather take the Petersburg Road, because what I have seen there is terrible. There is just no services provided there. That town looks terrible. So for me, I need to understand, Mr. Matile, you are the accounting officer, and you are our messenger to your council. But we cannot, you guys just cannot continue on, doing this to the community. I've listened to you, and you are telling us a pipeline in the near future. What does near future mean? And how are you addressing humanitarian challenges in your municipality? Yes, it's nice to follow a nice professional approach, of engineering approach, of appointing a consultant, getting professional reports, implementing a project 2 years later. Well done. But what is happening now? What are you doing now to address the service delivery challenges? People don't have access to basic services. They don't have water. They don't have proper sanitation. And that is our concern. That is our concern. And that is what we would like to understand from the municipality. And then, are you approachable, MM? Are you approachable? Where's Macy? Who resides in your municipality? Can she call you, MM, and say, listen, I don't have water? Can she call you? Who can she call? Because my information is that the municipal officials are not approachable. If you can respond to those questions.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. I think let's start with the panel's also questions. The issue of boreholes and the generators being procured. There is a generator being procured to assist with the situation in in Herzogsville, where we are pumping water from the Val River scheme. And then we were also asked on the issue of the indigents, the non-payers. It's a very huge problem. And there are solutions that we've put in place in terms of that, because we're having community members that are not willing to come forth in terms of registrations for indigents, as that will also assist us in increasing our equitable shares. But we have made plans. I think one of the things that we've done was the installation of prepaid electricity, and of those that are indigent and are not affording of that, because now there is that yardstick, we are able to see the numbers growing. I think in the beginning we had only 300 people coming through, specifically for Boshoff. And currently we have a plan to install prepaid water meters, because we want to use this as part of the yardstick to improve on the indigent, and also to see how we can control the issue of non-payers. And in terms of boreholes on private properties, I don't want to put it this way, but it's a willing buyer, willing seller. I mean, if we need water and there's water that we can consume or buy from a private property, that's what we do, so that at least we can ensure, specifically in Dalesville, where we're having the issue of waters, that's where we are buying the water from the private land. The water challenges, I think the technical director did touch on that. But in terms of outsourcing of water tankers, no, we don't have that. There is in Dalesville, there is a place where people can actually access water. The person is the only outsourcing that we are doing there is for honeysuckers. So the person that is doing that for us, he has a car wash there, so we're also getting the community to get water there. I think the acting MM said that where there is the uphill, where when we're having the issue of load shedding, we are not able to get water to those areas. So for those areas, we are using that car wash as our central point where people can access the water. And Chairperson, before I give to the MM, we are accessible. I think since I've been in the office, I started acting, I think, about 2 weeks back. One has been in the office, and you would even find that you don't even have time to actually look at other issues, because now everyone storms into the office and articulating their issues. But in terms of the issues that we are able to attend to, because of the financial constraint that we have as a municipality, we do attend to them. Let me give to the MM to just on the budget eradication one, just to touch on that one. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. I just want to go also point by point that were raised by panel members. I would like to appreciate the questions that are asked from us, because they better clarifies and gives the community that you represent some of the communication that perhaps may be lacking from our side. In terms of the generators that Mayor Morojele asked on, we are not able to put generators on each borehole. The reason is they are isolated. They may be in a farmland. We may have about 6 different boreholes pumping into one line to go to the treatment facility where we clean the water. Basically what is happening is that place is not secured. That's why cable are able to be stolen. That's why pumps are able to be stolen. So if we put generators on those boreholes, it becomes difficult, because they may also be stolen, and it's a much sought after item since we have this challenge of electricity. But like the acting MM indicated, where we are able to get bulk of the water, we do put a generator. We just put a generator in abstraction works at the Val River, which costed the municipality 1.6 million, to ensure that we are pumping water even when there is load shedding. And the non-payers, the high number is indigent people. And just to give you an idea, in Tukulu, we may have plus or minus 95% of people being indigent. But small areas in general, I grew up in Herzog, and I go to work in Joburg, and I use the postal services of Herzog. Now this affects that households. How? Because my income in Joburg is now seen as an income of that household, and that household end up not qualifying. That's the first one. The second one is the backyard dwellers are mostly teachers and people of other professions. The household is indigent, but the person who also resides there is not indigent. So these are some of the challenges that needs a policy solution. And we are advising our council on it, because when COCTA comes and verifies whether indeed this household is indigent or not, these are some of the challenges they disqualify us on. Not that people are not really registering for indigent, and we end up not getting that money that is supposed to assist that household. So that's one of the challenges in terms of indigent. And then on the private boreholes, the acting MM answered it correctly. However, there is a gauge which we negotiate on. The Department of Water and Sanitation has got tariffs for raw water abstraction and all that. So these farmers are also required to register as people who are selling water, register their boreholes. So they cannot charge us more than the average which they pay to the Department of Water and Sanitation. And then the power generation, in terms of the scheme that we are currently constructing in Boshoff, we've proposed to the department to build us a 5 megawatt solar electricity generating facility. So this 5 megawatt, we've established that our town, Boshoff, and the township combined, they can also run during load shedding under this process. So this is one of the initiatives that we are coming with to avert the issue of when we don't have electricity. And then in terms of the questions that are asked by Mr. Modise, I think I've addressed the one of load shedding, what are we doing? And the water tankers, the acting MM answered it, that we're not outsourcing for water tankers. And all the services are done by the municipality. And then the collection of buckets, we collect the buckets 2 times a week. But there are challenges when perhaps we are in a small town. There are times where the filling station doesn't have diesel. And it's a day that we need to collect buckets. So as soon as diesel arrives on the service provider and we're able to get it, the following day we will collect buckets. There are times where we wake up, batteries are stolen for all the tractors. We will have to procure those batteries and continue the service on the following day. So there are such delays. I don't want to give a picture that there are no delays at times. And then all the services are done by municipal employees. No service is outsourced in terms of bucket collections. And then the issue of the water in the clinic, I'll give you a picture. The environmental services in Lejolipujo have stationed an environmental practitioner in each town to check our water quality. When you go to the Herzogville water treatment plant, we've got a laboratory. It's not accredited, but it tests every liter of water that goes in batches. So we ensure that we pump the water out at a certain quality. Should the quality be affected in the pipeline, the environmental practitioners are taking samples on taps on behalf of the municipality and are able to advise the municipality that your chlorine content is low, you need to augment it. So the complaint at the clinic couldn't have been true, and it's not true, because it's supplied by the town supply. In town, we don't have sewer. There's no way that our pipes can mix with sewer. In the town of Hertzogville, we are using septic tanks. So it means there's a tank in every yard that we have to empty by honeysuckle. So there was no way that water pipes would have met with sewer pipes. The sewer facility is 2 or 3 kilometers away from the water facility. The water facility is on the upside, the sewer facility is on the downside. So there was no way that sewer could come into play in terms of the water that is supplied at the clinic. Yes, the challenge that we have in our water quality is turbidity. So what turbidity does, it changes the color of water. And this only happens when we've had some services on burst pipes, where some of the soil would have gotten into the pipe. But after a few hours of supply or a day, the water clears out. So that's basically the challenge that we have. And then on the issue of what happened to the municipality, I just want to correct that we started in June 2020. So we started on dispositions of executive authority in June 2020. So we left with 1 year, which is ending in 2025. But we've been there for quite some time. I was born in Hertzogville. So you can think that not being approachable to your own family member is not practical. I've got family members staying in that municipality. So I've acted as an MM, I think, for over a year. Since the MM, we've been rotating on this position of MM. We are accessible to our community. And in terms of the municipality being dysfunctional, we have to give you a background. There's 3 audit opinions that were disqualified audit opinions. This administration has made sure that we move from that bad habit to a qualified audit opinion. And we want to keep it that way. The terrible services that you see, say respectfully, if you don't pay for something, it will not be perfect. We are struggling with payment. We do supply the services at a deficit. There is no money coming for water. There's not enough money coming for electricity. CFO has indicated that in terms of metering, we've recently put prepaid meters in all our areas, and we are beginning to receive revenue. We've now proposed to put water meters, so that at least those that are able to pay for water, they do pay for water. Obviously, the metering system has a provision for indigents, where 6 kiloliters of water would be given for free to indigent people, and then from there, they will be charged based on the usage that they consume. Thank you very much.
Nice. I'm going to wrap up. All right.
There's a question outstanding.
And that is?
The shading of water, any notification to the public, what communication channel are you using to inform the people that they
All right. With the technology that is available, most of our ward councillors have got WhatsApp groups. In those WhatsApp groups, we share information. And they themselves, as councillors, have got WhatsApp groups where management updates them in real time, where they can put this into their community WhatsApp groups. But they do also, when there's a problem that will take some time, where we are waiting for a pump or we're waiting for something, call community meetings. Community meetings are not happening as often as the information that is disseminated into their WhatsApp groups. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. Acting MM and former acting MM, and then later acting MM. Let me acknowledge your professional approach to this inquiry. Thanks for being honest with the panel, identifying the challenges that you are facing in the municipality. Again, I would like to emphasize that from a humanitarian point of view, there are perhaps areas that that you need to do something on a more urgent basis, especially with regards to the provision of water. Yes, there's a plan to eradicate buckets, but you know, we would like to see you prioritizing that. That for us, you know, are critical areas where you need to address. May I request then that you also provide the Commission within 7 days with your water development plan, if you have one, with your integrated waste development plan, with a list of completed projects, a list of planned, but with the emphasis on approved projects. You know, you have mentioned many that will be there in, to use your words, near future. I need more clarity on when we can see implementation. Are there any outs? Oh, then the Commission has embarked on a rapid response approach, where, you know, many complainants come to the Human Rights Commission about service delivery complaints. You know, it would be a person complaining about a blocked sewer right in front of an elderly person, a blocked sewer right in front of her residence. We received many of those complaints from Mangaung, from complainants on Monday, even in writing. And I'm sure that there will also be complainants from the Tukologo municipality will be approaching the Human Rights Commission. So I'm requesting the name and cell phone number of a contact person in your municipality, it will not be the complainants, but the Human Rights Commission will directly liaise with that contact person to inform him about a crisis or a pending crisis, humanitarian or human rights violation in your municipality that needs to be addressed on an urgent basis. Can I request that after this session you just provide that name to Nono, the lady who's raising her hand at the back, so that it doesn't have to be you. If you want it to be you, you know, there's Ms. Giereke, she's a reporter. I also used to be a municipal manager many years ago, and I received over 200 to 300 telephone calls a day, and I never dropped a call on a reporter. She will tell you that when she called me, I answered the telephone and I responded. It's not an easy position to be in. I acknowledge that. Good luck with a mammoth task, but I really appreciate what you are doing. I really appreciate the fact that you have told us you respect your community. You were born and raised in Herzogsville. You respect them, and they have access to you. I respect that, because that is what we need in the Free State. We need senior managers who respect their communities, because you get paid by those communities. So good luck. I also want to express the wish that Council, when they consider your contracts, they do the right thing next year. All right. Thank you once again. You are released.
Thank you, Commissioner.
We will
Thank
take
you,
a
panel.
15 minutes tea break. We are running behind schedule. I know we want to ask so many questions to all these municipalities, but it is just, you know, we have 9 to do today. 15 minutes only, and then we will proceed with Setsoto.
Can I indicate that the breakfast is now being served? Everyone is welcome to go and have something to eat. Thank you.
They'll flight it in. But for a flight, yeah, maybe. So I'll, like even now you can't see. Can you see it? Okay. No, yeah, well, it was a PDF document. That's why, yeah, it was not a document.
All right, we are reconvening. Mpo, I'm told you want to take a picture for Wisani. You're welcome, while we are busy, just to stand here and take a picture. No problem. We're not going to delay any further. Right. Setsoto, good morning.
Good morning,
And
Honorable
we have Mrs.
Commissioner.
Malachi in front of us. Thank you, Ms. Your designation at Setsoto?
Good morning to the chairperson and to the members of the commission. My name is Nomvula Malachi. I'm the municipal manager of Setsoto. I was appointed 1 year, 6 months ago.
All right.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for honoring this invitation, adhering to the notice to appear before us.
Oh,
All right. This is a formal statutory inquiry of the South African Human Rights Commission. So it will be required of you to provide oral evidence to the Commission, and therefore the evidence needs to be provided under oath or affirmation. Which do you prefer?
I will be doing it under oath.
Under oath. All right. For the record, Mrs. Malachi, please state your full names.
Nomvula Malachi. Can I stand?
Now you can sit.
Oh, okay.
You can sit. Thank you for respecting the Commission.
Thank you.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I swear that the evidence I shall give
I swear the evidence I shall give
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Right. Thank you, MM. MM, yes. We requested you to provide us with a submission on the service delivery challenges that you are currently experiencing in Setsoto. And I know there are many. I know we have a staff member who's also from that part of the world. I'm going to request you just to take us through your presentation. How long is your presentation? We need a high-level overview, but please focus on service delivery challenges, specifically on water, sanitation, refuse removal. You can, if you want, if you have something to say on electricity and human settlements, you're welcome to do that. And then also address us on how the municipality intends correcting those challenges, you know, highlight your approved projects or the projects that are currently underway. Over to you, Mrs. Malachi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Commissioner, for the
Sorry,
opportunity.
apologies. Let me just introduce the panel to you.
Okay.
I forgot to do that. My name is Henk Boshoff. I'm a commissioner with the South African Human Rights Commission. Will also be the chairperson of this inquiry. On my right-hand side is Mr. Tunoko Modise. He is the acting provincial manager in the Free State office. Lady sitting next to me is Ms. Naledi Morojele. She's a senior monitoring officer. And next to her is Mr. Thabo Mpure, a senior legal officer. You may proceed, Mrs. Malachi.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Once more, let me appreciate the consideration that the Commission has given me, because I was supposed to be here yesterday, but due to the council meeting, I was unable, and thank you for granting me this opportunity to appear before the Commission. Chairperson, I will give in fact, I'm going to take 20 minutes, if possible, on this presentation. One, I have already indicated that I was appointed in Setsotho 1 year, 6 months ago. This is Setsotho local municipality, the municipality that has improved in terms of audit outcomes from qualified audit opinion for 4 years to unqualified audit opinion. So we currently, on an unqualified, and AG has developed an improvement plan to ensure that we move to clean audit. So we are under that recovery plan. The next slide, Chairperson, I'm not going to touch base on the table of contents because it's long. I'm not even going to touch on the vision and the mission of the municipality. The request of the Commission was for us to provide...
Skip that slide, please. That one as well. That one.
Can we use the other one?
Where's service delivery?
Okay, there you. Thank you. Okay, in terms of population of Setsotho, our population was at 117. It has increased after the results of the census with 10%, and we have not received the demographics in terms of the new statistics. In terms of the service delivery provision, the municipality is responsible for provision of water, sanitation, electricity, refuse removal, electricity in town. So we are electricity distributor in town, and in the township it's ESCOM distributor, area of distribution. We're also responsible for parks, the cemetery management, the roads and stormwater, firefighting, and financial management. So these are the core functions of the municipality. The next slide, please. In terms of the plans that we have in the municipality that were approved by council, we have the spatial development plan that talks to the space and the development in the municipality, and it was approved in the previous IDP and budget, whereby we have approved the new SDF, which is a spatial development plan that is informed by the spatial development framework. We also have an integrated development plan. This is an outdated plan. It still needs to be amended so that it can cover the current scenarios. We also have the integrated environmental development plan, the water service development plan, the rural road asset management plan. The custodian is the district that is assisting the municipality in terms of the rural roads around Setsotho. And we also have the electricity master plan, which is an up-to-date plan, which is reviewed on an annual basis. In terms of, can you go to the next slide on service delivery now? Yes, these are the issues under sanitation. Chairperson, let me indicate that Setsotho is the highest in the country, second highest in terms of bucket backlogs. So we are using buckets. Currently, in terms of provision, we have 27,388 of the residents that we are providing with the sanitation. However, we have a backlog in terms of buckets. We are using 9,946 backlog in terms of the buckets that needs to be eradicated. 1,991 using a VIP. So all in all, the total backlog in terms of sanitation is 11,061. There has been an intervention by the National Department in terms of eradicating the bucket. According to the information at my disposal, that project has been ongoing since 2019. It's still incomplete. It is in Fixbeck and also in Tlokolan. So we have dire or serious challenges in terms of Fixbeck and Senegal, in terms of bucket, the bucket provision, where the municipality has aging infrastructure, and we can't even source the bucket anymore because they said they're out of market. So there's no way that the municipality can get any bucket system anyway. So whatever that we have, we are providing, and we are collecting bi-weekly. We're not collecting every week in terms of the bucket, and other households are using sanitation. It's a waterborne system. Unfortunately, to date, we are undated with the sewer spillages, both in Fixbeck and also in Tlokolan. Our sewer treatment works was vandalized around 4 years ago. However, there is an intervention after my appointment, after assessing the plant, and then we discovered that that plant is not functional, and we're discharging effluent direct to the river, which is which is a contravention of the Act. But there has been an intervention by the Department of Water and Sanitation. I have an approval in terms of that. So they've set aside 20 million for the refurbishment of the plant. There has been an undertaking that the municipality should also avail armed security guards to ensure that there is no further vandalism. So the business plan is available. We can provide that information to the commission. Can you go to the next slide? What we have done in terms of curbing the sewer spillages, and where we are providing where there is, okay, maybe let me start by the provision of services in terms of, so in terms of the flush toilets that are connected to the sewer, we have 23,000, which is using our waterborne system daily, and the flush in respect of that, but we are collecting as and when is required. The chemical toilets, it's 51 and is continuously maintained. The pit toilet ventilated, it's 562 and is in Senegal, so it's continuously monitored. Other toilet provision is 541. The bucket toilets, I've spoken to in terms of the collection of buckets, is twice a month in each and every area, which is challenged, whereby even the tractor can be broken because the technology has now improved in terms of that. So we always find challenges as and when there are repairs. The other toilet provision is below, which is the pit latrines in the mostly.
Okay, let's skip the statistics and just
Okay.
move on to how you are addressing the challenges.
Okay, the challenges, I've already spoken to the Fixbeck wastewater treatment plant and the corrective measures that have been put in place to ensure that the system functions. In Senegal, there's wastewater treatment plant, which is under refurbishment. It is part of the bulk scheme. Senegal has been identified as those towns where there were severe challenges in terms of water and sewer. So there's this bulk scheme. The contractor has been appointed to refurbish the wastewater treatment plant. The Tlokolan works, the treatment works is working and is in full capacity. There are incumbents that are working, but I need to bring to the commission that they are not skilled. You know, they have taken general workers to work, and there's there's an undertaking from us with the Department of Water and Sanitation that they will be skilled so that they can have sufficient skills, but as a municipality, we still have to appoint process controllers level 4 so that we can be compliant with the green drop status. For Marquardt wastewater treatment plant, when this plant was handed over, the consultant was continuously operating that plant and has trained the general workers that were working in the plant, and we have since cancelled, in fact, because it was an irregular expenditure, I had to terminate upon my appointment because it came in the regular expenditure. So we had only appointed those 6 general workers that were working in the plant. They are currently operating the plant, and our skills development, they will be trained as operators. So we are no longer discharging effluent, especially in the Marquardt area because of the plant. In terms of water provision, we are providing water to 37,388. Our backlog, fixed back does not have a problem with water provision. The only places where there is no water provision is informal settlement, and there is an informal settlement that has been there for 25 years, where the municipality has just constructed the communal taps because you can't put any reticulation without the area being formalized. I will talk to the formalization of the areas in respect of those areas. And then there was 100 households that were without water from their taps. They had tap, but there was no water, and that has been corrected. We can avail that information in terms of that. So fixed back mainly, we don't have a problem with the water. And in terms of the blue and green drop, we have skilled personnel, supervisor, and the personnel, so they are reporting from time to time. Our main problem is Senegal, whereby we are providing water on not only on daily basis like it is required, because of the demand is more than the capacity that the municipality has. So we are tankering in Tlokolan, but there is a plan that we have put in place whereby we have replaced the pumps, we have increased the pump capacity, and we have just installed the 2 booster pumps. The areas like Deloning, they were not receiving water, they are now receiving water, however, at a rationed level. The communication is done and posted on our WhatsApp group and also on our Facebook page. We normally communicate with the community. Tlokolan, same problem, and the commission has written a letter to me about the water that was contaminated, and we have since responded to that. But Tlokolan, we are not supplying water fully. There are those areas, the high-lying areas, they have serious challenges, but there is a business plan that has been submitted to ensure that we kept that. Unfortunately, the business plan has not yet been approved. We're still tankering, especially on high-lying areas. There is an area, which is the station houses, and there was a business that threatened the municipality that they are going to leave the business, and they have appointed plus minus 50 people, and that problem has since been solved. It's a business that they are dealing with the nails, transporting nails. I can't remember the name because since I'm still new in that particular area. So this is okay, in terms of Senegal, to correct that, there's a regional bulk scheme project that is implemented whereby the pump station constructed, the 2 reservoirs, and the water treatment plant, and the refurbishment again of Cypher Fontaine. So those are the projects that are ongoing. We can present the report upon the request of the commission and even the progress. In terms of we have also demonstrated by the POE on what is happening in terms of the water supply. I'm not going to dwell much on the supply because the chairperson has indicated that we should talk to the challenge of work that we are currently conducting. And these are the percentages and frequency in terms of it has a severe strain on us, financial strain. We have 4 water tankers, but it's not sufficient because they are old, so we always hire. But there's a plan.
Thank you, MM. We only have 5 minutes left.
Oh.
Please address us on refuse removal
Refuse
and
removal.
your landfill sites.
Okay, refuse removal, we are collecting refuse. We have just procured a new truck, refuse compactor truck in Tlokolan. So we are planning with the municipality. There's been a loan that has been approved to the value of 14.7 million by council that we should stop renting out because it's expensive. So we'll be procuring 3 refuse compactor truck. And also during our budget adjustment, we have just approved the maintenance plan of all the fleet, and we have made that fleet available, the 2.8 million available in order to ensure that we maintain the fleet that we currently have. And we're also going to utilize the FNB fleet card so that we can track the records and be accountable on the expenditure. In terms of refuse, we are collecting refuse in all the towns. We don't have challenges. However, despite the fact that we are collecting, people or communities, especially in the township, they are still illegally dumping. So awareness campaigns are done on a periodic maintenance. And then okay, I'm not going to dwell on the slide in terms of refuse removal. We have touched on the good stories to tell about around this, but the challenge is the fleet that is old, but the municipality is planning to procure 3 compactor trucks so that each and every town can have a reliable truck so that we can provide the services in terms of refuse collection. The illegal dumps, I've spoken to that. The landfill site, we are managing the landfill site on a rotational basis. Unfortunately, we don't have fleet. We always rent out all the fleet, and it's expensive for the municipality and unaffordable even to this state. The refuse collection, okay, I'm not going to talk about the numbers. Electricity provision, we are providing electricity in all the towns, and we have just installed the meters, the split meters, to ensure that every resident in town, they are paying for the services, and that is a boost for the municipality.
All right, MM, thank you so much for this presentation.
The spatial planning, can I just?
No,
okay.
If there are questions on spatial planning,
Okay.
I'll ask the panel members to put
thank
it to you. But all I can say after your presentation is, wow, I wish all the MMs who appeared before us could address the issues in those municipalities the way you addressed it today. Because we really need to understand as the Human Rights Commission, you know, the challenges that you are currently experiencing in the municipality, but also how you are addressing those challenges. Now, I earlier indicated to you that we have a staff member who resides in Vicksburg. My PA at the commission I worked at before I was appointed here was also from that area, and I know that, you know, she was my PA for 10 years, and she always complained about the sewer challenges in Vicksburg. Went to visit her family 2 or 3 times a year, and every time she came back, she said, "Commissioner, can't we do something about Vicksburg?" And I must say, you know, after having listened to you, I thought, hey, perhaps she's just a good presenter, and I went to the information on dysfunctional municipalities, and I didn't see Setsoto listed as a dysfunctional municipality. So from my side, for those MMs who are watching on live stream, please come and present. Use this as an example on how you should present your case to the Commission. On that note, I'm just going to request panel members to put their questions. I'm not sure if there are outstanding complaints that we are currently dealing with that you can put to the for a response. Mr. Mpure, I see you nodding your head. You can go first.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Mayor, for joining us today. The problem I have with Setsotho is non-response. I mean, we send communications to Setsotho and it takes, I don't know, we have to move a mountain for us to get a response. The case in point is a complaint of Mr. Pabatso Mulawa. It's a 2023 complaint. Mr. Mulawa stays in Senegal, so he lays a complaint to the Human Rights Commission about water shading, water cuts. He alleges that this water shading in Senegal, water cuts are implemented without notice, that there's no alternative water source, that no tankers are delivering water to residents, that there's no schedule for water cuts or shading, that community members have to fend for themselves and make their own arrangement for water. This is the complaint that we wrote to Setsotho. The date was 6 May 2023. And then I had to, for the whole year, we're just looking for the response on this complaint. Spoke to one official in the municipality, Mr. Mokhetwa, promised that he will give us a response. Fortunate for us, Commissioner Henk joined the commission, related the complaint to him. He organized one gentleman called Senzo. I spoke to Ndate Senzo. He requested me to send a complaint to him. And then I received a message on WhatsApp. Good afternoon, Ndate Mpore. You may address the letter to me, NF Malachi, MM of Setsotho, which I did the following day. But still, we have not received that intervention plan. So this is my complaint against Setsotho, is that non-compliant, non-responsive to matters that we send to the municipality. Also, there's also a complaint from DA about local land, water disruptions due to burst pipe, Mofomo pipe, which cost about 45 million, experiences regular problem. Water is still not connected to the station houses as the project remains incomplete due to corruption. So if the MMM may address us on that pipeline of Mofomo, there seems to be a lot of problems emanating from that. The area experiences regular sewage blockage and burst water pipes. So if the mayor could also speak to that, I will limit my questions to, sorry, I just maybe because of time, I'll just ask this one. AG says your water losses are 40%, which is about 12.7 million, which you will agree that is high. What are you doing about that? Also, AG says you underspend infrastructure grant by more than 10% in the 2021-2022, and that you only budget 0.4% for the repairs and maintenance, whereas National Treasury norm is about 8%. Why is this the case? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mpure. Ms. Murojele.
Okay, good morning, I'd like to touch on two things. First is the roads in the municipality. They are in a terrible state. This impacts on, for example, ambulances getting to people on time. It impacts on police vehicles. For the police in the small towns who are also servicing the farming communities. The state of the road also impacts their response time, but also damages things like tires, inadvertently causing, additional expenses for SAPs. And so the roads is something that's quite urgent, that needs to be resolved as well. And then also the issue of bucket systems. Because of the water challenges, bucket systems are not only in residential homes. For example, schools, when they cannot flush toilets, they have to use buckets from JoJo tanks. So the school toilets are in a dire situation, for example. And also, like at police stations, there's no water. Now people housed in cells, if there are, for example, there are several people in a cell having to use a bucket system, sharing one toilet, it is extremely degrading. And so you may have official bucket systems, but the water challenges means people who may have flushing toilets have to resort to an impromptu bucket system. So it is a problem that is much larger than we realize. Thank you.
PM?
Thank you, Commissioner. I must just commend, your municipality. Clearly, if you are a stable municipality, it really gives us hope that there is, something positive, that is going on in your municipality. And as a commission, we find at least consolation, from the beginning of this hearing, the reports that we've been getting were somehow really, discouraging. It's a positive, note today that we get from you, and we can't shy away from that. And just to say, we wish that you could really, keep it up and continue to do the good work that you're doing. We understand there are challenges in your municipality, but, especially around issues of bucket systems. It's been, now we are 30 years, and we understand that, this is a national project. But the dignity of, residents who are still using this. I remember, Commissioner, there was a complaint of a lady, an elderly lady, whom we went at Mikhileng. She complained that, there is, your normal, water system that is flushed. But for some strange reason, a house, was not completed. The toilets were not completed. Several times we went to this house to request that, this old lady be assisted, to connect that so that she can flush as well. All her neighbors on the same street using the same network, the contractor could not complete, her toilet. And for us, she had someone who was using a wheelchair there. It was quite very disturbing. And we appreciate the work that you're doing, and we see your work. And if this aspect can really be attended to and be expedited, issue of bucket systems, I think for me, that is the quite critical issue here. Thank you,
People, there's a very high unemployment rate in South Africa. People need jobs as a matter of urgency. Local economic development needs to be stimulated in all towns to ensure that people, get employment and that we see economic growth in towns. I want to check with you, the Cherry Festival, is it still held on an annual basis in Vicksburg? Now, I had a colleague when I was working for the Public Service Commission, my colleague from KZN and her husband, was it last year or the year before, went to the Cherry Festival. They drove from Durban to Vicksburg. And the next week when we had a meeting in Pretoria, she said to me, I will never go to the Free State again, and I will never go to Vicksburg again. Because of the service delivery challenges, especially in Vicksburg. The road, obviously the provincial roads, yes, but also the streets in the town. And then, they were, she was just not happy with the general look and feel of the town. So what is the how is the municipality going to assist the organizers of that festival to ensure that they they can, they can market the Eastern Free State properly, so that people in the process also get employment, and we see some form of economic growth in the Eastern Free State. If you could just respond to those 4 sets of questions.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and the comments, positive comments. I was a bit nervous, but when you get such accolades, what feels very much ease. Chairperson, let me start by the question that has been raised by Ntatempore in respect of the non-responsiveness. There were a number of communications from this commission, of which I remember the last one was 2 weeks ago, which I have sent back. But for Senegal, I have not received anything. I have just finished my details. Can that be provided so that we can respond accordingly? And my apologies in terms of that. The issues of water shedding, yes, it's not communicated properly. It's work in progress. It's only communicated through councillors' WhatsApp group. So that has since been corrected, whereby we have developed a rapid response team, whereby every councillor, when we experience each and every challenge, that challenge is reported in that. But we are going to improve in terms of communication so that they can know, because we still have challenges in terms of water provision in Senegal. So we'll have to communicate the schedule on how we are going to provide water going forward. We have been very instrumental in terms of assisting. We have even requested for load shedding to be exempted when we foresee that the town has gone without water for quite some time. So there are those interventions, but if people are not aware in terms of the water shedding, and then we are going to improve. In Fixback it's easy because you have Sitsoto radio. We normally communicate through our WhatsApp and Facebook, but that is not enough. We must just have a way of communicating and improve in respect of that. The Fixback wastewater treatment plant is the one that I make a reference to, that there was an intervention. We are currently discharging effluent, and there is an intervention whereby the department has come in. There's 20 million that has been set aside for us to start refurbishing that wastewater treatment plant. So as and when these bucket eradication programs unfold, at least we'll then be flushing, whoever that will be flushing, at least the water will be treated in the wastewater treatment plant. The water losses is not even 40, it's 43% water losses. This is due to unmetered household, especially in the townships and again in town. So there is a PPP that has been sent to council, whereby we have requested council that due to financial constraints, there is no way that we will be in a position to install all water meters around the area. But we are going to enter into PPP. That is an advert so that we can ensure that we cap the water losses. The water losses is as a result of unmetered household, especially in the townships. So all of them, we're charging them at flat rate. They are not paying for services, and even the indigent registration. If you look at the high unemployment rate in Sitsoto vis-a-vis the indigent, there's even reluctance, because they know if you can send a statement for people to pay, they are reluctant to pay. But if we can introduce the prepaid water meters, we endeavor that everyone will take responsibility. But it is done through the public participation, whereby councillors are communicating with the communities to ensure that at least you should not allow any water, like your flushing toilet, to flush throughout the night, the taps and all that, because that is treated water. And we can even appoint, you can employ, if you can cap those. So that is what is communicated, but we're hoping that the installation will assist in Ntatempore. The other one, Chairperson, is on the ambulance. Morojele, sorry. I'm Zulu, sorry, please pardon me. Mena lady, yes, I think that's in respect of that, in fact, you did not mention on the respective areas that are affected, but what I can inform, if you can look at the slide that I have presented, it was even on roads. What is it that we are doing to ensure that we keep all the potholes within the town and all that? It is part of the presentation that is there. Unfortunately, I dwell so much on that. So if the commission has time, then you can go and check on the, revisit the presentation, sorry. Pardon for that, go and check to revisit the presentation. And then you'll see on the measures that we are employing to ensure that we keep the potholes. We are manufacturing, we are proud to say we are manufacturing our own cold mix because they were trained. Instead of buying a bag for 150, you can only buy a bag for 80 rand because it's done in-house. It is in the presentation. And even if you can go to our Facebook page, we normally communicate the 6 months progress as to what is it that we have done. So it's all in that. And the relief is that R26 is no longer it's no longer a provincial road, it's under Sandra. It was so easy to drive. You know, the potholes, everyone did not want to visit Fixbeck because of the road. So they are resealing the potholes and the construction will start in the next financial year. But the road is now easy to access. With the farms, I'm going to, in terms of the ambulance and the police struggling, I will talk to the Department of Roads because those are provincial roads in order for them to come in. I am definitely going to communicate that. The bucket, oh yeah, there was an issue here, the bucket system at schools. If I can know which areas that are challenged so that I can respond to that. If I can get the written communication, we will provide the responses because we know that in respect of water, we only have challenges in Clocolan and Makwat. If those are the areas, I know that we are challenged. The station houses, they now have water, and water is reticulated even with the firm, the nail firm that is the manicure firm. They are producers, international producers of these nail products. So they have water as it stands because it was reported emanating. It dates as far back as 2018, but we have managed to sort their problems. We have evidence, they can be contacted in terms of that, but the station houses, I'm confident they do have, they have water now as it stands. We even have the portfolio of evidence because whatever that we do, we have the before and after so that we can demonstrate on what the municipality is doing. In terms of the it was more of the encouraging. Thank you for the words of encouragement. Really, the bucket system, it's stress for all of us in Tatemudis, for the municipality, really. Even the mayor even requested the national department to come and visit the site. We have photos in terms of what is currently unfolding in terms of that project that has taken far too long. Hence, we had this intervention whereby the sewer treatment plant is now going to be refurbished. It's part of those interventions. Unfortunately, even with the bucket eradication, they're only going to eradicate only 3,000. And we still have that backlog. So those interventions will keep on communicating, but they know because we have presented that picture that it's an appalling state and we cannot allow it after 30 years of democracy. The issue of the one that was raised by the chairperson, yes, we still have Cherry Jazz Festival. It started 2 years ago. They revitalized the entire jazz. We are hoping that with the refurbishment with the transfer of R26 road to now N8, it's going to form part of N8. We think that we are going to have more people visiting the site and attending that, because the road situation was bad. Even for me, traveling home, it was not, it was not easy. I would stay in Sitsot and go home once a month because of the status of the road. But that is receiving attention, and the report is submitted. In terms of the local economic development, the municipality for the first time has appointed, has identified in the structure, organizational structure, a directorate that will be responsible for town planning and local economic development. We did not have that. It was all under community services, so due diligence was not done. So we are going to have that. It will be budgeted in the next financial year so that we can have somebody that will revitalize the local economic development. We have high unemployment rate. It's scary. If you can go to our public meetings, you'll think that it's weekend. If you can look at the number of people that are attending. So we take cognizance into that, and we will ensure, and I will communicate to the organizers of Cherry Jazz Festival. But there's definitely something that we are doing in terms of roads. If the chairperson would just revisit our presentation and the commission, and then you'll see what is it, because I've reported on electricity, on spatial development, the illegal, what is it that we have done, even the road management. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Okay.
Ma'am, the house that the MDC referred to, or the lady who has the toilet is not
Wheelchair.
connected to the mainframe. Her house number is 7489 in Fixbeck.
7489. I'm going to follow up and give
Her name is Memunosi.
7489
89 in Fixbeck. And her name is, the surname there is Munosi.
Munos.
Yes.
I will definitely provide
you.
feedback before
Thank you.
Monday on
Thank
the
you, ma'am.
status
Thank
quo. Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Commissioner Boshoff. There's just one issue that I would really request you to have a look at it. We know you have a pound system, and we're experiencing a lot of pounding, of livestock from people who are, small-scale farmers and upcoming farmers, and local people who would not have any areas where they can do their farming and grazing for their livestock. What we want to find out from you is, we would really also request that we once had a challenge where a family was evicted from a farm, and apparently, there were challenges with municipality being served and not even responded, to the application, the papers that were served, to advise the courts whether they have, available space and all that. So those are issues that we would really want municipality to take a look at, because once people are evicted, and municipality has not responded to these notices, then it means municipality has a place to accommodate these people. And as commission, the first, point will be going to municipality, not to the evictees, because these issues are being served to municipalities. So we would really appreciate if you can have a look at that. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. Okay, if you can just consider that, please, and perhaps provide us with a report going forward. Then we will just require the following reports from you as well, if you can just write it down. Your water development plan, integrated waste development plan. I know you've tried to present it to us, but if you can provide us with a list of completed projects, a list of planned and approved projects, but preferably approved projects, not a wish list. We want to see what you guys are actually doing. And then a response to the complaints that Mr. Mpure has referred to, that all and all these plans and reports are required within 7 days. With regards to the pound, you can also provide pounding. You can also provide us with a report, but it's obviously something I think that the municipality will have to consider how they're going to address it. So a properly informed plan, I don't think that will be possible in a week, but or is it possible to provide us with a plan within a week?
It's possible. These documents are, thank you.
Okay.
Yes, Chairperson, no. It's going to be possible, Chairperson. We have projects and plans. We are now undergoing the roadshows where we are communicating feedback to the community, so that will not be a problem. The waste management plans, all the plans, special development plans that are in our possession, will be able to submit them. It's not a problem. With regards to the Poundmaster, Chairperson, the services of the Poundmaster were terminated because he was not complying with the laws in terms of animal regulations. So there was animal cruelty, and there are cases that are confronted with the municipality in respect of that. So the municipality is in a process of getting a new Poundmaster that will be compliant in terms of the legislative requirements before the appointment. So we currently do not have that, but we'll provide that information, and there's an advert that will be coming out in terms of the services of the Poundmaster. All the information will be submitted, and let me thank.
All right, thank you so much, MM. Just one last request. The Human Rights Commission has embarked on a rapid response approach. So when we receive service delivery complaints from ordinary citizens, you were here when I explained it earlier to Tokologo. It's to deal with a blocked sewer right in front of a person's residence on an urgent basis, and to avoid a pending crisis in municipalities. So we need the name of a contact person who will be available 24/7, his or her cell phone number, and we will then be in contact with that person every time we receive complaints, and see how we can respond to residents on an urgent basis. But from our side, MM, this was just a pleasant experience, listening to an MM who knows a municipality, understands the challenges, and who also presented plans to us on how she is fixing the municipality. I really hope that your council is appreciating you. You earlier said that the mayor is very supportive, so but we will be monitoring. We will be monitoring, and we will also, if there are issues, we will also keep the municipality on its toes. Thank you once again. Thank you for driving here. Thank you for being on time. Thank you for also yesterday indicating to the commission that you were attending a council meeting and wouldn't make it. We really appreciate respect for the commission. You are released. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Right. Who's next? Is it Nala? Right. Nala, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Commissioner.
Right. Is it Mr. Lehlwenya?
That's correct.
Right, Lehlwenya. Right. And are you the MM of Nala?
Yes, I am, Commissioner.
You're the, okay, cool. Right. MM, this is a formal inquiry, a statutory inquiry of the South African Human Rights Commission, and we will be requiring of you to present oral evidence to the Commission, and that will have to be done under oath or affirmation. Which do you prefer, oath or affirmation?
Oath will do for me. I'm a Christian.
All right. Please, for the record, state your full names.
Sekonyela Joseph Lehlwenya.
Thank you. Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I swear that the evidence I shall give
I swear that the evidence I shall give
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
All right. We requested you to provide us with a submission. I am told that we have not received a written submission from Nala Municipality. Have you provided, did you email it to us, that you, was there an oversight, or are you presenting it now for the first time?
Thank you very much, Commissioner. If Commissioner Boshoff will remember, last week Friday I spoke to you, promising me that I will be finished with the questionnaire or the format that we have to make a presentation. Until to date, I did not receive anything. Even yesterday, I made a follow-up, and I never received anything. So I was a bit worried as to how are we going to make a presentation without receiving any questions or the format that we have to develop our presentation.
I did see an email that Mr. Mpure sent to the provincial manager. He also CC'd me, that was sent to you. Can we just, Mr. Mpure, just refer to that email and just mention the email addresses to...
Yes, Commissioner. On the 21st of February, 4:21, a notice was sent to the email, the following two emails: scotch1912@gmail.com. The second email is amashia123@gmail.com. We also called the officials at Nala, who confirmed the email address. We were told that A. Mashia is the email of the mayor, and then Scotch is the email of the acting MM or MM. So we did send a notice on the 21st of February, 2024. Furthermore, there was one that was sent March. Just get the date. Okay. And then there was one that was sent on the 20th of March, after it was reported that no notice was received. There was a follow-up notice that was sent. So we did send the notice, Commissioner.
And was it hand-delivered? I know some municipalities also received hand-delivered notices.
No, it was not hand-delivered.
Not hand-delivered. All right. Looks like it was sent to your municipality.
Commissioner, to be honest with you, I opened my emails here. Maybe Scotch It may have been written otherwise. It's not SCO. It may be SKO.
Yes, it is SK.
No, it should be SCO.
Then Amashia?
Amashia is the email of the mayor. I never received anything from the mayor. So it could be that technical challenge.
May I inquire, why are you using Gmail addresses? Why are you complicating things for the public, including a constitutional body like ours, where we have to guess an email address, whether it's a C or a K, and there's using Gmail addresses, you know, and I must also indicate to you, when I spoke to you on it wasn't Friday, it was the first conversation was on Wednesday.
Friday. It was
First one was on Wednesday. It was before the public holiday, which was on the Thursday. You were not very approachable when I called you. In fact, you were very rude when I called you. You were very rude. And I need to understand why a commission, why a Chapter 9 institution, constitutional body, needs to struggle just to speak to an having to involve the commissioner of a constitutional body to interact with the municipal manager, and then we are provided with incorrect email addresses, Gmail addresses. What is going on in your municipality?
Now, Commissioner, I think I need to apologize in advance. When you gave me a call, I was in a meeting. I was not aware about the call, where it's coming from. And then I did return your call. You explained yourself who you are. And then immediately, you personally requested me to give you my email address. The second thing. Which you didn't do. No, I did, Commissioner. Okay, no, thanks.
Not. I requested you to WhatsApp it to me, you never did.
The second thing, Commissioner, I do have the email address that is an official. This one is convenient in a sense that it comes straight to me. The one that goes to the system of the municipality, sometimes the network is down. Sometimes there are glitches in as far as the internet is concerned. We don't have that network that is capable to can provide the information on time. Hence, I requested that the information be emailed to my personal email account. It was not that, it is not that we are disorganized. It is not that case. It's a matter of having some network challenges.
Then I'm told it was also sent to pule.mocho@gmail.com. The PA, just assist me here. Yes, one of our staff members communicated with this as the gentleman, also, and the notice was also sent to Mr. Pule Mocho. This is the extent the commission had, the extent of the trouble the commission was faced with, just getting communication to the office of the municipal manager, even involving the commissioner. Please phone the MM. He's not taking our calls. In fact, one person said to me, we were blocked. And that to me is a serious concern. Now you're saying you are not dysfunctional. I beg to differ, MM. I beg to differ. Why didn't you call me? If you were of the view that you and I had an agreement, why didn't you call me and said, hey, Commissioner, you've still not provided me with the notice? I'm approachable. My phone, I always respond to questions and to telephone calls. Do you know a Pule Mocho?
Commissioner Pule Moncho is working in my office as a secretary. I'm trying to look at the messages. I don't think we spoke via the WhatsApp. I can confirm and I can speak with authority that I did send you my email address. I'm trying to check here, Commissioner.
And Commissioner, if I may add, Ms. Rompeli spoke to Pulo Mucho. So if Pulo Mucho works in the MMM's office and then Pulo has received this notice, why should the MM receive this notice?
All right, let's proceed with this inquiry. I can tell you now, you never sent me anything. Never. You didn't respond to, you never responded to the telephone calls. When I contacted you, you were rude. I'm not going to talk to you now, I'm in a meeting. It's the first MM in this country that has treated me like that. First MM. First MM. Constitutional body, not being respected. I wasn't appointed by Pekingese, I was appointed by the President and Parliament.
Can I talk, Commissioner?
No, we're going to proceed with the inquiry now. I want to
But
express my
Commissioner, I
dissatisfaction.
send you the WhatsApp. I mean the mail. Your number is 082 578 7334. Where did you send it? No, in the I SMS it to you, Commissioner. I SMS it to you. Here is the SMS.
Never received.
I did also call your office, even as late as this morning. I did call your office. There is a lady, I can't remember her name. She sent me the location here. There was a lady who asked her to send me the location. I was talking to her to, can you kindly please send us something in relation to the presentation of today. Let us not be viewed as if we are not cooperating. And where I have faltered, I apologize. But your call on Friday, I did not know this number. You called me via your cell phone, and I did not know who was that person. I was in a meeting, and I returned the call.
It wasn't Friday, it was Wednesday last week, the day before the public holiday. All right. MM, let's proceed. Let's proceed. We have a lot of municipalities, a lot of dysfunctional municipalities to deal with. Your municipality is one of those dysfunctional municipalities. And it's not the commission who is saying that. It's the COCTA department of this province that is saying your municipality is dysfunctional. It's the Auditor General that has provided us with a report saying your municipality is dysfunctional. And now we are expected to contact the municipality via Gmail, and that just confirms that the municipality is dysfunctional. We now have to listen to a presentation without a submission. But let me allow you to address the Commission. Address the Commission on the service delivery challenges in your municipality, and also how you intend correcting those challenges.
Commissioner, thanks very much. I don't know whether it will be allowed to make a formal request. If you will have a time for us to go and prepare our presentation. Because I don't want, I came here being dull, not knowing what is required out of us. If the Commission can allow me for the last time to give me an opportunity to go and prepare a presentation, then I will come back and do a proper presentation.
Did your PA not provide you with a notice, Pule Mocho, who's working in your office? They did not provide you with a notice.
Now, I did receive the notice, ne, which indicates that 11:45 until 12:15, I will be here and make a presentation, not any other thing. I have them on my emails. That's my humble request. I'm requesting that.
So you want to inconvenience this panel now. So I must now reconvene the inquiries just to accommodate you. Why can't you present the challenges, how you are intending to address them, and provide us with a written submission as within 7 days?
Okay, Commissioner. Thank you very much. Let me start by saying I welcome this invitation to the Chapter 9 institution. The first point that I will start with is the issue of water supply in our area. The municipality is being supplied with water by Central Val Water Board, which incorporated Sidibeng Water and Bloom Water. So we are currently being supplied by that institution. The municipality has got some areas, historical areas, with the very same institution to service its own account. And then we are currently having an arrangement which must be concluded before the 31st of March to ensure that we enter into a payment arrangement. Because if we can't do that, Commissioner and the panel will always face a problem of water shedding. So we are trying to enter into a service level agreement or payment arrangement that will ensure we supply water to our communities without any problem. But I must indicate, in as far as the water supply is concerned, we are having some serious challenges. Aging infrastructure, that is point number one, which leads to a situation whereby we have water leakages. And the second point, in as far as water supply is concerned, we also receive the reports from the Department of Water and Sanitation, which indicate about the quality of our water supply. Like in December, we were faced with a problem of a green drop, of which we submitted a remedial action as to how we are going to address the issue of the green drop. But the main issue, Commissioner and the panel, is that the aging infrastructure is a thorny issue, and then for remedial action purposes, we are currently being financially supported through the MIG, the DWS, to ensure that we replace the aging infrastructure, and mainly the issue of the replacement of the asbestos to the PVC pipe, which will last longer. So that is what we are currently doing. And then I don't want to thumbsuck in terms of the rents and cents that have been allocated to us. If the commission allows me, I will provide the details when I go back to the municipality. The second point is the issue of the sewer, Commissioner. Previously, we did receive some challenges. I mean, we did receive some complaints, especially from AfriForum, which indicates that there is a sewer spillage that moves towards the river. And then we have a project of sewer outfall, which we are currently implementing into phases. The Department of Water and Sanitation has been supportive financially to ensure that we address that challenge. Like as yesterday, we received a letter which indicates we can implement our phase 3 of that project to the tune of 10 million. That one I can talk with certainty. In our area, we also have informal settlements that are using the bucket system. We know, Commissioner, during this time of the elections, there will be a lot of invasion, land invasions, where people, they will just invade the land for political reasons, of course. You have political parties that are encouraging the communities to go and as a result, the people, they will start erect the buckets for them to assist themselves. Now, we are sitting with that challenge, Commissioner, and then also we have embarked on a process of replacing the old aging infrastructure in as far as the sewer management is concerned, and then it is also be done in phases as well. Our roads system is full of potholes, Commissioner, to be honest with you. However, through our internal interventions, we are trying to replace the regular tar system, the tar roads with the interlocking pavement, especially our intersections. That is where, and then to be honest with you, Commissioner, we don't have integrated transport management plan, because currently the heavy trucks, they are using our internal roads for transportation purposes, and as a result, they do have an adverse impact in as far as our roads are concerned. So we still have to develop that integrated road management system to ensure that we direct. When coming to the issue of refuse removal, because of the expansion of our townships in particular, we are currently having 3 compactor trucks. And then they are very old in terms of age. They do break from time to time. And then as a result, we had to source the smaller tractor trucks to assist into that effect. The Department of Environmental Affairs nationally will also be providing us with a new compactor truck that will at least try to reduce the burden that we are having. And then our fleet, Commissioner, is not in good conditions. It's a very old, but we are trying to repair it to ensure that we render services to the communities. We have a schedule, a plan on weekly basis to ensure that we collect the refuse. And then we are faced with, of course, when our fleet is broken, automatically that will result in illegal dumpings. And then we are making sure that each and every Friday, Monday and Friday, we do collect the illegal dumpings because of the challenge of the aging fleet that we are using. And Commissioner, let me go back to the issue of water. We are currently replacing the old water meters with the compatible ones. We have currently installed in Wesselsbron about 2,000 of water meters, new water meters, that are not gonna be easily tampered with for the people not to be able to pay for their services in accordance with the meters that shall have been read. And then the total replacement that we are supposed to do as a municipality is close to 18,000 of the meters that needs to be replaced. And then we have installed about 2,000 in Wesselsbron. We are intending in the next financial year, because we have to phase in the replacements. And then we need to balance for the 2 towns, because our municipality consists of only 2 towns. So in the next financial year, we'll be going to Bothaville, Khotsong Township to install again 2,000 water meters. We have submitted the business plans to the DBSA through Lejweleputswa District Municipality. We have submitted the business plans to MIC and other institutions that we may think they can assist us to replace those old water meters. Same applies with the electricity. Our electricity meters, where we supply electricity, this service, the majority of them have been tampered with by the community members. So we have currently replaced about 1,295 in Khotsong, because in Monyakeng and Wesselsbron, that is where Eskom is providing the service. Now, Commissioner, I need to indicate to you that there are serious challenges in as far as service delivery is concerned. However, we are trying with all the little that we have to ensure that we try to resolve them, and that is the case where we are. But I would request that a detailed report will be submitted to the Commission. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ma'am. You see, if you know your municipality, it's easy to make a presentation without a submission. There's no need to reconvene. All right, panel members. Questions, starting with Mr. Modise, Mr. Mpure.
Thank you, Commissioner. You know, I've really asked this question, you know, since the beginning of this week. We have been hearing, you know, for years that, you know, there are challenges in municipalities. And I think, you know, residents of Nala and the rest of the province, they want to know, when will municipalities end these challenges? I think it's a fair question. It's not a very hard, you know, expectation from residents of these municipalities. And, you know, I'm speaking because you raise issues of, you know, water challenges in the municipality, spillages that you received complaint from a certain, you know, NGO or AfriForum. And we need to understand, when will these challenges be resolved? You know, is the municipality in a position to give us time frames as to when is the spillage going to be, you know, addressed? And thirdly, do you have an asset register that is readily available? And you know, personnel that you have, are they qualified people who would speak to the very same challenges and address, mitigate the challenges that municipality is facing? And do you have a water services developmental plan readily available, and wastewater and you know, national environmental, you know, management plan readily available? Is it accessible to members of the public? Can they see it? Is it readily available? And what formula are you using for billing to get revenue to sustain the municipality? Your collection, system, what do you use? Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Mpore.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Tate, for blessing us with your presence. We just want to know, what is your current Bloom Water debt? What is your current ESCOM debt? What is your current vacancy rate in the municipality? Being a municipality that struggles with water provision, implementing water shading, as a municipality, have you developed a water shading schedule? What communication mechanism are you using to inform the people of water shading or water cuts within your municipality? What is your maintenance budget? Finally, there's a complaint by DA which says that the pipeline to Wesselsbron was stopped due to funds being depleted. A project which aimed at constructing a reservoir to join the proposed pipeline also failed. It is alleged that contractors were not paid. Can you give a response to that? Thank you.
Nolly, do you have something? How approachable are you? Do community members have access to the municipal manager of Nala? If I struggled to get hold of you and were treated the way I was, and if my office was struggling to get hold of you for weeks, if not months, many tried. I know Mr. Mpure sent emails, Mr. Modise tried, Alina tried. We spoke to staff members at the municipality who didn't want us to mention their names. How approachable are you? To deal with the complaints of people who are entitled to basic services. If there's a complaint about sewer spillages, do they get any feedback from the municipality? Or is it just expected of them to rot in sewer, not to have access to the most basic of services, water provision? And they have no one to complain to. And now Mr. Mpure has highlighted complaints from political parties and NGOs, and we don't know if those complaints are being attended to. And what those people do, and they've done it, is they then come to the Human Rights Commission and they make your problem our problem. So my question is, what must the community of Nala do when they experience problems? Who should they go to? If you can respond to those questions.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner, let me start with the last one. How approachable am I to deal with the complaints of the community? I'm a servant of the people. I'm not a municipal manager appointed himself to be above the community of Nala. We have established the customer care service, which receives the complaints administratively. Politically, there are community meetings that are being held where the community can raise their concerns through the monthly meetings of the councillors, the imbizo, which are being convened by the mayor. We do attend those meetings in support, as a technical support to the councillors and the mayor as well. We have a mechanism of supplying the responses to the concerns that were raised by the municipality. So I hope and believe that internally, one will have to look into the communication, to strengthen the communication between the municipality and the HRC in particular. Because in other institutions, to be honest with you, Commissioner, there has never been any complaint. And I take it as a positive a question that you have asked, and enlightening us to ensure that we treat all the Chapter 9 institutions equally. We have a very good relationship with the Public Protector's Office. We have a very good relationship with the Office of the Auditor General. We have to make sure that we maintain a very good relationship with your own Chapter 9 institution. Whatever the hiccups that the Commission has encountered in as far as our work is concerned, I apologize once more, and I will make sure that we relate very well. Now, coming to the first question, Commissioner, as to when will the municipality end the challenges the community is facing in as far as service delivery is concerned. My belief is that our integrated development plan is informed by the challenges that are being faced by the community. And we need to make sure that our IDP is a very realistic strategic plan that is implementable. So all the long-term, the short-term, the medium-term challenges, we include them in our integrated development plan. We also have our technical team, which deals specifically with the service delivery issues. We also get it will be a continuous thing, Commissioner, to be honest. As long as our communities, they expand every day, we will forever be faced with this kind of challenges. However, the IDP is trying to lessen the challenges, even though some of them will not be able to address them immediately. So my belief is that we need to ensure that we contain a situation whereby we are not being faced with unnecessary unrest. Where we are able to implement the service delivery or to resolve the service delivery challenge, we have to do it together with the community. We need to ensure that we inform the community that this particular service of maybe replacing asbestos pipe to the tune of 100 million will not be able to do it, but we can do it in phases. We need to communicate with our communities in as far as the service delivery challenges are concerned. Now, we do have the asset register in our municipality, which has been audited by the Auditor General and then is readily available. I don't want to use, I don't want to be opportunistic, Commissioner, to say I don't have an ample time. I mean, I was appointed in 2022. I think my 21 months being there is enough for me to can understand the municipality. But I must be honest with you to say we don't have a water service development plan, which I believe it has to be developed to know the status of our upgrading in as far as water services are concerned. Now, coming to the formula that is being used to generate a revenue, we issue out the accounts on monthly basis. We have a credit control and debt collection policy, which we are implementing for those who are in arrears. they can come to the municipality and make the arrangement. But I must indicate that the revenue collection rate currently, it stands between 53 to 58%. And our target was about 60%. So when we went for a budget adjustment review, we realized that we are ranging between 53 to 58%. And then we still have to increase, because our intention was to put a realistic percentage, because we can't say we'll collect 100%. The level of unemployment in our municipality is skyrocketing. Most of our consumers, that is a predominantly an agricultural area. They work in the farms. In the main, the level of unemployment is very high in our area. We can provide the stats when we submit a detailed report, Commissioner.
All right, let me stop you there, MM. We are running out of time. Thank you for your for attending this inquiry. We will then be. You've already indicated that you don't have a water development plan. Do you have an integrated waste development plan?
It's in a proposed form now.
Okay. Once
Yes.
you have finalized it, please submit it to the SA Human Rights Commission. Then when you submit your submission, please ensure that you provide us with a list of all completed projects, a list of planned and approved projects. But the planned projects should not be a wish list. You know, there must be some proper reports informed by professional opinions, you know, appointments of consultants that have already taken place, that have informed that planning process. And in your report, you know, it was difficult to put questions to you today because we didn't have the submission. But please focus on challenges that you are, and please be honest in your. Remember, you are under oath. Please be honest in identifying the challenges in your municipality and also indicating what you are currently doing, not what you intend doing, but what you are currently doing in addressing those challenges. We could not really ask questions on water tankering because we did not have the information. I also need information on sewer spillages in the municipality and how you are dealing with it. Are there any spillages into a nearby river, stream, or whatever? And if yes, MM, you know, an MM yesterday informed us that DWS has laid criminal charges against him for doing that. So just a friendly caution. If it's happening in your municipality, please refrain from doing that immediately. I don't know if it's happening, but if it is, it's just friendly advice to you. So if you can provide us with all that information within 7 days. Lastly, you heard when I addressed MM from Setsoto, we are busy with a rapid response implementation program. So I need a name of a person in your municipality who will be available 24/7. I need that person's cell phone number, his or her name, cell phone number, so that when we receive complaints, I'm not referring to comprehensive complaints like we've received from opposition or political parties or the likes of NGOs, but where there's a disabled person struggling with a blocked sewer right in front of his or her residence, that we immediately contact that person and say, please, on an urgent basis, go and address that. So I will request Nono. Where's Nono? There's Nono with the blue dress, just to get the name of the contact person and his or her cell phone number. Thank you, ma'am. Drive safely back to Nala. We are waiting then for your submission and all the documentation that we've requested. We will be finalizing our report in the near future. You know, it's going to be complaints. And when we make certain findings on the complaints, we try to secure redress for complainants. And if that is not addressed, then litigation is the next step. So please provide us with the information as a matter of urgency within 7 days. Thank you very much for your attendance. Looking forward to hearing from you soon. Thank you, Emma. You are released.
Can I say something, Commissioner?
Yes, you will.
Okay. Commissioner, I think in closing, the pipeline that you are talking about, which is a complaint from the Democratic Alliance, it's a project that was implemented by Human Settlement when they did a development in Wesselsbron, Moyake. I think we'll have to submit a formal request to the Commission to assist us in inquiring and what are the remedial actions. We held a number of meetings with the HOD for Human Settlement. We don't get any joy in as far as that project is concerned. But when the community fights, they don't go to the Human Settlement, they come straight to the municipality. The second one, there is also another development that is being done by Human Settlement in Bothaville, next to the Shell garage. There is a new township development there. They are putting in the bulk infrastructure. The very same project is going to be stalled because it's been said that the service provider is not being paid. As a result, the beneficiaries are putting a lot of pressure on the municipality, only to find that it's not us who are implementing that project. I think we'll also have, in our report, we'll include those two projects.
Please put it in your report. We undertake to liaise with Human Settlements. I know Kokta will be here tomorrow, but we will liaise with Human Settlements as well. In fact, you know, the provincial departments are very cooperative when it comes to the Human Rights Commission. So we will assist you. Put it in your report. We will raise it with the departments.
Okay,
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Don't forget to give the contact number to Nono. Right, next municipality. Who's the next municipality? Is it Tswelopele? May I just check? It's Tswelopele who's. Thank you, Pismo. Mr. Rabanye,
Yes, sir.
are you the MM?
I'm the
Acting.
acting municipal manager.
Acting MM. And
Yes.
And you are supported by?
It's Mr. Sello Tsuledi.
All right.
He's the manager, budget and revenue.
All right.
Yes, sir.
That's good. And
Okay,
will
Commissioner.
both of you be providing evidence or just yourself?
We'll be providing, we are actually, the presentation is our evidence, but if ever the commission needs further particulars in relation to our presentation, we'll gladly,
Will both of you be providing evidence then?
evidence, yes.
I just need to know who to swear in.
To ladies.
Both of you.
No, my name is Sabata Rabanye.
No, no. Who should I swear in?
Or it's
Both
the-
of you or
the
just
municipal
you?
manager.
Just you. So
Yes.
He's not going to provide evidence.
You want to
Oral
provide
evidence.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. I think I will be assisting MM.
All right, let's do it. All right, as indicated, you need to provide, this is a statutory inquiry of the Human Rights Commission, and you are expected to provide oral evidence to the commission, so you'll have to be put under oath or affirmation. Which do you prefer, MM?
Oath.
The oath. Okay, please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I swear that the evidence I shall give
I swear that the evidence that I shall give
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
but nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
All right. Then you, sir, state your names for the record.
My name is Lord Solidi.
Okay, thank you. Please raise your right hand. Will you be taking the oath or affirmation?
Oath.
The oath. Please raise your right hand. Please put the mic closer to your mouth, yes. Please repeat after me. I swear that the evidence I shall give
I swear that the evidence that I shall give
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you very much. Right, MM, we have received your presentation. I'm just going to give you 10 minutes to identify the service delivery challenges in your municipality and also to address us on how you are, implementing measures to address those service delivery challenges. Just 10 minutes, take us to the relevant slide.
Okay, Chairperson.
And
Commissioner, thank you.
Sorry, let me just introduce the panel to you. My name is Henk Boshoff. I'm a commissioner with the Human Rights Commission. I will also be the chair. Next to me is Mr. Tunoko Modise. You must write down their names because they will be pestering you. Mr. Modise is the provincial manager, Free State Office. Next to me is Ms. Naledi Morojele, one of our senior staff members, and Mr. Tabo Mpure, my personal lawyer and senior legal officer. All right, 10 minutes, Mr. Rabanye.
Oh, thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner, let me start with service delivery. We'll go to page 9, where we actually outline our main priorities. Our main priorities is to deliver service delivery within the whole of Tswelopele municipality, is where possible, create jobs. So we also want to actually outline our challenges as a municipality. One of the challenges is that we are having old equipment to deliver for services. So like any other municipality of our size, we are dependent on grants. So now we are trying to actually solve those identified problems, like those old or aging equipment. So another challenge is lack of funds to actually do whatever we want to do in terms of trying to deliver services, but as a small municipality, we are trying our level best to actually deliver the services to the community. So, Chairperson, on page 9, it's 10, when we move the slides up, then there we are actually make a table to show our repairs and maintenance budget allocated to the municipality. Here we are talking about repairs and maintenance. We are dealing with roads, water infrastructure, electrical infrastructure, and sports facility. In terms of our budgeting, our original budget for roads was 5.4 million. The spending,
It's all right, we see it, you can
you
move
see
on.
it? Okay. So should I only mention the
Focus on water, your challenges with regards to water.
To water.
Water
Oh.
provision, sanitation, refuse removal.
Okay, let me go straight to refuse, to water. The municipalities providing clean drinking water to all formalized residential area within the municipality. The municipalities has a water purification plants in both towns, that is Hoopstad and Belfontein. The latest blue drop result for the municipality sitting at 73.78%. So the last assessment in relation to what do you call it? Blue drop. In 2014, it was 70.10%. So now the challenges and the intervention, we are faced with occasional disruption of water supply due to load shedding. We also have water losses, mainly in Pameng, whereby those are as a result of leakages which are happening, because now we are having, as we have installed all the household with toilets and sewer networks, now certain members of the communities, they are unable to take care or to maintain the toilet structure or systems which are in their household. Now those lead the municipality to lose water, because that water go unaccounted. Then we have also make mention of old infrastructure. We are still using asbestos water pipes. We are having faulty meters. Municipalities still billing those people who are living in the township flat rates. That is a challenge, because municipality cannot actually collect enough revenue so that it can actually service all the municipality. Hoopstad purification plant, we have challenges which also affect quality of water. Then the interventions which the municipalities has put forward, we have scheduled water restriction in Pame. We are ensuring that continued water supply of water, and we reduce water losses. We have conducted a water loss audit in Pame, and we have concluded that process. We'll be embarking the same exercise in Hoopstad, whereby we'll also make an audit of water losses, so that we can actually try to check how many people are affected. If ever the indigent are affected, then the municipality will be in the position to assist those. Then those who are non-indigent, those who are able to pay or to repair their systems, the municipality will serve them with the notice to actually encourage them to actually repair those things for themselves. So we have also made an application to TWS for the removal or replacement of asbestos, so that we can actually do a PVC network. Water pipes, I beg your pardon. For a long-term plan, the municipality is intending to install a prepaid water meters in the whole township, so that we can actually bill all the residents of Solopile. Like I've indicated prior, that in township, we are using a flat rate, and we are not billing people. People are paying a flat rate, both in Hoopstad and Tijuana. So the implementation of infrastructure, in 2023 and 24, we received 20 million for ABRIC. 2024 and 25, we will be receiving 10.4 million. The above allocation was utilized to fund the current ongoing project of upgrading of bulk water supply, phase 4 in Pame and Tijuana. The project will also address Hoopstad purification plant, which had challenges that have affected quality of water. So with regard to refuse removal, the municipality is collecting refuse in all areas of jurisdiction of Solopile municipality, with the exception of the farm areas. So the challenges which we normally get is the issue of weather. When the weather is be able to deliver the service to the level we require. Municipalities experience those delays due to challenges relating to repairing of fleet. Landfill side, the municipality has limited control, but this is due to lack of equipment, the maintenance and management of landfill site. Also, the issue of equipment and fleet also come into the picture. Then the following projects were implemented and planned to address the existing challenges. Prior years, in the current year, the municipality procured 6 tractors, 3 for each town to address issues of lack of fleet. In 2023 and 24, the municipality budgeted to procure a TLB to end at the end of current financial year. 2024-25, the municipality is intending to procure a front land order. This will be funded by the award which we received from the Cleanest and Greenest Town competition, which we have won. Then 2005-2026 will be refurbishing. Municipality has a sewage treatment plant in each town, which has enough capacity. The latest green drop is 40%, which is a decline from 49%, which was published in 2013. Then we are having several challenges, Chairperson. The Tikwana pump station sometimes is overflowing due to load shedding. Pumps are clogging up, which leads to pumps break-ups. This, Chairperson, also affects us. Also, we need to spend more on trying to replace pumps and so on. Then both treatment plants in Hoopstad and Bloemfontein are not functioning well. This is due to challenges of mechanical equipment, as I have alluded to. Then,
Okay, I think we've seen enough. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, MM.
okay. My role as Olopil is Director Corporate Services.
Right.
Then my contract came to an end in 2017. Then I returned in 22. Contract will be ending on the 31st of March
Which is
2020.
you, CFO.
Thank you. Yeah, I started at the municipality in 2014 under the internship program, and then I became permanent in 2017 as accountant, budget.
And
then
CFO, how long have you been CFO?
No, I'm not the CFO.
Acting.
No, I'm manager budget and revenue.
Oh, do you have a CFO?
Yes,
Why is he not here?
It was upon the request from the mayor and the MM that he should attend to other issues, since, well, tomorrow it's council sitting, so he requested me to stand in on his behalf.
Is Mayor Kinale Mang Bukunsi still the mayor there?
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay. All right. Panel members, questions? I'm a bit concerned about us addressing the outgoing MM here. Bit concerned about that, because I'm not sure if how our concern will be cascaded to the municipality. Yes, we will be issuing a formal report, but it is concerning. It is concerning. Yes, panel members. Ms. Murojele, followed by Mr. Mpure, followed by the PM.
Thank you, Chair. Is this on? Okay. Gentlemen, thank you very much for your presentation. I have a question about Excelsior Combined School. I'm not sure if you're aware that there has been flooding in the school hall in the basement. I wonder if you're aware of that and what's been done about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you, gentlemen, for being with us today. Also, on a positive note, congratulations for winning the award for the cleanest town. It's really encouraging to see that our municipalities can still win such award. So kudos to you guys for that. Quickly, if you have a low shading, obviously that impacts on the delivery of water. So if then you have low shading, then automatically you will have water shading. So what we want to know is that the municipality does have a water shading schedule. If you do have, we would like to have that. And then, what is your municipal vacancy status? Do you believe, thirdly, do you believe that your municipality have the technical capacity to deal with the challenges that you have put before us? And what is your maintenance budget? Thank you.
PM?
Thank you, Commissioner Boshoff. Firstly, the sanitation challenges that you just spoke about, the wastewater treatment works that are not, fully functional. I would suppose that this causes spillages. And the first question is, where would these spillages end to? Do they end into rivers, into scarce water resources? That's the first question. Where do they end to? The other question is, I've noted in slide 14 that your infrastructure upgrades funded by RBIG, in 2023-24, the allocation was 20 million. And in 2024-25, it is dropping, yet you have such, and it's almost cut by, 100%, from 20 million to 10.4 million. Yet there are so many challenges of infrastructure, upgrade that needs to be changed. What would be the cost and position being vacant? And lastly, your vacancy rate, can you just give us a brief of, what is the rate of
Jumping. Yeah. Slide 16, the municipality budgeted to procure the TLB before the end of the current financial year. What is the progress with regards to the TLB in the current financial year? Yeah. And then I assume with regards to the landfill sites, you have indicated to us that the refurbishment will only happen in the 25-26 financial year. Has that project been approved? Is there sufficient funding for the refurbishment? You are mentioning it in plural, landfill sites, so I assume it's in more than one town. So is there sufficient funding for it, and who is funding that project? Has the project been approved? Then I'm very concerned about the slide on sewage. That is slide 17. You are saying your first sentence, municipality has sewage treatment plant in each town with enough capacity. And then later on in challenges, and especially the very last sentence there, both treatment plants in Wipstad and Bultfontein are not functioning well. Not functioning well due to challenges of mechanical equipment. What are you going to, you have a plant, you have plants with enough capacity. What are you going to do on an urgent basis? Because this has the potential of a crisis, sewer crisis in both Wipstad and Bultfontein. What are you going to do to address that? Thank you. If you can just respond to all those questions.
Is it high school? That's cool. Yes. To actually Sunfed, then that water comes through the channels to the municipality. Now, when it comes to the reservoir, we have actually purchased the generator to generate water during a load shedding period. So, like I've indicated on my presentation, the only scheduled water shedding or restriction is in Pame, whereby there are losses of water for unaccounted water due to people who are not correcting or fixing their toilet system. Now, by virtue of that, the municipality during those specified times actually restrict water so that the water cannot be lost. Because if ever we can allow water to run throughout the day, clean water will just go through to the sewer network. Then remember that we are spending a lot on chemicals. Now loss of water plus chemical, now the municipality is going to spend more. Hence, we have actually embarked in that exercise of restricting water. Then on the issue of vacancies rate at the technical department or the municipality as a whole. The municipality as a whole. Let me try to categorize this. Administratively, key department like Office of the Chief Financial Officer, that office is fully equipped with all employees with necessary skills. Technical department, we have filled most of the positions, all the critical positions. At the water work, at the sewer work, we are having men and women with water. We are also in the process of training 10 other general workers to be process controllers, so that whatever challenge we face as a municipality is being addressed. And also not taking other people, let's say for instance, a general worker who's not trained, who doesn't know anything about water, we put him there. Then when we face a crisis, then that particular person cannot explain. Remember that in terms of Water Service Act, people who are manning the sewer network or wastewater and water, they must be qualified in terms of Water Service Act. And also try to avoid being penalized by DWS. On the technical capacity, I don't know as to whether technical capacity, can you repeat that question? I've just responded to it. Then the sanitation spillages, we are not experiencing much of the spillages at the river. The only river which we have, which actually supplies us with water, is at Hoopstad. So we have appointed a qualified person who is managing that plant. So during the 2 financial years, we haven't had any spillages in Hoopstad. So that plant, in terms of spillages, we are trying to manage. But spillages, which we encounter most of the time, is those at let's say, townships where there are blockages, where people are putting foreign objects within the system. That one causes spillages. Those, we respond them as and when they need arise. Yes. On the issue of landfill site, you make mention of the vacancy in terms of the municipal manager. I was asked when the position was, since when. The position became vacant since 1 April 2022. People have been acting, all of us as senior managers, we have been acting, rotating on that position as acting municipal manager. But hopefully the council, because it's sitting tomorrow, they will make a decision around the appointment of municipal manager. The position was advertised last year, the interview was held, all the necessary process were actually done. On the issue of, is it landfill site? Yes. The master plan. On the issue of landfill site, I think we have a master plan which was developed by the technical director. Funding was requested from MIC as well for the implementation and rehabilitation of those landfill sites. But in Hoopstad, I must indicate, Hoopstad is, in terms of control, we don't have much of the control in terms of people who are getting in and out of that. We want to rectify that one. We also want to actually fence those, what do you call it, the landfill sites, so that we have people who will man those landfill sites to have a control in terms of who enter in and out. And also we want to actually purchase the wage bridge, so that people can be in the position to weigh whatever.
Was your application approved by the MIG application?
The MIG application for refurbishment?
Yes.
I'm not sure, but I'll check for you. I'll provide further information in that regard.
Yeah, because you are giving me all these nice plans, but it's not funded.
No, the plans are funded. Most of the plans which I've actually indicated about, they are funded, because but we cannot.
You said you applied for MIG funding.
We applied for MIG funding.
Was it approved?
They are approved in financial years. Remember, in the
Yeah.
particular financial year, you submit
Yeah.
a plan,
Yeah,
which will be approved, then there will be allocation of funding in that respect.
right.
Then the next financial year, there will be another submission based on the plans, because you can submit as many plans as you wish, but now in terms of allocation,
For this
the
financial year, it was not approved for landfill sites.
landfill site,
But you applied
No,
for the next financial year?
yes,
Okay.
yes,
All right,
yes.
okay.
You raise issue of make allocation, the 20 million, 10 million is reducing. I think here because we are spending as a municipality, when it comes to spending on the MIC and RBIC, sometimes MIC and RBIC will allocate funding. Money will be taken from other municipalities who are not spending, and money will be transferred to municipalities which are spending. Then there are time frame which we need to do. We need to develop an implementation plan. Then hence we are having such an amount. It's 20 million, sometimes we have budgeted 10. Then when the department or COCTA make reallocation or without diverting that money to provincial treasury or national treasury, they actually says 2 months before the financial year end, we are able to spend in those monies. We don't have any monies which is returned to national treasury or provincial treasury.
All right, thank you. I think, do you have a question, PM? Nothing. Yes, budget manager. Yeah, we can hear you. It's audible.
I just wanted to just make addition on few of the questions that the municipal manager has
Please use the other mic. Yes.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. I wanted to make addition on some of the questions that the acting MM has already.
Just keep it short, eh?
Yes, I'll make it short. There was a question asked on maintenance budget. We presented on slide number 10 to indicate that the total budget of the municipality specifically channeled towards the issues of repairs and maintenance in the current financial year amounted to 12 million. It's on slide number 10. And then on the issue of RBIC, I also wanted to indicate that when you quickly run to slide number 31, apart from the RBIC, there is also an amount of 16.9 million that has been allocated from water services and infrastructure grant, which will be received by the municipality from 2024-2025 financial year.
And what is the purpose? What will that money be utilized for?
Construction of internal sewer reticulation and
The
toilet
12
structure.
million for maintenance, have you spent it? Are you actually spending it?
Yes, at mid-year, during the mid-year assessment in December, we had spent about, I think, over plus or minus 60% thereof.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
All right, I think that concludes, apologies. Ms. Morojele has one question.
Thank you, Chair. Gentlemen, I would like to quickly take advantage of your presence. You both have been at the municipality for at least 10 years. And today, you know, as Chairperson indicated, you are presenting all these wonderful plans. But I think a lot of the other municipalities we've been seeing have recently put people in certain positions, the ones we were speaking to. But with your longevity in the municipality, I'd like to find out from you, why are municipalities reaching this level of ineffectiveness? For example, the municipality would have known for a long time that there are asbestos pipes. The municipality would have known for a long time that the machinery is aging. Why are those things not adequately planned for? Why are they not implemented? A lot of municipalities are presenting great plans to us, but these are plans for problems that have existed for long periods of time. So we really want to understand what is going on in municipalities, and when municipalities now are presenting these plans as a commission, are we in a position to trust those plans and that they will be implemented? Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner, you can go to the ground, go on the ground with Tolopele. Yes, indeed, we are faced with those challenges. On the issue of why we took so long not addressing those challenges, one issue is issue of funding. I've indicated in my presentation that we are dependent on grants. People are not paying, in our localities, people are paying flat rates. So now the municipality is unable to collect enough money to do internal projects. Even our budgets for maintenance is not huge. So now we are dependent on RBIC, we are dependent on MIC for them to actually finance certain project of ours. We are trying as the municipality, like I have indicated that in terms of spending, there's no monies which are returned. Whatever allocation which is given to us as a municipality, we spend the money until the last cent. The department even goes further to give us a surplus or another money which they have actually taken from another municipality to implement the project which we have on the pipelines.
Thank you. That concludes the questioning. Ms. Morojele is correct. You know, you have presented all these nice plans, and you've taken the effort to provide us with an acceptable submission that basically tells us that you guys are performing. But the reality, acting MM and budget manager, you have not addressed us on why then is COCTA saying that you're a dysfunctional municipality? Why is the AG saying that you're a dysfunctional municipality? And they did it. Just this morning I received information, 2 consecutive years now, COCTA is saying Tswelopele is a dysfunctional municipality. So we will be studying the reports, the State of Local Government report of COCTA. We will also be studying the Auditor General's report and why they are saying these things. And when we issue our findings and recommendations, we will also consider that. Yes, you've done what you had to do. You provided us with a sanitized report on what is going on in Tswelopele. And, you promised us a lot of things that will be happening in Tswelopele. But let me acknowledge the fact that you honored the invitation to appear before the inquiry. And that you were on time, and that you were respectful towards the Commission. So you earlier heard that we needed a name of a contact person, a 24/7 contact person who can, from the Commission. I'm going to ask Nono there in the blue dress, if you can just provide the lady there, Mpo, if you can just provide her with the name and the contact number of a dedicated person who will take our calls and will deal with urgent complaints. If you can just provide it to her. Thank you once again. Give my regards to Mayor Pukunzi, and thank you. Drive safely back home.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Commission, for the opportunity to make a presentation before you. Even though it was tough, but we managed to actually cross that bridge.
Yours wasn't that tough, I promise you.
It was not tough.
Yours wasn't tough.
Okay, anyway, thank you, Chairperson.
Good luck with your future endeavors. I hope you have plans. Thank you so much. Local government need expertise. Thank you so much. You are released. Ladies and gentlemen, we will then adjourn for lunch, 30 minutes lunch. We will please be back here at 2:20, please, and then we will continue with Nwate. Yes. Good afternoon, Mokaka. Before we start with formal proceedings, if I can just understand who's appearing before us. I assume it's the MM?
Acting.
Acting MM, and who's accompanying you?
Okay, good afternoon. Should I introduce?
No? Yes, please. Yes, if you provide oral evidence, you have to.
I don't think it will be a problem then.
All right.
Yeah.
Right, let's do that then. Let's start with you, MM. Which do you prefer, the oath or affirmation?
Oath.
The oath. Cool. Please, for the record, please state your full names. No, you don't have to stand. You can sit. Please state your full names.
My name is Isaac Saniboy Mokhatle.
Thank you. Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I swear that the evidence I shall give
I swear that the evidence I shall give
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Next. Please, just for the record, please state your name, your full names.
Simon Tekiso Lie.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I swear that the evidence I shall give
I swear that the evidence I shall give
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Then you, sir, state your full names.
I am Tamsan Desmond Kakani.
All right, and you also want to take the oath.
Yes.
All right. Please raise your right hand. I swear that the evidence I shall give
I swear that the evidence that I shall give
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
All right, gentlemen, good afternoon and welcome to this inquiry. This is a statutory inquiry of the South African Human Rights Commission into the state of local government service delivery. We have provided notices to all the municipalities in the province, and a number of other stakeholders have also already appeared before us, including complainants, the Auditor General, and we are expecting COCTA also to be here tomorrow. So we did request you to provide us with a submission, which you have done, and we have gone through it. So before I proceed, let me just introduce the panel to you. My name is Henk Boshoff. I'm a commissioner with the Human Rights Commission. I will also be the chairperson of this inquiry. On my right-hand side is Mr. Tunoko Modise. He is the provincial manager, Free State Office. Next to me, the lady sitting next to me is Ms. Naledi Morojele, one of our senior officers in the Free State Provincial Office. And next to her is Mr. Thabo Mpure. He's our senior legal officer. Both gentlemen are admitted attorneys and will be providing the Commission with helpful inputs. All right, MM. You know, we obviously received presentations, well, a presentation from the Auditor General. We also received information from COCTA, and as you probably know, MM, your municipality is regarded as dysfunctional. Regarded as dysfunctional by COCTA, Provincial Department. It is also regarded as dysfunctional by the Auditor General. Now, I need to understand what your challenges are with regards to water provision, sanitation, refuse removal, which include landfill sites. I also need to understand challenges with regards to human settlements, electricity, and so on. And I need you to present that to us in 10 minutes. And then I also need you to tell this commission or this inquiry how you intend addressing the challenges, because things are not well in your municipality. So, you know, I think the commission will not allow a sanitized report. We need to be open and honest with one another on what are the challenges in Mokaka and also how you intend addressing those challenges. So after you've made that, presented your submission, the panelists here will put some questions to you, and after the inquiry, we will finalize a report which will be launched after completion, and we will be expecting of the municipality to implement our recommendations. What is important to note is in terms of the South African Human Rights Commission Act, we investigate complaints, and once we have investigated the complaints, we also need to secure redress for those complainants. And if the municipality does not attend to that, the Act allows us to approach a court of law to enforce our recommendations. So that is the seriousness of this inquiry, and I must emphasize, you must take this inquiry very, very seriously. All right, so if you can, I'm only going to allow you 10 minutes just to provide us with a high-level overview of the challenges in your municipality and also how you are addressing it. Over to you, MM.
Thank you, Chairperson. I've noted the only 3 areas of concern that you've just read now. You'll just add me the 3rd one, the 4th one if needs be. Let me start with water services in all the 3 towns. We do supply, we are a water authority service for our municipality. We've got 3 towns, Steinsres, Kroonstad and Viljoenskroon, with Kroonstad being our main town, which is where our offices are situated. Now in Viljoenskroon, we do have a water treatment works there. It is quite small. It's 2.9 megaliter, but it's not operating optimally because of a few operational challenges. It's operating as 2.2 megaliter per day. It is not enough for the current number of inhabitants in the town, and the town is still growing. And the main issue would be our source, which is the False River. Our source is not always having enough water to can supply water to its residents. So we normally would apply what we call water shedding, similar to load shedding. So we don't supply water 24/7 at some points, especially during summer months where we now having less rainfall. Hence I'm saying our source is also not good enough to supply the treatment works with water. We do have 2 reservoirs and 1 water treatment works. We do supply enough water, clean water, but it's not, quantity-wise, it's not good enough for the number of inhabitants that we have in Steinsres. We are intending to put business plans obviously ahead to can expand the plant, but the main challenge would be our source, which is the False River. We are in constant communications with DWS so that they can expand the storage dam, the storage wall at the dam. That will be their function because they are the owner of the natural resource, the False River. So we are waiting for them to can advise on that note as how we can store enough water at the source, even if we can expand the plant itself, but we need also to store enough water at the source. Coming to Kroonstad, our main town, the source is the same river, False River. So that False River flows from the west of Kronstadt. It passes Steinsres, coming through to Kronstadt. But in Kronstadt, at least we've got Sterkfontein Dam, we've got the Bloemhoek Dam, we've got the Groblersdam Dam, which can also store enough water for Kronstadt. We are supplying 24-hour water in Kronstadt, not a problem. The only issue is our treatment works. We've got a 60 megaliter a day storage, treatment works, but it's only operating at 35 to 37 megaliter per day, because we've got some components in the plant which are not operational. We've done a business plan to the DWS last year. We're still waiting approval to can bring the whole plant to life so that it can supply the 60 megaliter per day that is capacitated for. But at the moment, we do have enough water to supply the residents with 24-hour safe, clean water. We don't have an issue that much with water in Kronstadt, and we just have your normal breakage when or interruptions when there's water pipe bursts. But other than that, the network is good enough to can supply the current residents. Viljoenskroon, it is supplied by the Ronester River, which in turn flows into the Val River that goes towards the northwest. The plant is at 6.9 megaliters, but currently running at 6 megaliters per day. Only a few components are not operational. We have a project now that is we are implementing. The tender closed last Monday, if I remember correctly, where we are going to refurbish some components in the plant. It will work 100%, the 6.9 megaliter. We are having some pumps that we are going to refurbish. We are going to dealing with water for years now. They have never had water. So I would not say the whole of Viljoenskroon is getting water. There is a portion in the township which is not getting water. We've built a tower there, steel tower. It has never been operational since built, but this project is part of it is to equip some of the boreholes so that the boreholes can supply that tower with water and boost some of the pipelines. So we are hopeful that when the project is complete, the whole of Viljoenskroon will be having water. But as it stands now, not the whole of the residents, especially the township side, is getting services with water. So we are, those areas which are not getting water, we are giving them water with the water. We have the township sanitation, so not village sewer there because it's a build-up area. So pit latrines via a vacuum tanker. That's what we are doing currently at the moment, and using some chemicals to empty their toilets. But not all of Steinsres is being reticulated sanitation-wise. Coming to Kronstadt, you would have picked up that we were in the news sometime last year where our treatment works was totally dysfunctional. We've got two plants in Kronstadt. They are just next to each other. The other one is an old type, BNR. The other one is activated sludge. Both of them, they were totally shut last year. We got an intervention from the President's office, Deputy President office, and the Minister of Water and Sanitation, where they funded us for the first phase, which is complete. We are now on the second phase, which started last year, February, due to be completed in July this year. So the plant is not 100% operational. We still have some sewer, untreated sewer or semi-treated sewer that still flows into the Vals River. So we are somehow polluting the Vals River to a certain extent. Up until the project is completed, then we would be hoping that there won't be any pollution to the river. But fortunately, our pollution does not go into our water to be treated. It's on the downside of the water treatment works. Viljoenskroon also is got a treatment works, which is also not operating optimally. Some of the components are also outdated. They've reached their lifespan. I know last week we were operating at about only 3 aerators instead of 7. Therefore, are decommissioned. We are still waiting for the service provider to come and take them out and refurbish them. So even that plant there, it's similar to the one in Kroonstad. It's not operating optimally. We are maintaining it as and when we can with our maintenance budget, but it's quite strenuous in terms of our budget because our budget is quite limited. But the plant is running, but the final effluent is not of good quality. In terms of solid waste management services, we do have solid waste management in all the 3 towns. Unfortunately, if I start with Viljoenskroon, the treatment, the solid waste plant there is also reaching its lifespan. We had tried to build a new one a couple of years ago. We started about 6 to 7 years ago. It was due to be completed last year. Unfortunately, at about 80% completion, the contractor left site. So the solid waste plant, it is still not yet completed. So we still have to complete it and maybe take the service provider to task in terms of his or commitment, contractual obligation to complete. Similar to Kroonstad, the plant is getting to its last plan. We are planning to open another new plant and decommission the current one. We're still operating on the current one, but it's not in a good state. In Stainsres, we also have a plant, but it is also needing to be refurbished at some point. Fortunately enough, we don't have that many residents in comparison to the other 2 towns. Was it electricity-wise?
You need to wrap up, Emma.
Okay. Electricity-wise, we are providing electricity via Eskom in Kroonstad, the whole of Kroonstad. In Viljoenskroon, in the township, it's Eskom. In town, it's ourselves. In Stainsres, also, the township is Eskom serviced, and the town is the municipality. You would know as well that we are also one of the biggest owers of Eskom. We are now at the excess of 1 billion. We've applied for credit relief. We're just waiting for the finalization of the approval. I think that would be it from me. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. The panel will now put questions to you. Who wants to go first? Mr. Mpure, followed by the provincial manager, followed by Ms. Morojele.
Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you, gentlemen, for gracing us with your presence today. The MMM, you mentioned to the fact that your municipality is one that does water shading. So the questions we have been asking all municipalities today is that if you implement water shading, you must have a water shading schedule. So if your municipality does have the water shading schedule, we would like to have that. And also, how do you communicate with communities about impending water cuts or water shading? You know, where many municipalities have said they have WhatsApp groups used by councillors and stuff. But is there a notice that comes officially from the municipality to inform people about water cuts? What is your vacancy rate currently within the municipality? Do you have technical capacity to deal with the challenges that you have mentioned? I mean, engineers and all of those people. That will be all for now, Commissioner. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Your infrastructure grant, you have spent, underspent by 10% in the past financial year. And yet you've got, so many challenges, of infrastructure. Why is infrastructure grant not committed? You're losing water. Your water loss is at 71%. And yet, you've got challenges of provision of water at Viljoenskroon and in other places. What is the municipality doing, to curb these water losses? Because if if that water loss is kept, it is money that is lost and water that could be used to communities. You're also using, consultants for your financial statements. Does that really, you speak to lack of, skilled people, to do that and to provide AG with those? And that Mpure just spoke about vacancy rate. Is it correct that it is at 60%? And especially at critical skills, which would really speak to service delivery. I will keep it at that for now, Commissioner. Thank you.
Ms. Morojele.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, gentlemen, for the presentation. If you can please address the issues with the contractor who left the solid waste site. If you can also address the issue of, I believe there was a death from cholera in your municipality. And then also, in terms of the water cuts, from what we understand, in some areas it's been several years that there's been water cuts and water shedding. Can you indicate what are the root causes for that? Has there been adequate planning for this challenge? And also, we've been speaking with other municipalities with regards to municipal workers collaborating with service providers to ensure that services aren't delivered so that a private profit can be made from delivering services such as water through private companies, through outsourcing. Are you aware of something like that in your municipality, taking place in your municipality? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Morojele. Sorry, let me just go in here quickly. Right, MM, for how long have you been the MM? How long have you been the MM at Motaka? Yes, how long have you been the MM?
Like I said, I'm acting. I'm not
Acting.
the-
How long
yeah.
have you been working there?
As acting?
No, as an employee.
Okay, my correct designation, I'm the technical director.
All right, how long have you been working there?
I've started, I'm 2 years now.
2 years.
Yes.
All right.
I'm acting for 3 weeks.
Okay, all right. Now, acting MM, to use your words, when you presented the water challenges to us, you said to us that clean water is being provided to the community. But we were fortunate enough to also get a presentation from DWS on Monday. And I have a slide in front of me that says, Motaka, critical risk rating, water, 74%. Green drop score, critical state. Critical state. How do you define critical state as clean water? That is my first question. And that is probably the reason why other institutions are referring to you as dysfunctional. You said that there are still sewer spillages taking place in the Vals River. In fact, you use your words, it's somehow polluting the Vals River. Now, there was a municipal manager here yesterday informing us that DWS has laid criminal charges against him for doing that. Are you aware that what you are doing is a criminal offense? And I'm also aware that your municipality has been in court, or officials of your municipality has been in court on criminal charges for doing that. Why are you continuing to do that? It's a criminal offense. And you're saying here, we are somehow polluting the river, which is a serious offense. I just want you to, oh yeah, lastly, I can ask this question because you've only been there for 2 years. I don't know the other two gentlemen, they are very quiet. I don't know why I had to swear them in. You are owing Eskom more than R1 billion. You have a vacancy rate of over 60%. Am I correct? What did you say?
That's correct, yes, 60%.
60%. What has your municipality been doing with the money? You cannot pay Eskom. Well, you are not spending it on administration. What have you been spending it on? And those are the reasons why other institutions are saying you are dysfunctional. The Auditor General is saying, with regards to your municipality, and there's no chap from finance here, I don't know why you didn't, you brought me people who are not really helpful. With regards to material irregularities, the definition they give for material irregularities include harm to the general public, landfill site management, and pollution of water resources. Ne? Those are one of the areas that fall under the definition of material irregularities. Harm to the general public, pollution of water resources. Now, with regards to your municipality, the AG is saying, findings were identified on dysfunctional wastewater treatment plants and waste landfill sites. This was due to a combination of poor management in terms of minimum requirements, theft, and vandalism. The collapse of the wastewater treatment works resulted in raw sewage being discharged into the environment. Material irregularities were issued due to likely substantial harm to the public as a result of the pollution to the environment. Now, you are the technical head, and you've been the technical head for 2 years, and you are still discharging sewer into the Falls River. Please respond to these questions.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think I will respond to most of them, then I'll just ask my colleagues just to add where I would have left. Let me start with the first one of water shedding in Stainsres, about giving the residents notices. What happens there, it has been a timed water shedding. Residents were made aware that we will switch off at 10 o'clock at night and switch on at 4 o'clock at night. So it has been a standard program of such. So it's not done during the day, so they know the standard time of switching the water off for Stainsres only is from 10 in the evening until 4 in the morning. So that one is a standard operating procedure there. As for the capacity in the technical department, like I said, myself, I'm a civil engineer. I started 2 years ago at the municipality. But in terms of the skills in my department, my manager is an electrical manager, is an engineer as well. My roads manager is also a civil engineer. Then my water and sanitation manager is a water engineer as well. So on those 3 spheres, I would say we are properly capacitated. Unfortunately, myself and the water person, we just came not so long ago. We are almost in the same 2 years frame. We've just appointed process controllers. So we do have qualified process controllers. So I would say capacity-wise, we are fairly, if not good capacitated. It's just that we've got our infrastructure is the one that is failing us. As for the grant expenditure, maybe that Modise, you would say which one exactly you are referring to for 10%, because as for MIG, we did spend 100%, DOE 100%. The 10% I think you might referring to might be the RBIC, where there was a rollover because of we did not spend the exact amount because some of the money you do roll over, we are allowed, we do to roll over. So I think that might be the one. But other than that, the ones where we're supposed to spend 100%, we did spend 100%. The water losses, yes, we do have a high rate of water losses because of unmetered water supplies, unpaid bills, because somehow it falls under the water losses if the people are not paying for their billed water. We do have a high rate of pipe bursts, which is not unaccounted for. So we do have a high level of water losses because of our old infrastructure. Some of the areas we still have using asbestos pipes. So those are the ones that break a lot. We have put a business plan to replace those asbestos pipes, but they are not being funded fully. I will leave the vacancy rate to one of my colleagues here. The solid waste contractor, Mayor Morojile, the company started some years ago before my time, but like I said, as when I came in, they were just about 80 to 90% complete, but unfortunately they ran under financial problems, so they could not carry the project forward, so they decided to abandon site. At the moment, the case is being handled by my colleague here to see what we can recover from that contractor. So it's under the legal department. The cholera deaths that were reported during that outbreak, those which were reported at the district hospital, they were not people from Kronstadt, they were people from outside. I think one was from Paris, I can't remember where the other one was from, the 4th, yes. But none was from the water from Kronstadt, none. From Kakaya, basically. As for the areas that have not been having water for some time, Pomolong is one of them in Kronstadt. It has water problems for years as well. We've just implemented a project which was completed this past December. They are getting water, but they're still having maybe low pressures, but they are getting water. The only area that still the water has been tankered is the one in Viljoenskroon, Pahaming. Like I said, we have a project there, of which the tender closed last week, Monday, and we are hopeful that when the project is completed, after the contractor has been appointed, that problem would be sorted. We're hoping so. The municipal workers collaborating with private service providers, I'll also leave to one of my colleagues. The Green Drop Chairperson, the critical stage, if you would look at the Green Drop results, the quality-wise is quite acceptable. The issue with the overall scoring was mainly on other components. It was mainly your qualifications of your other staff, your staffing, your vacancy rate in those areas. Your water losses also contribute to that. And some of these aspects which are not quality related, they have a high score in terms of scoring the overall percentage. So you might find that your metering, your billing, those kind of things, your collection rate, they have some weight in terms of the overall score. But as for the quality, our quality is quite acceptable. The criminal offenses, I can confirm to you, I'm one of the people who's at court. There was a case opened in 2019. In fact, we are going to court in 2 weeks' time, if I remember. But I got roped in by virtue of becoming the municipal manager, active municipal manager. So I had to get the summons. So hence I was roped in. It's 4 of us. It's the previous municipal manager, the previous technical director, the current water manager, and the then municipal manager, which was me at that time. But I can assure you, when I came in, when the plant started not working totally, when it totally collapsed, the one that you're referring to is the one in Kronstadt specifically. We immediately applied for funding, hence I said we got an intervention from the presidency where we were allowed to do phases of the project. The first phase was on the activity sludge is complete. The activity sludge is about 60% operational. Phase 2 is mainly on the BNR plant, it's totally collapsed, that one. So some of the, hence I'm saying some of the raw sewage, it goes directly into the Falls River. But we are hoping that when the phase 2 is complete, both plants would be 100% operational. You are correctly saying, I am the technical person, how did I allow that to happen? As said, most of the things happened before my time. I got them there, not as an excuse, but we are fixing them. Like I said, we are working at the plant, wastewater plant in Viljoenskroon, wastewater plant in Kronstadt, the water plant in Viljoenskroon, and the water plant in Kronstadt. We've applied for the water plant in Stensres. We've applied for the sewer plant in Stensres. We are waiting for approval from the DWS, but we are doing something about it. The expenditure versus what are we doing with our money when we got less vacancy? Why are we not paying ESCOM? I'll also leave it to my colleagues to answer. Thank you, Chairperson.
Right, who's next?
No, thank you very much, Chair.
And remember, you are under oath, and I want the truth.
Yeah, my name is Teki Solie. I'm the official responsible for integrated development planning. I might not necessarily give some of the technical information on the questions that has been raised, but I think my colleague also responded to the question of cholera that was raised by the commissioner there. On the issue of the consultants for financial statements, as a municipality, we have employed an official responsible for financial statements, and in the last 3 years, we have been doing our financial statements internally. We are not using consultants for our financial statements. We have been doing them internally. On the issue of employees collaborating with the private contractors, I think our internal controls are in such a way that we are having the committees, our internal audit, and let me say internal controls are so effective that if we had such a case, we could have picked it up. But if there's any information that relates to our employees colluding with contractors, I think that should be brought forward and we'll be able to deal decisively with that. Okay, on the issue of cholera, I think we have responded to that. But the main question, the main issue that I wanted to raise to the commission is that we don't have directors fully appointed in the directors' positions. We don't have a fully employed chief financial officer. We don't have a fully appointed director of corporate support services, community and social services, and local and economic development. So it is so difficult for us to can deal with the issue of the vacancy rate without the fully appointed directors. So as and when those positions of the directors are fully occupied or are filled, we will be able to deal with the vacancy rate. I think, those are the three questions that I wanted to talk to, the issue of the consultants, the cholera, and the vacancy rate. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, some of the answers have not been responded to. I need to understand, what are you guys doing with your money? You are not spending it on personnel costs, but you owe ESCOM R1 billion. And I see your legal person was reluctant when you pointed to him to respond on the staff members collaborating with contractors. Do you have something like a water mafia in Mutaka?
Just to add to the Commissioner's point about not how do you spend your money. Auditor General is quite not happy with you. Your infrastructure grants underspends by more than 10%. So in other words, you underspend on projects that you are supposed to be spending money on.
Let me get on that one, because like I said, if I can be explained, which grant specifically is that one? Because like I said, which one? MIG was 100% spent, DOE was 100% spent, WASIC and RBIC. RBIC is the one where we are having the water treatment works. If that is the one, I would say, is that the one?
No,
This is a general.
AG just said your infrastructure plan is underspent by 10%.
Nah.
Somewhere there in your plans, you are underspending by 10%.
If we are talking 2023-24, let me rather check specifically which one you are referring to. Or 22-23. I'll check specifically which one is that, then I can give the answer back to the Commission. Okay. As for what we do with our money, I must say we do have employed lots of private service providers who are assisting us because of we don't have vehicles, we don't have yellow fleet, we don't have some equipment, so we are using mostly service providers to assist us with emergencies, especially under maintenance. So that's where most of our money, especially yellow fleet. Like as I speak to you now, all my TLBs are standing at a service provider. I don't have a grader, it is standing, it's broken, it's old. I don't have a cherry picker, it's broken, I know it's in Velcom. So yellow fleet, I'm not even limping, I'm crawling. Vehicles for staff, it's not even 50%, I think.
You see, that now links with our question, and that is what we want you to respond to. Because, and I'm not pointing any fingers at you, acting MM, but we want to understand, is sabotage not taking place in your municipality? Are those vehicles, you're telling me that you don't have yellow fleet, are those vehicles not damaged deliberately so that you can continue paying private service providers? That is the concern we have. And that is what is happening in other municipalities, in other provinces, where sabotage is taking place so that the municipality cannot provide services to the community unless they appoint private service providers. And you are confirming that. What is the status of your yellow fleet? Is sabotage taking place? Is it just what? Why can't you procure vehicles? I mean, you are telling me that you are not shy to spend your budget. Why can't you procure your yellow fleet, appoint operators for the yellow fleet, and start moving away from private service providers? Because you are, in effect, confirming that there could be collaboration between staff members and private service providers.
Chair, I think we are moving a little bit slowly in terms of procuring of yellow fleet. I know we started last year when we started purchasing vehicles for staff. I know last year we bought 8 bakkies, and then this year we bought 1 refuse removal truck. From my side, I know I've budgeted. Okay, and we got a TLB last year, and yeah. Yes, a waste removal truck. So we are buying as and when we can afford. But as for them breaking and me confirming that it's sabotage, I'm under oath, so I don't want to say it is sabotage. I don't know, but yeah, they are constantly breaking. Yeah, we just using our maintenance money to maintain those things, which are not maintainable. Some of them, you fix them today, it comes back, 2-3 weeks down the line, it's broken again. So, yeah, it's one of those challenges that we are having at the moment. But we are planning to replace more old vehicles this year again.
But the possibility of sabotage is not excluded.
Thanks, Chairperson. No, there is no sabotage taking place. What one could deduce this to is the fact that most of our fleet is old. So it is not attributed to sabotage. Yes.
It's attributed to a reluctance from management to procure new vehicles so that you don't have to utilize the services of private service providers. Is that what you are saying?
Not, thanks, Chairperson. There is no reluctance. However, as I'm still under oath, just the last year in August, we had a.
Proceed.
Okay. We had a matter in the High Court relating to the procurement of fleet, but that matter was then settled. Hence, we have started procuring fleet. Hence, the acting municipal manager said that we are trying all means to procure fleet. Thanks, Chairperson.
By procuring one vehicle a year?
No, no.
Is that by all means?
Not procuring only one vehicle, but sometime before the end of last year, we procured 2 refuse truck removals. I think it was 2 traffic vehicles, as well as there were 4 traffic vehicles, and there was also a vehicle for fire and rescue services that was procured, 2 of them. So we are not only procuring one, but we are trying our level best to ensure that we procure vehicles so that services can be delivered to our community.
Yeah, well, well, according to you, services are being delivered to your community, but you are utilizing private people to do that. That is your testimony. Or are you now saying services have not been delivered and therefore you need to procure
No, we have been
fleets, yellow fleets, so that you can deliver services?
We have been delivering services.
Okay.
Yes, we have been delivering services, but we are responding to the fact that we have not been utilizing our budget or our grant. Yes.
No.
By not paying a score.
No, you're not paying attention. I'm concerned about you utilizing private service providers and not prioritizing the procurement of fleet so that you can provide service. The municipality itself can provide services to the community.
Chairperson, we are procuring bikes, normal, like normal cars, the cars that he's talking about, except for the yellow fleet. Like, we have not yet bought the yellow fleet that is at the point where we can afford. Like I said, the grader we have not yet bought. The TLBs we have not yet bought. We only bought one. I think we donated one. But the vehicles that we bought, the traffic vehicles, because they never had any vehicles, we bought those ones. We bought 8 bikes for staff because their bikes were constantly broken. So I cannot say that is not providing services. That is because those vehicles are used to provide services to the community. So chance by chance and year by year, we're trying to improve, to go to the bigger fleet that we have. I mean, the refuse trucks 2 for a municipality as big as Mokaba is not enough, obviously. Then the rest, they're going to the service providers. 1 water tanker in Fairview School is not enough. We need more in cases where we are having water challenges. I mean, I remember the other year when we had December not having water in Kroonstad, we had to hire water tankers from service providers because we don't have one. So we have to buy those kind of vehicles to provide services.
Acting MM, you must understand the risk. You must understand the risk of doing that. If you only have 1 water tanker and staff members are possibly colluding with private service providers and you have to use a number of water tankers from private service providers, then there is a possibility of staff members colluding with service providers. And that is the concern that the Commission has. And that is, you know, the minute you indicate, and I really want a report from the municipality on the amount you spend per annum on private service providers. Because it now makes sense to me. You don't have money to pay ESCOM accounts, and I assume the water board, I assume you have debt there as well, but you have money to pay private service providers. Surely that cannot be right. Surely there's something wrong in the municipality. That's why I said, why are you not prioritizing? Now you're coming with bakkies and traffic vehicles. Why didn't you prioritize water providers? Isn't the line skew? There's another.
Thank you, Commissioner. Just a minute, where is it? Okay, according to the Auditor General, from 2020 to 2021, your unauthorized spending increased, your fruitless and wasteful expenditure increased, your irregular spending increased. These amounts in 2021-22, these amounts are in excess of R1 billion. So with that treatment, it's been, yeah, thank you. It was just to add on to what the Commissioner said.
And also just to add, your municipal debt in terms of the Auditor General, your municipal debt that are not recoverable at 61%. So how much currently are you able to recover from municipality?
I have, you know, there's complaints that we received from people in your jurisdiction. It's in Palming, they're using VIP toilets. They complain that these toilets are full and they are not emptied. And as a result of that, they cannot be used because they are full. Women, you know, get infected because of these toilets which are full. The stench of these toilets is really affecting, you know, communities. You know, and the environment itself really, I think these committee members, they deserve better, you know, to be assisted. And they've given us names in Palming. I can give you Memguni, you know, is it Mguni from 502 Newstands, there's Flo Puleng Nzwakala from 849 Palming. Just a list of people whose toilets, VIP toilets, are full, and nothing has been done to assist these people, you know, these communities. And really we feel the dignity of these committee members. They need to be really treated with respect, not in this age that we're living in. There's also challenges, you know, we received a complaint from Tertia Creek, from Paris, who complains that there is no water and challenges of, Paris is not okay. You are in Hillbron, eh? In Grond. Grond. Okay, all right, that's one thing. All right, thanks.
Can you respond to those questions, Acting MM?
Thanks, Chair. I would have loved to respond to the issue of payment level and revenue collections. Unfortunately, I don't have the numbers here. I can respond with facts, but obviously the payment levels of the 3 towns are quite low. I think the only better town would be Kroonstad, because mainly of the services that we are providing there, especially electricity, water and sewer, even though electricity is the one that is topping up. The 2 towns, like I said, they are ESCOMs serviced, especially in the township. So the payment rate there, the payment to the municipality rate is very, very low, because they understand that we can't do anything with electricity, because we can't block them because they are ESCOM serviced. So they don't even pay for water and sewer and refuse removal. It's quite low. I think it's even below 50%, if I can recall, if not lower, way lower than that. But the 2 towns are the ones where the collection rate is quite very, very low, Stainsres and Viljoenskroon. The empowerment issue that Modise, I think I did touch on it. They are using waterless type of sanitation. It's more like a toilet that you pour some chemicals to clean. Yes, they do complain sometimes that they don't get emptied, but that is not entirely true. We do have service providers who are who we have contracted to service those toilets. It's only on the 2 towns, only in Viljoenskroon and Stainsres. There's no waterless toilet or non-serviced sewer-wise in Kroonstad. But Paemeng, yes, I can attest, they've got waterless services there.
Can we provide you with these names? I'm sure you used Lisibu Consultancy.
Pardon?
Did you use Lisibu Consultancy, PTY, as a service provider?
I can't remember the name of but you can give me the list and I can,
please,
when I respond to the other previous questions that I have not responded to, then I'll give the response to that.
We'll appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, have you responded to all the questions put to you?
I believe so.
All right. Not.
Which one?
Just remind MM, because that was a short response.
The one on wasteful, irregular, the one on wasteful, irregular, fruitless, unauthorized spending, those have been increasing, and also couldn't that money have been used better?
I think you did say the figures of 2021, 22, if I remember correctly. Would you allow me to give a formal response via my acting CFO when I get to the office, and my previous maybe financial people who can respond to that? Thank you.
Right. Any other questions? Sorry? Yeah. All right. Gentlemen. We need you to provide us with the following documents within 7 days. You can just write it down. Your water development plan, your integrated waste development plan, a list of your completed projects, a list of your planned and approved projects.
Chairperson,
Sure.
may I ask the completed projects from when?
Well, to address the service delivery challenges, to address water provision challenges, to address your sanitation challenges, to address refuse, landfill sites, human settlements, all the projects that you've implemented and completed to address the challenges in the municipality. So I assume we are looking at least the last 3 financial years. And then I also need a list of your planned and approved projects for for the next financial year and the years after that. But planned is not a wish list, acting MM. As a civil engineer, you should know that it should be projects that have already been, where you have received reports from professionals like your consulting engineers and so on, and then also approved projects either by the municipality, DWS, and all the other departments. You will also provide us with a response on the expenditure, fruitless, wasteful, irregular, and unauthorized. Then, yes, let me also indicate to you, you know, I looked at the body language when I was asking the question about the private service providers, and I'm not convinced with the responses I received. The legal manager was all over the place, confusing the inquiry. The IDP manager was under oath saying there's no colluding taking place. He made it very clear. I'm not so sure. There's a massive risk in your municipality, a massive risk of either management, because the two managers have now said, no, it cannot be your ordinary staff. So it must either be management who's reluctant to implement measures for the municipality to provide services directly to the community and excluding private service providers, or there must be sabotage of some form in the municipality. To only have one water tanker owned by the municipality, outsourcing the rest, I'm afraid it raises red flags for me. It raises red flags for me. And I want to put it on record. I want to put it on record that I was not happy with the responses I've received with regards to this. Not happy at all. And I would like the municipality to consider investigating it properly. For me, 1 and 1 just doesn't add up to 2. If one looks at how you spend your budget with a vacancy rate of 60%, but you cannot pay your ESCOM, you cannot pay the water boards, I'm afraid I've taken that evidence with a pinch of salt. I've really taken it with a pinch of salt. And I really hope the Commission was not misled. I really hope so. On that note, please provide us with the documents that we've requested. We will in due course launch the report, and as I've indicated, we will also be expecting of you to implement the recommendations. Otherwise, we will also be applicants in the High Court. Right, then we have implemented a rapid response approach in the Human Rights Commission. You know, the PM and the other panelists have referred to complaints that we've received. But sometimes there's an elderly lady or a paraplegic or whatever who phones us and says, listen, there's a sewer spill right in front of my residence. Can you intervene as soon as possible? So we have requested all municipalities to provide us with a contact person in municipalities, a 24/7 contact person, provide us with the cell phone number of this person. So if the gogo who lives wherever complains to us and says, I just cannot take this anymore, can you please intervene? We want to call that person and say, listen, yeah, we've received this complaint, please intervene as a matter of urgency. before this thing is becoming a crisis. So I'm going to request you to provide the name of the contact person to Mpo, the lady wearing the blue flowery dress, the name of the contact person, and the contact number. And we do not want to struggle when we call that person. You know, when there's a complaint, that person must be responsive and attend to the complaint as a matter of urgency. I'm not referring to your bigger complaints brought to us by DA and all the other NGOs and so on. But you know, these small nyana complaints that you can fix on an urgent basis, that is the purpose of providing us with the name of the contact person. All right, gentlemen, thank you very much. Drive back safely to, at least you have the N1 that is pothole-less, not like the municipal area of Mutaka, the dysfunctional Mutaka. Thank you, you are released. Bismo, who's next? Mwate. 2 minutes, all right. All right. Mwate. Good, good. Good afternoon, welcome. Will you be representing Mwate today?
Yes, I am.
Are you the only one?
I'm the only one.
All right, perfect. Yeah, just your name again and your job designation?
Chair, my name is Tebogo Manele.
Oh, yes. And you're the MM?
I've been seconded by the provincial government to assist the municipality because it does not have any senior manager.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, and so you're the acting MM there. All right, Mr. Malele, thank you for honoring the invitation to appear before this inquiry. This is a formal inquiry of the South African Human Rights Commission, and we are busy with an inquiry into local government service delivery. We have over the last 3 days seen the majority of local municipalities. They've appeared before us and provided us with oral evidence and also written submissions. So allow me just to introduce the panel to you. My name is Henk Boshoff. I'm a commissioner with the Human Rights Commission, and the other panelists, gentleman on my right-hand side is Mr. Tunoko Modise, the provincial manager. The lady on my left-hand side is Ms. Naledi Morojele, senior officer in our office, in the Free State office, and Mr. Tabo Mpore, senior legal officer. Both gentlemen are admitted attorneys, and they are providing us with helpful guidance. All right, because you will be expected to provide oral evidence, Mr. Manele. We will be requiring of you to do that under oath or affirmation. Which do you prefer? Oath or affirmation? Oath, okay. For the record, just state your full names. Just use the mic for the recording. Thank you. Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I swear that the evidence I shall give
I swear that the evidence I shall give
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
and
nothing but the truth.
nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you very much, Mr. Manele. Thank you also for the submission that we've received from you. I will be requesting you just to provide us with a high-level overview of the challenges in Mwate. Don't exceed 10 minutes, please. I know it's going to be difficult because we've also done our own research. We know what is. I have family members living in Paris. I've seen the color of the water there. It's black. It's not even brown anymore. We had a gentleman, a complainant here on Monday showing us air pics of the Vaal River and the sewer spillages that are taking place in the Vaal River. So we are, fairly familiar with the serious human rights violations in Mwate, especially with regards to water and sewer. But if you can address us on water, sewer, refuse removal, landfill sites, if you can just provide us with a high-level overview, and then thereafter the panelists will put some questions to you. We are in your hands. You don't have to give us background information on population but we have to, what I'm interested in also is you've just indicated that you've been seconded by the provincial government. And you said that there are no senior managers there, which is obviously very serious. If you can just indicate to us what the vacancy rate in that municipality also is. Please, over to you. Thank you, Mr. Manele.
No, thank you very much, Commissioner, and good afternoon to your panel and colleagues in here. Chair, I think the biggest challenge that the municipality is facing is exactly that one of not having senior managers. some of the positions of senior managers have been vacant for 2 years now. And we are experiencing those serious challenges because they have implications also in terms of constituting money being returned to the national treasury or national government, precisely because today we had the spend with now of the position. The panelists could not be available when you had to vet people, although to re-advertise, so that we take that item to council and we try by all means to fill the positions within the shortest period of time. Now, the municipality only has a director technical services who has been on suspension for quite a lengthy period of time. And when he was supposed to go back to work, there were still challenges within the municipality, and he has been barred from entering the municipal buildings. We have had to engage with him. And I think to a large extent we have agreed, because council itself has also agreed on us settling with him, so that when we advertise other positions, we also advertise the position of the director technical services. Now, one of the things that we would want to do, Chair, moving forward, is that at least by end of business tomorrow, we should have prepared a letter that goes to the Minister for Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs to say we do not have people that have capacity to can act in this important position of a Director Technical Services. We therefore request that national government sends us a suitably qualified person, so that that person starts with effect from Monday, the 1st. Now, how this thing is going to assist us is going to assist us in terms of us having a Director Technical Services, because the challenges that we have outlined, Commissioner, are challenges that are related to technical services. As if that is not enough, the other challenge that we have is a project management unit that is very, very weak. So what we are also looking forward to doing is that once we get an acting director technical services, we will then be in a position to say the people that we have within the PMU, we must just take them to other positions that are within the municipality, at least vacant positions in the municipality, so that we get a professional company that will assist us with project management unit. Now, the other issues, Chair, that I would want to send forward to yourselves is, I remember that when I spoke to one of your people there, I think it was the provincial manager, Dr. Modise, was give us evidence of the things that you are doing. So we will be submitting that report from our PMU on the projects to say this is the project that we are dealing with, this is when we anticipate it would have been completed. But we believe, Chair, that once we get the acting director technical services and other acting directors, because the biggest problem is that the people that we have within the municipality are not suitably qualified to can be in those particular positions. So I think that is the biggest challenge that we have, Chair. Thanks.
Mr. Manele, that's fine. I know that you have been tasked to deal with this serious challenge in Moates. It cannot be easy. But how are you addressing the challenges of water pollution, the sewer being spilled in the Vaal River, and water provision, providing clean water to the community, and ensuring that all community members have access to clean water, all of them, in the interim? Yes, we will await your report indicating what you are planning, how it's going to be done. I'm sure it will be influenced by professional reports by engineers and so on, because that is what you are requesting, that is what you said. But in the meantime, how are you dealing with this challenge, especially those serious ones of providing clean water and, the pollution in the water on an interim basis?
No, thanks, Commissioner. I think one of the things that we're dealing with is the refurbishment of, it's one of the projects that we're having, refurbishment of the Paris Waterworks. Now, we appointed the contractor last year. We anticipated that they'll conclude their work by May this year. But when they started working, there were a number of challenges that we found out. The MEC for Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs had gone to Ngwate long before I could even go to Ngwate. I went to Ngwate last year in July. He had gone there, and one of the issues that he raised was that that waterworks is a crime scene, because you had two projects that were combined into one. You've had a situation where consultants are appointed to do the same job. More than one consultant. What we have already done is that we have spoken to these consultants to say one of you must then subcontract under the other, because we don't want to stop the project from going forward. Now, there are these things that they'll be saying, it's technical language, and I must say that some of these things are things that I've never heard of. You'll be told of clarifiers, pump number so-and-so that is not working, the sludge that is blocking. You'll also have to do the backwashes and all those other issues. But I think, Chair, it's issues that we are managing to deal with. We have already, like I've said, we have already agreed with the consultants that were appointed. And even when Council was saying, stop this thing, our main worry as the administration was that if we were to stop these things, it means we are going to experience serious challenges of water, because your high-lying areas are not in a position to access water. In December, as part of short-term interventions, we engaged the provincial government and national government, and at least MIG managed to assist us with an amount of about 2.5 million, so that we could get standby generators. In the time of us not having electricity, at least these standby generators were in a position to at least salvage the challenges that we're having. A bigger generator, because besides the just assist, so that whenever we have the water, we have also engaged with, I think, Chair, you would have seen in the newspapers, the Department of, when you use these water tankers, there are also some go to their friend who's a Manele, and these are some of our intergovernmental relations. I think here we must mention, we engage them about this challenge of us not having a director. DUCOG has already said what we are waiting in an acting capacity or permanent position is the responsibility of council. Now, that's why we want to go there and say, when we go to council, to say, these are the people that we have requested from the department. At least DUCOG has already promised us that we'll engage MISA, and MISA has also gotten back to us to say we are just waiting for your letter. So I think once we have a suitably qualified person to come and act as a director of technical services, it will deal with all these challenges that we're facing within what, coupled with the capacitation of the project management unit. Chair, if I may mention, early this week, we had also another meeting where DCOP made an intervention to ensure that we have further, more short-term interventions to ensure that we clean. There's a water purification plant that they want to bring both to Ngwate and Masilonyana, according to my understanding. But we're interested in us having it just on the towns that are bordering the rivers, so that at least, whilst we may have challenges of your pumps and all these clarifiers and sieves and all those things, at least this one comes in and assists in terms of ensuring that we have maximum amounts of water flowing throughout the communities. Thanks, Chair.
Mr. Manele, you must have done something bad, very bad, that they've given you Ngwate to sort out. Somebody doesn't like you. That's on a lighter note.
No, Chair, I must say, I agree with you. And maybe offline, we'll talk about these things, because one of the challenges that we are facing, I've been there since July last year. And I'm doing all these things for Ngwate, appointed by the provincial government at my own expense. I'm struggling to get accommodation. No one wants to pay for my accommodation. Both the provincial government that has appointed me and Ngwate itself. No one says anything. Maybe people think if we take him out of here, or if you frustrate him like this, he'll just say, I want to submit my resignation letter and go home. But I have a bigger philosophy in life that says you need somebody that will go there. So you do all these things, sorry, Chair. You do all these things sometimes at your own expense, at the expense of your own family, because my family is in Bloemfontein. I come from Bloemfontein. I'm based in Bloemfontein. I'm appointed in the department, and then they say, go to Ngwate. You do your own traveling at your own cost. I have already submitted a letter to the provincial government to say, please remove me from Ngwate, because you don't want to support me with anything. I don't have the tools of trade. I don't. So all these things we are doing at our own expense. So I agree with you, Chair. Although you said it's on a lighter note, I think that lighter note is what we must take seriously.
I was not aware that it's so serious, Mr. Manele, but thank you for being honest. Thank you for taking us into your confidence. We appreciate it. Just tell me, what will be the soonest date for Ngwate's residents to have clean water? The soonest date?
Chair, we have these short-term interventions that I'm talking about. But over and above the short-term interventions, I must be careful not to commit myself on some things that I cannot even be in a position to do. But I think, Chair, a month's period from now is what I think we can commit ourselves to. Because once we get all this capacity that we need in terms of the technical director and the PMU coupled.
Is there
Chair, what we did was we were supposed to pay the consultant that is clean. Says you are appointed for the refurbishment of the Now, these are the people with the proper letter. To then agree that these are the people that were, the consultants were appointed.
That you are overburdened, Mr. Manele, but when you provide us with that comprehensive report on the challenges and how you and the projects that you are planning to implement, please also indicate to us the extent of the sabotage that is taking place in the municipality. You know, you indicated that terrible things are happening, and then you also indicated that there's collusion with private service providers. What is the extent of that, you know, where perhaps the infrastructure of the municipality is sabotaged deliberately so that there's collusion with a private service provider to provide the services, and the municipality then pays astronomical amounts of money to the private service provider. All right. Can I, questions, panelists? You know, I actually feel sorry for Mr. Manele, but Mr. Mpore, PM?
Mr. Manele, thank you for coming through. I know you called me earlier, and I hope you were not exceeding speed limit coming this way, but we appreciate that you came. There's been one important thing that I want to know from you, just an explanation. Pirituna and Hillbron, there's been flow control measures that have been implemented by Rand Water, and notice was given to municipalities sometime in December and the municipality did not really respond to that. And I think this issue was escalated up until to ministerial level. You know, other concerned residents, committee members, escalated it to that extent. So, and from what you just told us, you arrived on the 14th of July, or around, July, 2023. This notice, were you aware of it? Because it came in December 2023, and I understand that there is no technical director in place who receives these notices from other service providers, like your bulk service provider, rent water and all that. Do they come directly to your office or to the office of the MM, or do they go directly to Director of Infrastructure? I think that's what I wanted to know. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Ndatimane, for being with us here today. Also now, from our office, we just received a complaint regarding Helbron. It seems the situation there is escalating. The Helbron community is expressing the fact that they do not have water, and this has been happening from November 2023 and worsening by the day. So I'm just going to give you this complaint so that at least you can pay attention to it. And also just wish to point in Vredefort, residents in Vredefort and Mokwallo have been battling with poor water quality, not enough water for years. The abstraction point at river in Parais is a huge problem, breaking from time to time, resulting in Vredefort and Mokwallo be without water for days. And Kopis, water works plant is too small to provide Kokwati and Kopis town with drinking water. The water is often extremely dirty and completely unavailable. At Odeverf pump station in Paris is broken, which has led to an overflow at the main hole for 10 days into the Val River. The Skwoonkenville sewage pump station is currently not functioning due to electrical problems leading to overflow into the Val and into the dam. And then in Vredefort, there's a complaint. My name is Sitseho. We need help for Mokwallo in Vredefort. Free State Water Municipality has allocated stands, but it's painful issues that the residents have been given stands without electricity, water, and sewer system. I think those will be the complaints.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Manele, I would like to find out if you're aware of the issue of water lettuce in the Val, which is something that the DA brought to our attention earlier this week. The water lettuce. So it seems, should I explain, or you covered what the water lettuce is? Yeah, okay. All right. And then also, I think the issue with that is that even if we install new water pumps or we fix them, that lettuce is going to clog that. So the problem will continue. Also, just an observation, almost every municipality that has come to present to us during this week has had an acting municipal manager. And so I want to, just recognize the way you have been transparent with us about your experience, because that also helps to inform us of what the challenges are for yourselves as staff members. I wish we would have known earlier that we could have inquired with them further about, are they actually given the tools and the support they need? And I think also it's very telling that almost every municipality has a high vacancy rate, and large proportions of the management is vacant in municipalities. Thank you.
Do you want to respond, Mr. Manele? It's just a few short answers, please.
Some are understood to be comments and like what forward on such issues. I think on what Mr. Mpore raised, the issue of, I think on what Mr. Mpore raised is the issue of low levels of water in Hillbrow. We were made aware of the challenges not by Randwater itself, but by our councillors within Pirituna Hillbrow. And we tried to engage with Randwater to an extent that even the Department of Water and Sanitation has come to say, can we take you and put you around the same table so that we deal with this issue of Randwater. Chair, I always say to the people in Nwate that I'm just a taxi driver. Now, you want a taxi driver to deal with technical issues. I don't know how to deal with those issues. I can't drive a truck. I drive a taxi. The challenges in Nwate are of a technical nature. When the provincial government, I think linked to what Ms. Morojele asked, the challenges in Nwate, they require people with technical expertise. Now, if your provincial government does not give you people that you require, we are going to have this very same situation that you are having. That's number one. But my issue with how Randwater has handled the matter is that it is not done in a proper way that reflects on the spirit and letter of our constitution, particularly on intergovernmental relations. They said to us, you are not the only ones who are going to be restricted with water. The challenge is not whether you pay or you don't pay. The challenge is, as Randwater, we are experiencing our own challenges ourselves. But when they go out, they report that such and such a municipality, and Nwate included, are some of those municipalities that are not paying us. We understand that. But the question that I asked in the municipality was, last year when Randwater was giving you 100% of water as requested, how much were you paying them per month, at least on average? No, it was 2 point something, close to 3. Now we are receiving less than 50% of water. But if you ask Randwater, how much are you billing us? Randwater says an average of 4 million, so to me it does not make sense. If I buy 50 liters of water this year with 200 rand, and then the next year, 100 liters of water for 200 rand. And then the following year you are saying I must pay 40 liters of water with double the amount that I was paying. Who is billing who? Does the municipality have capacity to say, as and when you come and bill us, these are our measurements? Because it cannot be. The example I made was me driving from Paris to Vredefort. I can't drive buying petrol on a daily basis, 500 rand, between Paris and Vredefort. But if I say I have to drive to Bloemfontein, then you can justify that. Now, the water that was provided to Nwate then by Randwater was more, but the amount of money was less. Now you are no longer providing this enough water, but the amount goes high. So these are issues that I said the CFO must also sit down with the CFO of Randwater to say, but can you make sense to us so that we understand what these other issues are. The issues raised by maybe the issue of high vacancy rates in municipalities. I think, Chair, and I'm an employee of the provincial government, come from the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. But I think the department itself has serious challenges, capacity-wise, because different pieces of legislation empower the MEC to oversee the performance of municipalities, like your Systems Act, Section 105. When the MEC becomes aware that Nwate has a problem of water, what does the MEC do? because you have people within the department. Now, if you believe that there is maladministration or malfeasance, you invoke Section 106 of the very same Systems Act. You have Medzima Holo next to Nwate, you have Nwate this side. Medzima Holo is okay in terms of water and all these other things. They don't have those things. Section 139 of the Constitution says, if the municipality is failing in its own executive obligation, the provincial government must intervene in terms of Section 139. When the positions of senior managers became vacant, why did the provincial government fold its arms and not invoke Section 139? Because it says you'll bring the services to the acceptable norms, national norms. So I'm saying Medzima is just next to us. You have a position that is vacant for more than 2 years. What does the Section 160 of the Constitution say? It talks about internal arrangements. A council, for it to meet the obligations in 152, it must appoint senior managers. So if you see that as a provincial government, you are given a process map that this is how we are going to fill these positions, and the municipality steps out of the timelines, what do you do as a provincial government? Invoke Section 139. To at least say, we are not saying they must dissolve the council, because it's very strong and they may raise their own issues. We don't have budgets, we don't have these things. But can't you at least bring in a softer intervention? 1391B, appoint an executive council representative who's going to ensure that we appoint people within what? So last year in October, when I became aware that this process is going to be frustrated, the report I submitted to the provincial government was saying, please invoke Section 139 so that you ensure that this process does not fall out of line. That has not happened. So I'm saying some of these challenges are not necessarily challenges of the municipalities making, because you must understand that we do not have capacity within local government. But even departments that are supposed to oversee us, if they don't do their work, we are going to experience these same challenges that we have within the province and with municipalities.
Can we stop you there, Mr.
Okay,
Manele?
thanks.
I think we must move on to the next municipality. Allow me just to thank you very much for your honest testimony. I think it was very helpful, and when we engage with provincial government, our first session will be tomorrow. It's some of the questions we're going to ask provincial government, you know, and also refer to the challenges that some acting MMs are experiencing without mentioning you by name. Do they know? Okay, all right.
I always tell them.
All right. Then we'll mention your name. All right, but thank you very much for this honest testimony. It is very concerning what is happening in Nwate. Very, very, very concerning. I know, as I indicated earlier, I have family members living there, and they send me pics every second week, you know, to show me the quality of the water there, and it's just not acceptable. Mr. Manele, may I request that you will obviously provide us with an updated submission indicating the projects and how it's going to, you know, the challenges and how it's going to be addressed, referring to the projects that you will be implementing. Will you also provide us with your water development plan, if there is one? You want to write it down? Yes. Okay. Your water development plan, then your integrated waste development plan. Okay, obviously a list of your completed projects, a list of your planned projects, obviously informed by a report from professionals. You know, we don't want a wish list. And then your approved projects for, you know, going forward, the next financial year and the years after that. Did I leave out anything, Mr. Modise? Okay. On that note, thank you once again.
Commissioner?
Oh, yes.
Maybe a letter that he requested support from provincial government. He said he was wrote in a letter to provincial
Oh,
government.
yes, the letter that you, what, the letter that he wrote to?
That he wrote to provincial government asking for support.
Yes, the letter that you wrote to provincial government requesting for support, if we can get that as well. All right. Hopefully you will be sleeping at home in Bloem tonight. Not, you don't have to look for accommodation there in Paris. Sleeping on some pavement somewhere in Paris. Thank you so much. We will, as Commission, also raise your issues with provincial government. That I give you my word. Thank you. You are released. Drive safely. Mr. Mokomela, let's rock and roll. Right, Mr. Mokomela, thank you. Thank you again. You are, must say that we really appreciate, you cooperating with the Human Rights Commission. But that's how I know you. I know you from the period when you were still Majoro, there in my town of Boshoff. So welcome back, and thank you for, at short notice, I mean you only started on Monday, at short notice agreeing to provide us with your written submission, which we have received this morning. Thank you for that. And then also, being available for your oral evidence. We have already introduced the panel to you the other day. We have also indicated the purpose of the inquiry. So what I'm going to request, Mr. Mokomela, is that you basically just take us through your presentation, high-level overview, not exceeding 10 minutes, please. Focus on water, challenges with regards to water, sanitation, refuse removal, with the emphasis on your landfill sites. Let us stop there, and then you can also address us on the projects that have already been approved and that are currently being implemented in Letsemeng. Over to you. Is there need for me to swear in Mr. Mokomela again? We did that yesterday. Mr. Mpore, Mr. Modise? All right. Okay. So they say that external forces might have influenced you, so I must put you under oath again. All right, you took the oath yesterday. I assume nothing has changed. Mr. Mokomela, for the record, just state your full names. Yeah, it's working.
Full names, Buitumelo Christopher Mokomela.
Thank you. Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I swear that the evidence I shall give.
I swear that the evidence that I shall give
shall be the truth.
Shall be the truth.
The whole truth.
The whole truth.
And nothing but the truth.
And nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
We are in your hands. 10 minutes, please, Mr. Mokomela.
Thank you very much, commissioners. I appreciate that you understood that I left a little bit late from Koffiefontein. That's why I was delayed. The report was submitted this morning. I am going to request that I talk to the report and then go to the emphasis of the 4 basic services as mentioned. Thank you very much. The report is made of 11 pages, very summative report, whereby on the first page I summarize the anticipated or expected outcome that the Commission would like to have. On page 2, I also give the area of jurisdiction of Letsimeng local municipality. I give the population. I also give the services rendered by the municipality: water, electricity, sanitation, waste management, roads and stormwater. Those are the basic functions that the municipality is rendering. I also introduce a summary of our status in terms of water, whereby I clearly indicate that where we get our sources in our different areas. We are being supplied by Kalkfontein in the area of Koffiefontein, Lukhof, and the Oppermansgronde. And then we are also supplied by the Oranje-Riet in the area of Jacobsdal. And in the area of Pietersburg, we are still using boreholes. So that's our water supply. Moving to page 4 and 5 is the status quo of our water in terms of Koffiefontein, whereby the demand exceeds the supply. And in the process of addressing that, we were supported by the Department of Water and Sanitation to build a reservoir that would ensure that the supply is adequate to the community. Most unfortunately, as we speak, that particular project which commenced, there was a problem in terms of processes of appointment, etc. And the law enforcement is now in the area, and people were arrested, and there are issues taking place as we speak, court issues which I don't want to dwell into. So that particular project, which was supposed to address the supply in Koffiefontein, is at halt as we speak. We also move into Pietersburg, that we are still having challenges in terms of water because we are using boreholes. Now, if it is a dry season, then our boreholes would not supply sufficient water, and that would also affect our sewer system, because with less water to deal with sewer is also going to be a problem. Added to our sanitation challenges in Pietersburg would be we are also using a suction truck. So we still have those toilets that needs to be sanctioned, and it's a problem. However, we have requested the intervention of human settlement in that regard. In Jacobsdal, both on water and sanitation, first and foremost, we built a very big reservoir in Jacobsdal. I think it's around 76 million to cater for the Jacobsdal area. However, we think because we are using technology in terms of managing the plant, we are suspecting foul play in terms of a service provider which was then appointed who can easily add remote control the reservoir, and it's one area that really we are intervening in.
What does that mean? Controlling the red
It's a system, like you have a particular system. It's a new type of a system that they are using in reservoir, so that you control its the flow, the inflow, the outflow, the issue of when you clean the water, you need to use your chemicals. So that particular system.
But why would he do that? Does he benefit somewhere else?
It's our suspicion. It's our suspicion that
How is he benefiting?
Because this particular service provider was part of the process of installing the system. He is trying to play monopoly. Let me put it in that way. He's trying to play a monopoly by remote controlling the system. I must say our intervention as we speak now is the support of the former Bloom Water to the Val Central to assist us in this program, and I think we appreciate and we are happy about it. Secondly, to the reservoir is the issue of, we suspect there is a diversion of water to the Jacobsdal area, and it denies sufficient flow of water to the Ratanang area, especially your Rainfast Mark area and your Donkerhoek. But that matter is getting attention too. I must say that
you have 5 minutes left.
The Jacobsdal, we also have an issue of sewer, but we have intervened with an outfall sewer line that we are implementing as we speak. Lukhof, Opperman's Hondo, challenges are not that much. Indeed, we have an informal settlement in Pambile, which is very special to my heart. There's the informal settlement, Pambile, whereby we get support from human settlement. But I must say there's the area where we are challenged in terms of human rights issues. We supply them with water and some sanitation provision. So that's where the problem is.
Such as? Some sanitation provision, such as?
We support them with, what do we call this?
Buckets.
Buckets is one of them. Some of them really don't have.
Wow.
Yeah, some of them don't have. So that's the area really that is where we have human rights challenges.
But we had a complainant here on Monday who also, and you earlier told us that you were driving from Koffiefontein this afternoon, who told us about serious sewer spillages in Koffiefontein. Sporadic water provision in Koffiefontein as well. What is the actual state of service provision in all the towns in Letsemeng? Are there, what is the seriousness of the challenges with regards to water provision, sewer spillages, your landfill sites? I understand all the criminal activities that are taking place in the municipality, but we are also interested in human rights violations. Okay. People cannot rot, in sewer. They have their shacks and there's sewer flowing right through their shacks. What is the extent of the challenges in all the towns? 1 minute.
In Koffiefontein, indeed, we would have some sewer spillages, some blockages, vandalism of our pump stations, etc., in particular the Alpha station in Kovifontein, Ditlhake, that's where we have challenges, then we'll have sewer spillages. But we respond to that. The water issues will be whenever we have your load shedding, whenever we have human challenges, like your own people not pumping water as regular as they're supposed to, and then we'll have the levels of water going down. Indeed, those challenges are there. I also want to respond to an area in Kovifontein, which is, they call it 252. It's a formalized area where we need some basic services in that formalized area. The municipality has made provision through its MIG to deal with the 252. It is in the implementation plan for 2024-2025.
Thank you, Mr. Mokomela. I'm going to ask the panelists to put questions to you. Who wants to go first? I always look at Mr. Mpure first.
Chair, I want to summarize one thing, two
We're
things.
going to put questions to you now.
Okay, thank you. Cheers, sir.
And work that, what you want to say, work it into your response to a question.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Dr. Mkumela. We have been requesting municipalities to provide us with their water shading schedule, if they do have, because most municipalities do implement water cuts, and so the communities will want to know when the water is coming back and so forth. So we want that document, if we will have it. We've also visited Opmanskrond and Jacobsdal, I think it was last year. And most of the problems that we have encountered in Jacobsdal and Opmanskrond is access to water, but the main one was allocation of sites. In Opmanskrond, you will know that there's a traditional leadership that will be involved there. The community was complaining that there have not been allocation of the site in that place for a very long time because of the very reason of the land being under the traditional leader. So I think it's something that you ought to look at. That will be all for now.
Further questions? Mr. Modise, Ms. Murujele? All right. Yes.
Mr. Mokomela, we appreciate, your presence here. We also understand that you are, just recently been appointed in that municipality, so you may not be in a position to, respond to everything else, but we'll keep in touch as the office, just to raise issues that we've picked. But Mr. Alexander was one of the witnesses who testified earlier this week on Monday, and he raised, that there's an informal settlement called New Extension, and he raised something that is very worrying, that there's a big hole between the school and this resident. I haven't been there, but we're listening to his evidence. He says committee members are forced to take bucket systems that are using and emptying it into that area, and the stench and learners are passing into that area. That is something that is worrying, and we hope that from this we'll give you more of detailed the challenges that these people have raised. We also have to go and do inspections as commission. We cannot just take it from there, because we haven't really been to that place. We want to be fair to you. But more importantly, I know this is a human housing issues, human settlement matter. When we did our inspections last year, early this year, and we're doing our legal clinics, we got to houses in Kovifontein which were badly cracked. In fact, and when you get to those houses, they've put, cloth just to really avoid, air to come in. And I'm seeing winter is coming. Those houses are at the brink of collapse. And I know there's one complainant we promised that will raise these issues. Magolozi family, so it's several number of households which are really at a very bad state. There are children there. We would really wish that MM would look into that through human settlement office in your municipality. Thank you, Commissioner.
All right, you can respond to all the questions, including the matter that you also wanted to raise, Mr. Mokomela.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. The water shedding in our area is always being communicated through your WhatsApp groups. Your ward councillors have established teams that would communicate when there are issues of or challenges of water or any other service delivery issue. That's how they would know. In particular, Jacobsdal, we have a program or an action plan whereby we would inform people that we will pump water from this time to this time, and people will know about it. We have also introduced a system whereby we would pump for 8 hours. And when we do it for 8 hours in Jacobsdal, we seems to achieve supply of water sufficiently. So there's also some human error in terms of that particular water supply issue. The issue of allocation of sites, we are aware of it in Opperman's Ronda. We need to do some additional work in terms of removing. There's a lot of trees where we have those formal sites. So the issue is not we don't want to allocate. I still remember very well when the mayor was very emphatic in terms of the allocation of sites in Opperman's Ronda. So if you can just deal with the issue of the bushes, the issues of the trees there, and have an interaction with the leadership in that area, we'll be able to supply sites in Opperman's Ronda. I assume, I don't want to say it is the same area because areas are called differently, but I think the 252 area in Koffiefontein is the area that is not having the basic services. Thus, we have accommodated it in our new implementation plan, which we will be presenting tomorrow at 10 o'clock at Kokta for them to advise. Two things, landfill sites, we have a challenge. We have 2 directives in terms of landfill sites, and we also have directives in terms of spilling raw sewer into the river in Koffiefontein and in Jacobsdal. But the Koffiefontein one is more problematic. Thus, we have submitted a business plan to the DWS, and they are eager to assist us in upgrading the Koffiefontein wastewater treatment works.
Any follow-ups, panelists? All right, Mr. Mokomela, thank you once again for making time to not only attend this inquiry, but also providing us with a submission, and also respecting the commission. It really is appreciated. There's a lot of work that needs to be done in Letsemeng. People are suffering. You know, there are sewer spillages everywhere. Not everyone has access to clean water. You've told us about people monopolizing reservoir and water provision. It's just unheard of, you know, where water goes to Jacobsdal, but it doesn't go to the township area. It's just unheard of. And we wish you good luck in fixing those challenges, and I'm sure you have the muscle to do that. Mr. Mokomela, you must just also provide us then within 7 days with your water development plan, if you have one, right, with your integrated waste development plan. You have it, just provide it to us. A list of your completed projects in addressing the challenges that you have identified with regards to water provision, sanitation, landfill sites, you know, refuse and so on. Which projects have already been completed? We need a list of those. Which projects are you planning to address these challenges? Which projects have been approved and will be implemented in the next financial years? because this appears not to be a once-off process of addressing, the next financial year and the year thereafter. Not a wish list, please, Mr. Mokomela. We are not interested in that. We want to know about projects that where there are reports of professional engineers that have already advised you on how to implement it, and then also the approved projects. Then, Mr. Mokomela, I would like you just to identify a contact person in Litsemeng, a person who will be available 24/7. Provide us with a name and a contact number, cell phone number, because we receive so many complaints, not only in your municipality, all over the Free State province, of an elderly lady or gentleman where there's sewer running through the shack, and we cannot conduct there's no need to conduct a proper investigation and then to issue a report. I mean, we need urgent action on fixing the challenge, addressing the challenge. So we want to call that person, inform him of the challenge where this elderly lady was complaining, and then we are expecting of that person to cooperate with the Human Rights Commission and also to attend to those human rights violations on an urgent basis. So if you can provide the name to Mpo there, the lady wearing the blue floral dress, name, contact number, please, when you leave. How's it going with your son's rugby? I remember he was quite talented.
He has reverted to cricket.
Cricket now?
And left rugby.
All right, and he's playing well, I assume. Wonderful, congratulations. All right, Mr. Mokomela, thank you once again. I look forward to seeing results because of your intervention in Litsemeng. Thank you so much. You are released. Drive safely back to wherever. Coffee Fontaine, is it? Bloem. Are they paying your travel allowance? Whoa, there we go again. Okay. We will raise it with the department without mentioning your name. Thank you so much. Take care. Right, next one, Mafube. Okay. Yes. We're going to adjourn for a comfort break. Let's make it 10 minutes. I see Macy says, "Hey, Commissioner, I want to go home now." You must blame Mafube, Macy. All right, we are proceeding with the inquiry. Mr. Lepiane Mafube. Can I just get clarity? Are you the municipal manager, acting municipal manager? What is your role in Mafube?
Good evening, honorable commissioners and colleagues from the commission. Yes, I'm the acting municipal manager. Thank you, Chairperson.
And you've been seconded by COCTA?
Definitely.
All right, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson.
All right, acting this is and I'm told you are familiar with the work of the Human Rights Commission. Having been a provincial manager in the past, I'm told. This is an inquiry, formal inquiry in terms of the South African Human Rights Commission Act. And it's an inquiry into local government service provision in the Free State Province, or rather the lack of service delivery in the Free State Province. This panel will be considering your oral evidence today. Before we proceed, I just want to introduce the panel to you. Some of them you may know. My name is Henk Boshoff. I'm a commissioner with the Human Rights Commission. I'm also the chairperson of proceedings. Next to me is Mr. Tunoko Modise. He is the acting provincial manager. Next, on my left-hand side is Ms. Naledi Morojele, senior monitoring officer, and next to her is our senior legal officer, Mr. Tabo Mpore. Right, because this is an inquiry, Mr. Lepiane, we will be expecting of you to provide oral evidence under oath or affirmation. Which do you prefer? Oath. Oath, all right. For the record, just state your full names, please. Just use the mic.
My name is Motusi Lepiana.
All right. Okay, and just raise your right hand and repeat after me. I swear that the evidence I shall give.
I swear that the evidence I shall give
shall be the truth.
Shall be the truth.
The whole truth.
The whole truth.
And nothing but the truth.
And nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you very much. Right. Acting the Free State Office of the Human Rights Commission sent a notice to you requesting that you provide us with a written submission. I just wanted to, in which you are supposed to deal with specific issues mentioned in the notice. I just want to check with you whether you have sent the notice or your response, your submission, to the Commission so that we can project it on the screen.
No, Chairperson, I have not sent it, and I will explain in my presentation.
No, explain now.
Oh, thanks, Chairperson. Firstly, let us register our sincere apology that we are unable to make a formal presentation. One would have preferred that approach. The reason being that we received the invitation, but only last week. What happened is that the invitation actually came, and it came on time. But both to myself and the manager in the office of the municipal manager, it went straight to our spam mails. We did not see it until when the commission was making inquiries to say, you have not submitted, you are not, are you coming, what is happening? Then that's when we said, no, we don't know what you are talking about. Then they sent us that, no, there is this thing that we sent. Then they made inquiries about where is the email. They said the date, checked the dates. Then they said, yes, there was they found it, and then they said, yes, it's here, but we found it in the spam. You know, those I don't know what's wrong with why the computers in the municipality identified it as spam and took it straight to spam. So for that reason, we could not prepare a proper presentation for this August occasion.
All right.
Now, in respect of that, we requested that if you allow us, we can speak to it, but give you a comprehensive report immediately after this.
Do you have official email addresses, or are you using Gmail?
That's the problem. We are using Gmail. That's one of the problems we are having in the municipality.
Why is that?
In my report, I would indicate the status of the municipality. The municipality is really going through tough time. One of the problems the municipality is facing, it's IT. It's not the best of IT, so that's why one would prefer Gmail. It is more preferred, actually. It has always been the one that is serving us much even better. It's faster, it's reliable, but the ones of the municipality, we are working on it to make sure that it is getting there, but we are not there yet.
All right, and when did you receive the phone call from the commission to inquire about, you know, you appearing before the inquiry? You said last week. When exactly last week?
Chairperson, I may not be exact about that one, but I'm sure Osmaratua, the manager in the office of the MM, would know. But I know that it was at the time when I was preparing to make a presentation at Salga. We had a Salga meeting on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday last week. So it was at the time when we were making that presentation. I mean, I was preparing for that.
Okay.
So it could be Tuesday last week.
All right. You see, why I'm concerned, Advocate Lepiana, on Monday, Mr. Mokomela appeared before the inquiry. He's the acting MM in Letsemeng.
Yes, I know him.
Yes, and it was his first day that he started there. So he appeared. In fact, I spoke to the mayor last week, and I said, no. I don't want to hear the story of your staff, your or that you don't have staff. If you don't have staff, you as the mayor need to appear before us. And Mr. Mokomela called me on Friday saying, okay, he will only be starting on Monday. I said, come to the inquiry and request the inquiry formally, that you then be provided with extension for later this week to appear before the inquiry, because it's your first day. You're fresh. You're the freshest municipal manager in the province. He agreed. We granted him extension. We received his submission this morning. And he also appeared before us 15 minutes ago. You might have seen him walking out. So I'm very, very concerned that nothing was received from Mafube. It's possible. We've seen it. We've seen acting municipal managers taking this commission seriously, and you, as a former provincial manager, should be familiar with the processes of the Human Rights Commission. You know, just to come here without a submission, not, cautioning us, not, and coming here requesting that you provide us with a submission at a later stage, I really see it in a very serious light.
Yes.
If you have received notice last week, Tuesday is a week later, and we were not expecting of you to provide us with a glossy 20-page report. There are municipalities who came here with a 2-pager who also spoke to their submissions. But in the case of Mafube, we have nothing to refer to, and I really see it in a very, very serious light. I don't know if you are, Mr. Lepiana, taking this commission seriously, a commission that you were employed at, and a commission that you are familiar with its operations and its legislation. And just to come here with nothing, I have a problem with that. But there's nothing we can do about that now, so I'm going to request you to address us on the challenges in your municipality, specifically focusing on water provision, sanitation. With sanitation, I would like you to address us on sewer spills in the municipality, and are some of those sewer spills spilling into rivers? And then also refuse removals, but with specific emphasis on the landfill sites. Are there challenges with regards to that? And then how are you addressing the challenges with regards to water provision, sanitation, refuse, landfill sites? And please identify the projects for us as well that have been implemented already, or the projects that you have already approved, your council has already approved, that you will be budgeting for in the current, that you have budgeted for in the current financial year, will be budgeting for in the next financial year and years to come in addressing the water provision, sanitation, refuse, landfill sites. Some of the panelists would want to ask you questions on human settlements and electricity, but I'll leave it to them. So if you can address us, you have 10 minutes. You only have 10 minutes to address us. So a high-level overview of the challenges in your municipality, please.
Thank you, Chairperson. I've already indicated my sincere apologies for. There is a report that was prepared. Maybe the failure was to ask the lady to confirm that, because our lady, the manager in my office, was communicating with Alina, so they should have at least made this particular copy available to you, even if you close, because it's an abridged. I decided that I can't really appear before you without anything. They should have at least availed this morning. You could have looked at it, and I'll leave it with the commission. I honestly take this commission very, very.
We will address the submission at a later stage. We're not going to accept that one.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Yes, indeed, Chairperson, the first issue that you are raising is very, very important and critical in Mafube. Mafube is having two sources of water. The Val River, which passes through Mafube on the Villiers side, and the Velge River that passes through Mafube next to Frankfurt, and the Ash River that comes from Lesotho that passes through Dwelling. And we have our sewage plants in various, almost all the 4 towns of Mafube. There is a serious water problem in Mafube, both at the drinkable water and the sewer. Let me start with the drinking water. In the report, you will see that we are indicating how much we are making water available as a municipality, and the frequency of disruptions, the level of the quality of the water. Our water gets tested monthly by the district, because the municipality doesn't have the relevant facilities to do that. And we have not been found in the wrong, even though we have not achieved the right levels in terms of blue and gray levels. Now, when it comes to the provision of water, there are those areas that do not have piped water for two reasons. The first reason would be that the companies that were installing water there have not finished the job, in the sense that the water does not reach the houses. You'll find that there is water infrastructure into the yard, but it was not completed, so that the tap is actually into the house. But the companies are not there to account to that. The second category is those people those areas that were formalized later after they were informal settlements. You'll find that there is no infrastructure yet. There is only the plans to install infrastructure in those. So in the meantime, we provide water through tankers. We have availed JoJo tanks in various communities, and then we fill them up, and then the people have got communal taps in those. That's the minimum, very few of those, but we do have that kind of challenge. The third part is the challenge of the water system that is asbestos or that is old, and there's a lot of water burst in various, almost every day you will find that we have got a water burst. So that's the problems that we are dealing with. Then on the sewer side, similarly, you will find that there's a sewer system that has been, but is not connected to, a person flushes, the sewer comes back into the house because the sewer is not connected to the main line, it cannot proceed. In other places, the spillage is caused by the old infrastructure. The towns are old, therefore the infrastructure needs to replace mostly asbestos. So that's the problem. Now these spillages, they start in the community, they get into the streams, they get into the dongas, and ultimately get into the rivers, the Val River and the Velka River that I've spoken about. What are we doing to mitigate that? On the Val River, we are now in the process of building, the one in the Val River is actually caused by the malfunctioning waste water treatment plant that's there on top of the Val River due to vandalism. Okay, that is malfunctioning or is completely damaged due to vandalism. It was vandalized. So what we are doing now, whilst we are still working on installing, because the problem there is security. You install mechanics there, they steal them, cables, they are stolen. So what we are doing now to deal with that problem, we are digging the oxidation ponds so that the water does not go into the river whilst we are attending to the wastewater treatment plant. And we have now advertised, and today the various peace committees were sitting to appoint security so that we can install security in those places, so that as we fix whatever we fix there, it's protected. The other thing that we are doing, we approached the various government departments. COCTA, Free State, has given us 5 million to build oxidation ponds to minimize and to completely stop the spillage into the river Velge. That project has started. COCTA has given us 5 million to deal with that. So that project is currently underway. That problem has been minimized. And then lastly, we have made a proposal to the Department of Water and Sanitation, and an amount of 1 billion has been approved for that, but technically it has not started due to, I think they just indicated, but a total amount of 1 billion has been approved by the Department of Water and Sanitation, and it will soon be implemented. And this is the project that will be addressing all the.
When is soon?
It has already passed in critical stages. In July last year already, it passed the water and sanitation, it passed Treasury, but later on we received correspondence from Treasury that there's some technical issues that need to be dealt with on that. But that's a very important project that is going to help Mafube to get out of where it is.
When will actual implementation be of the project? When will they be on site, the contractors?
I can't really be sure, Chairperson, but in our comprehensive report, we would have inquired, because those are the things that we wanted to give you crisp information, because that's a very crucial intervention by government. So that's why I was saying I'm really interested in giving you exact details, and we are definitely going to give you that.
All right, are you done?
Yes,
All right. You refer to the quality of your water, and you said that you don't really meet the blue drop and green drop status. We were also provided with the green drop progress report, the 2022 outcome by the Department of Water and Sanitation. And Mafube is, congratulations, undoubtedly the worst performing municipality when it comes to the quality of your water. 100% critical. Now, how do you explain that the quality is okay, although you are not meeting blue drop and green drop status?
Chairperson, I've already indicated that, you know, the blue drop, according to the report that we have just given, we have completely missed that one. We have failed to meet that. We have accepted that. But what I was saying is that if you go and test the water now or any other time, whether this water is meeting the standards to be drank or to be served on people, it is meeting that. But a lot could be done and should be done to meet.
Who tested it, Who tested it out? You are making that statement, but we also have, you know, a report from DWS. Who tested the water so that it can be consumed by residents and that the quality is up to standard, according to you?
The water, our water, is tested by the district because we don't have the facilities or the capacity to do that. So it is tested by the district.
Which district?
Our district is Fezile-Tabi district. We use their officials from Fezile-Tabi district.
District municipality?
District municipality, yes. Sorry about that. But like I indicate, that a lot needs to be done to meet the blue drop standard. That is why you heard it from our report that this is one of the municipality that has produced a credible proposal, and that has been approved, and it is seriously funded specifically to address that problem. Now it's a matter of implementing that, and then us keeping with the standards as of what we have now. But we admit that we are totally not proud. I'm not proud of that. As you have indicated, as someone who used to chase municipalities for the very same thing, I always tell them that I don't want to be sitting before a commission like this explaining that situation. But this is a situation, Honorable Commissioner, that should be read within the situation that Mafube is. Mafube is under administration. Let me say not under administration, let me say it's under Section 139, because being under administration is something else. Because the municipality has completely, really collapsed. it has collapsed. We are almost starting everything from scratch. You name water, everything, we are almost starting everything from scratch. So that's why I'm saying we have given a credible proposal, but now the issue is let's be strict on implementing it. I can promise you the next report that is going to come is going to be completely different.
Now, I understand the challenges, and I really feel sorry for you for having to sort out the mess there in Mafube. There are many acting municipal managers who have appeared before us with similar challenges. I really feel sorry for all of you. But in the interim, acting MM, in the interim, people must be provided. You know Section 29 of the Constitution.
Yes.
In the interim, people must be provided with water. There must be acceptable standard of sanitation provided to community members. And I appreciate the 1 billion rand project that is going to be implemented. I appreciate everything that you are currently doing, the oxidation ponds and so on. But in the interim, from a human rights point of view, how are you dealing with immediate issues? People not having access to water. How are you dealing with that? Especially in the informal settlements, especially in the townships. How are you dealing with that? Do you have water tankers? How often do you provide those people with water in the municipality? Same applies to sanitation. What form of sanitation is prevalent in the informal settlements, in your township areas? Are you still using the bucket system there? Do we have sewer spills? I assume there must be. You've referred to sewer spills in the township areas that run to the rivers. In the interim, from a human rights point of view, how are you dealing with that?
Let me start with the sewer. We don't have a situation where really you go around, you see sewer spilling all over the place. That is not the scenario in Mafube. But there will be places where there will be a sewer burst, and we have got a team that works every day to attend to those. We have got a time that we have arranged that a reported sewer spillage should not last for certain hours. It must have been attended, and then we monitor. So there is a team that is dedicated to attend to sewer spillages. I'm embarrassed to confirm that we do have very limited, I think not more than 100 places where they use those bucket system. I'm really embarrassed to have that, and we are working on to correct that, because you don't, it's degrading a kind of you don't even want to mention that there's such a system. On the part of water, Mafube is not water scarce at all. We do provide water. There is water in the places, but like I indicated, the problem is in those places that are not connected. We have put tanks in a reasonable distance to the community. We are having water tankers that fill those daily, so there is really no problem of actually provision of water. There is water in Mafube. All the communities do have water.
Thank you. I'm going to request the panelists to put questions to you if they have, starting with the provincial manager. And then I see Mr. Mpure.
Thank you, Commissioner Boshoff. We did inspections, and I can tell that you may not be aware of that.
Yes.
At Mafube, and there's been complaints of spillages, but as we're going around, some residents, I think it's Mafube Ratepayers Association, they took us to a place near Velge River, where there was an excavation. Your asbestos pipe, you know, it made a T-junction, very, very big radius, you know, it was actually filling, pouring raw sewage into Valga River. We have pictures of that, we were there, and we will be glad to, you know, to take you to that place sometime in the new financial year. So this is a concern of, you know, these villages, and I'm tempted to say perhaps maybe that could be one of the reasons why would not be seeing a lot of, you know, spillages in Mafube, because of possible diversion of sewage into Valga River. So this is a concern that, you know, this contamination of Valga River, which eventually ends up in the Val Dam, really, you know, contributes to the lettuce that is growing now, you know, in the Val Dam. We would really want, you know, to really look into that. We can avail contact details of complainants that we went to inspect these places with, so that you may be in a position to take your technical director and have these, you know, issues attended to. I'm privy to the fact that you may not be aware of that, and I'm raising this just to make you aware of such a situation. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Ndatirubian, for blessing us with your presence here today. We have been asking a lot of municipalities these type of questions that I'm going to ask. What is your vacancy rate currently at the municipality? Do you have unfilled positions? Second question, do you have qualified technical people within your municipality to deal with the challenges that you just outlined? Number three, what is your debt to the water authorities and ESCOM? And lastly, I just want to find out, a lot of municipalities are raising challenges that they are dealing with today. And except the gentleman who just interviewed, who actually said that they have requested support from the provincial government. So I want to know from yourself, Section 139 confers powers and places an obligation on provincial government to intervene in local government. Also, Section 153 of the Constitution, you know, enjoys national government to intervene as well. Are you, as municipalities, requesting this assistance? What is the position? Do you believe that your provincial government is interested in helping local municipalities to resolve some of these challenges? Thank you.
All right, then I would like to understand, Advocate Lepiana, do you have allegations or cases of, well, I think you referred to vandalism, but cases of deliberate sabotage taking place in the municipality, specifically, you know, where there's collusion between staff members and private service providers. You know, you were referring to water tankers taking water to I think to fill the JoJo tanks, I think you said, on a regular basis. Do you have incidents of sabotage taking place? And have you, if yes, have you considered the possibility of staff members colluding with private business? You can respond to all those questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson. Let me start with them. And not in the sense of staff members. There's really no such, with regards to water tankers, because of maybe the manner we have structured it. When a person feels they are recorded, time, liters, and where he's going to drop, and most of the time when did they get there, there will be councillors, even community members who will indicate that, yes, there was a service indeed that came there. So if they are chance takers, it will not be because they are assisted by staff. But we have noted there is a school that is being built there, and we inquired how do they get water, because we don't recall them asking for water. That's when we discovered that the person who has got a tender to provide the school was not buying water from us. Instead, he was using their other tankers to draw from us, and then we just went to the school and then asked the school how much water you have used, and that's how we got to bill that person. But at the staff side, really, we have not experienced. The only sabotage that we are experiencing, it's exactly on the sewer and the water. Just next to the offices, it is interesting because that's what the provincial manager has just mentioned. Next to the offices of the municipality, we have found the spillage, not very far from our offices, and we were surprised what is happening. And when we opened, we found a blanket that has been stuffed into and you can see the blanket is new, it's not like, so you can see this is really sabotage, and we took pictures of that. And the other one, interestingly, yesterday as we were sitting in council, I received a correspondence. One of the councillors showed me a video of spillage into the Velge River. I think it's the one that you were showing me. There's actually a pipe, formal pipe that spills, that is directed into the river. And you ask yourself, how come there's a pipe, a formal pipe that's old, that is linked into the river? If there's a pipe like that, it should be throwing storm water, not sewer. But I've got the video with me on my phone. The councillor showed me yesterday when we were in council, just when council was ending. And I said, I'm going there now. As you can see in my car, I may be wearing like this, but there's boots and overall and everything. To attend to these things, you have to change your lifestyle as you live in those places. You must go there on time. I went there immediately yesterday. When I got there, I've got pictures, I made my own video now. That thing has stopped. Then you ask yourself, and you can still see there was sewer spilling here not long time ago. Now, the people know the infrastructure there, that if you block here and you block there, you will direct sewer into the river, and then you'll take a record. I actually invite you investigators. I can go take them there to show them how they do it. And then they take pictures and they bring to you. And then we sit with a situation. The very same institutions that are calling themselves civil society. I'm pro-civil society institutions because they make democracy vibrant. But civil society must not interfere with lawful activities of government. You can have civil society, for example, telling people that don't pay taxes, raise and taxes to the municipality. Don't do this. If your officials will tell you that you have got unofficial speed humps in Mafube done by civil society organizations that are telling people, one of the reasons why Mafube is where it is. One, yes, is mismanagement of finances, poor financial management. It's a critical issue that we are dealing with. But the second one, the handover of electricity to a private company called Rural Maintenance. The whole electricity of Mafube is handled by Rural Maintenance. 3, the civil society organizations that tell people who are capable of paying rates and taxes not to pay in order to collapse municipality. And indeed, those 3 things have resulted in the collapse of the municipality. So what are we doing to mitigate that? We respond urgently to complaints like the one that you are saying. I got it yesterday. I was on the spot yesterday. Immediately after council, I went there. It has stopped. And then our technician said, if we follow this, you will see somewhere where they blocked so that sewer can be directed and then spills. This is supposed to be stormwater. What must go to the river should be stormwater. That's the sabotage that we are experiencing, Chairperson. The last issue that you are raising, yes, there is vacancy, a serious vacancy rate, but the very structure of the municipality is not correct. Salga has indicated that, yes, we have got about 352 employees, some are retiring and so on. But if you look at the size of the municipality, the size of the community, you're still overstaffed. You should change your structure. So we'll be meeting now in April to relook at our structure. And I think we might invite you so because we always take Chapter 9 institutions as our mirror, both the Human Rights Commission and the Auditor General, so that we can really know how you feel about that. And your investigation, we will take them seriously. But the structure is not correct. We still need to deal with the structure so that it can be correct, filled with the proper people. But the municipality, at senior management level, all of them are acting, and they don't necessarily have the correct qualifications to be in those positions. So that is a major problem. But we have a time frame that by the 29th of April, those posts should have been filled. We have a recruitment plan in place. By the 29th of this next month, all those will be filled. The last one is the question of Section 139 and Section 153. Yes, in that we are aware of that section, and we are using it. Myself, I'm a product of Section 153. I was sent by COCTA following their request that we don't have a municipal manager. Would you kindly send someone to act as a municipal manager? There is another lady who is also assisting in corporate services sent by COCTA as well. The current CFO, our CFO who was acting too, left in December. COCTA has given support in terms of Section 153 by giving us the CFO. In terms of Section 139, there is an intervention team led by a very well-experienced administrator, Mr. Mkaza, that was sent to be an intervention team. It was sent with a specialist in finance and the technical services and corporate services. But I've been complaining that can it be reinforced, because those people have been taken by other municipalities. So the intervention team is no longer as it was initially constituted in 2022. And you can see you really need those expertise. So I've been crying to COCTA to say, would you kindly send us more people replacing those that have been taken? Because Mr. Mkaza came with a team, but now he's almost the only one with one lady. So we do need such. But to answer your question, say yes, in the tempore, we do use Section 139, and there is assistance that we are getting. There is also financial support, of course, from COCTA and from Provincial Treasury, who are assisting us with our budgets system, financial system. And most importantly, there was an assistance by National Treasury in terms of where they assisted us to develop the financial recovery plan. It was a tedious exercise, but now that we have adopted the financial recovery plan, we are seeing some results. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Advocate Lepiana. Any follow-up questions, panel? Yes, Ms. Morojele.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Lupiano, please, can you very briefly just tell us about the finances of the municipality? We understand that there was, I think, the 2021-2022, there was no audit. By the Auditor General, they were unable to audit. There's over 1 billion in unauthorized spending, and then reports also, I think, in December that staff were not going to receive their salaries. It was a news report. So I want to find out from you, is that the case? Yeah. So if you can please give us a brief overview of the finances. Thank you.
Thank you, Lady. The municipality is a year behind with its financial reporting. We have tried to close that gap. We are going to close it now. Definitely, we are going to close it now in this current financial year. We are going to report our finances are going to be in by the end of August as it is legislated. So we have just submitted the financial report, annual financial statements for 2021, 2022. So we are now busy with 2022, 2020. No, we have submitted 2021, 2022, and we got a qualification. Then we were now busy with 2022, 2023, whereas we are supposed to be busy with 2023, 2024. But we are now in a position to go back to the normal. Come August will be normal. We are going to submit on time. Everything is in place now. We are definitely going to submit in time. I was hoping that you are not going to ask about salaries, which means I didn't pray well. The issue there, ma'am, it's the finances are not good. The finances are not good. The problems are I don't know how to put it. There are many reasons why, but at least, like I indicated, that National Treasury develop a financial recovery plan. Now, in the financial recovery plan, in terms of the Municipal Finance Management Act, they must give us the history. Why are we where we are? And what should we do to get out of there? So the financial recovery plan clearly indicates why we are where we are, and we are dealing with those problems. One of the critical problems. The what?
Provide us with a copy when you make your submission.
Can
you provide us with a copy when you make your submission?
Definitely, Chair. I will do that, Chairperson. That's why we said we want to give you a comprehensive submission so that you can really be empowered when you do. Now, the salaries. One of the things that happened as a result of poor financial management, we were not paying our creditors. I think I missed responding to the issue of water and ESCOM. We are not having big problems with ESCOM because our electricity is handled by rural maintenance through a contract that we are now taking it to court to declare it illegal because it didn't follow the correct procedures. They entered into a contract in 2012 for 25 years. Now, when you enter into such a long contract, there are stringent measures that you must follow. They didn't follow those. So we are taking it to court to challenge it for legality. Now, so we don't have big problems with ESCOM. We are paying it, and then we do have some problems with the water because amongst other things that we are having problem with the water authority is that they bill us, but they don't have valves to measure the very water that they are billing us. You can't say we owe you 10 rands, but you can't justify how much water did we take from your river. So we are still having issues, but we are discussing because we are all government. So we are saying let's deal with this one. So we are dealing with that issue. Now let's come to the salaries. They are not paying pension funds amongst others, and you'll know that not paying pension fund is not only wrong, but it is illegal. I mean, I'm 5 years away from pension, so I should be worried if any person is not paying pension funds. But that is what was happening there. And one of the pension fund called Municipal Workers Retirement Fund, they took us to court and actually attached our account. They won the case and attached our accounts. And the municipality, their budget is, how they structured their budget. They structured their budget in such a way that because they are not collecting much, we would use the equitable share. So this pension fund would attach the account just before we get the equitable share. Now, what was happening in December? That's exactly what happened. We got the equitable share in, I think, around the 6th of December. The pension fund attached the account 13 November. They attach it and not execute. They wait until the money gets in. And when the money gets in, they execute. So when they executed that attachment, it meant that we are not going to be able to pay the salaries for the next 3 months. And unfortunately, we had I had to tell the employees as it is, to say there is a great possibility that you might not get salaries. Because I didn't want it, when it happens, they say, but you didn't tell us. I told them. But I also worked around it to make sure that we do all possible to make sure that we avoid that. We engage the pension fund, we try to speak them in court and outside court, but without getting into the long story of it, we were able to pay the salaries for December, January. Up to now, we are still paying, and we are now talking to the pension fund, and I think we are getting somewhere. But what is critical is that we should not, for any reason, not pay all legislated. This is as far back as 2016, so you can imagine. They are not owing a couple of millions. I'm talking tens of millions. So that's why we really need a serious financial recovery plan. It took National Treasury 1 year to produce that document. But I think with serious implementation of that plan, that municipality is going to turn around. Because the potential is highly there for that municipality to actually take care of its employees, provide services to the system. But we all have to put our hands on the tech. The civil society should encourage people, not discourage them to pay, encourage them to pay their taxes. Because when you open the tap, there's water. The sewer we are collecting, the waste we are collecting, the potholes. Your officials will tell you, that's one town we won't find potholes. We are now getting to the suburbs. Main Street, no potholes. When I got there, a lot of potholes. We said, let's give them services. And then we can now say, but pay because we are giving you services. So there is potential, but at the moment, that's when we are really, after I've got the directors, CFO, everyone in his place, I think that's why I'm saying, come July, the next financial year, we are getting there. The systems now, we have put them in place.
All right, thank you. Are we done with questions? All right, Acting MM, thank you. Thank you very much for your testimony. We will then require from you a comprehensive submission dealing with the challenges faced in your municipality. Dealing with all the issues. Ms. Morojele has also requested for, was it the financial recovery plan? But we are also requesting the water development plan, if you have one. The integrated waste development plan. But when you provide that written submission to us, please list all the completed projects that are addressing the challenges that we have spoken about, especially with regards to water, sanitation, refuse. You say electricity, there are not many. Human settlements, we've not really touched on. All the completed projects. But then you also have planned projects. You have referred to the 1 billion rand project. All the approved projects, not a wish list, projects that have been informed by professional reports and then approval that have been obtained from DWS, COCTA, National Treasury, Provincial Treasury. If we can get a list of those projects, not only for the current financial year, also for the next one and the year after that and even the year after that. So, and then lastly, we needed the name of a contact person in your municipality who we can contact on an urgent basis for when there are minor, not minor to everyone, but if there are, let's call it minor human rights violations, when there's blocked sewer in front of an elderly person's residence, complaining, phoning the Human Rights Commission, please intervene. Someone we can call on a 24/7 basis, not you, someone else, a reliable person whose cell phone number you can provide to us, who we can call any time of the day and ask, listen, we've received this complaint. Rather, I mean, you have worked for the Human Rights Commission. We don't want to conduct investigations on each and every complaint we receive. We want to make a phone call and say, please attend to this person's challenge in the municipality. So if you can provide the name to Nono, you know Nono, raise your hand, the name, the contact number, and we will then on these, let's call it less, no, it sounds terrible. Can't say less important, I can't say minor, because it's important to the people who report it to us. But the issue is that we don't need the municipal manager's intervention, but someone else can assist, if you can provide that name to us. All right, on a lighter note, you are perhaps not that hands-on when it comes to the submission of comprehensive reports on time, but you appear to be a hands-on person. You appear to be knowing what is going on in your municipality. We appreciate that. We appreciate knowledgeable appointments. We appreciate you honoring this appointment, appearing before the inquiry, and when an comes to us and knows everything that is happening in the municipality, knows the challenges in each and every town in that municipality, we value that. There are a few municipalities or municipal managers that have stood out, and you are probably one of those as well, with the exception, of course, of your submission. All right. Thank you so much for coming. I'm not sure if you will be sleeping in Bloem tonight or driving back to, is it Frankfurt? Not sure. But if you are driving, drive very safely. The roads are not in the condition that it's supposed to be. And thank you once again. You are released. Thank you. Thank you. That also concludes the third day of the inquiry. My thanks to the panelists who have been very helpful. Thank you so much for that. And then the support staff, all of the sound people, my PA Mpo, and then a special shout out to Peacemore for always providing us with more than what is required. Also to the Free State office, all the staff members who are still here, showing their interest. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much. So tomorrow PM? All right. The provincial manager will just, report writer, the PM will just read the bundles, the bundles of the evidence that you just have to capture.
Thank you, Commissioner. The 9th bundle will be that of Machabeng local municipality, and the 10th bundle is that of Tukuloho local municipality, and 11th will be Sitsoto local municipality, the 12th will be Nala local municipality, and 13th will be Tswelopele local municipality, 14th will be Mokaka local municipality, 15th will be Ngwate local municipality, 16th will be Litsemeng local municipality, and 17th will be Mafube local municipality. Thank you, Commissioner.
There's no submission.
My apologies, there's no submission, but evidence as oral submission that has been made, because it is going to be part of the proceedings, will be as stated the 17th. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you very much. Let me also just be specific. I really appreciate the sound people and the people responsible for the live stream. I have checked the live stream. It's of a very, very high quality. So thank you to you guys as well. We sometimes forget to thank you, but things Oh, and then, what do we call it? Interpreters, sign interpreters. I have thanked you outside, but thank you. It is a tedious job. I was saying to them, those fingers and hands must be tired. Thank you so much. It's much appreciated. We don't know, or we don't really understand, the effort that goes into that. Thank you, Free State Office. You guys are sharp. The inquiry is then adjourned.